when she was on, I said to her, I like this SMCI setup down here. We talked about what it looked very, very similar to Micron. She didn't like it. Obviously, catching a falling sword is something that's very difficult to do. But at the same time, we liked it. So congratulations, anybody that was with me on Thursday's market recap show, where we gave this trade idea to go long on SMCI. I'd get out close to now. If you were in this trade, up to $48, congratulations on a big trade. They're 20% on that 40 long SMCI. And these are charts, are e-signal charts. Make sure you go click that link in the description. I've been using e-signal charts for 22 years and really, really enjoy them. Okay, there's Apple right now, dropping back in. We're going to bid right here. Why not? This is a monster trade for us on Apple. The thing about Apple is not only do we there. Oh yeah, Neil. Wow, nice trade on Apple right there coming in for us on that one. Boom to the downside. Man, did we nail that? That's a chef's kiss for me on that one. And you know what else is going through right now? Amazon. Amazon just went to 1.8 deuce right there, man. Put in $1.40 in the money there as well. Wow, what a day this has been, man. Apple continues to make that move down. We're going to be at the highest spot we've been at right now all day. Palantir bouncing, Monster, MicroStrategy, MSTR making moves, as well as Bitcoin 64,000. Check in on iBit as that's starting to make moves here. It's 10:53. I don't have what's for lunch, so we do not have anything there. Every Sunday night I make basically homemade burgers. So we did that yesterday. Homemade burgers, apparently knocked it out of the park. Barbecuing does not stop around these places. So we barbecue all day, every day, even for breakfast. You throw some bacon on there, you throw on some nice sausage. Breakfast barbecuing is some of the best. You get that early morning, nice little.
We did
not too early.
We did homemade pizza last night.
Ooh, I love homemade pizza.
We made a lot of bacon for brunch on Sunday.
Nice,
like a lot. So it was way more bacon than we needed. My daughter didn't even finish her bacon, and sometimes she'll eat only bacon at breakfast.
Right.
You have to eat your eggs too, sweetheart. And then she'll just eat more bacon. No, we had to put extra bacon on the pizza, which is never a bad thing. I think bacon on anything is good. If we had some fresh tomatoes from the garden, it was
oh man, whew.
Oh yeah, I'm already hungry.
Cherry tomatoes these days are so
the cherry
good.
tomatoes are like, it's ridiculous. Not even just the ones that we have at our garden at home. It's like we get them from the farmers market. They're just as good. Like I love fresh fruit and vegetables. That's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, if you don't.
What's crazy here is
you're my son.
I just saw that move back in the market.
Oh, Apple.
And I got a little excited. Okay, we're pulling back. Then we're about to get VWAP here, right? Wrong. No, we're not getting VWAP on NVIDIA as the market did that little bit of a dip as Sean was short in Apple. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get that 126.5 again. It's still trending up. I thought we'd be a little bit more patient with it. I'm only into Intel, essentially off of these highs. I'm going to reload this right above 60 because I think we should have taken 62s the first time and not 59s. But that's where it curled. Like it curled here. We were able to get filled on the bid, so I'm going to wait for the actual highs. This could end up breaking out the top. If it does, I think there's room. If we break out here, there's at least room to the 80 level if anyone's looking long. It is a nice little bull flag setup, but the one thing I am short, and I feel like I should have already been into NVIDIA again. But I thought we were getting a VWAP on that last little dip. The market pulled in pretty nicely, I was thinking. Back above the 127 level. I'm going to go for the long off 127. That's what I did last time when I didn't get VWAP, was just take it over the 27 with a tight stop and still playing at 128. We're going back to the well. NVIDIA's up 2 points today. I know it's not SMCI, but out of the traditional chip names that we usually trade, it's the one that looks the strongest, at least to me. Nick Dubs, we only got about 4 minutes to go. Do you think PayPal has a nice swing setup? That's a name that we don't really talk about as often, I think, as we could. I do like PayPal, oddly enough. The only thing about a breakout is this is PayPal. There's the highs. It needs to take them out. Pretty clean here. It's about like $81, let's call it, on the daily chart up there that it's trying to break out. So yeah, I think it's a pretty solid breakout potential, but if you don't actually break the level, usually you want to buy it off of the support. But that break to this previous resistance, that's like 5% worth of risk if it breaks out that top here. Actually, check that. Maybe like 6 or 7% more worth of risk. It's $5. or $4. It might be a little bit more than 5% there on PayPal, but it's trying to break out that 81. Needs to get through it first before I'd be looking long.
Okay, welcome everybody. We're almost ready for the midday show. We're going to get Sharif and Joe talking all about average true range, some options, any questions you have as we learn to trade. You don't need to learn to trade if you follow the sticky note. You just have to look at levels and figure it out. There's Apple 226 short. Look what we said. Fade pops for now. Fade pops. Like, that's exactly what we did right there. We just posted it out. Like, you got to do what you say you're going to do. Not much change in the market. I mean, he said the market's been relatively flat today, which it has. I can show you where we open and where we are now. Now we're at highs. But guess what? There's a pop in Apple, and these are fades. So we literally faded the pop there in Apple. Now we only have 10% left, less than that, as there's the move back into 225 on AAPL. So fade the pops. We waited for that. We went over to a weak name that we thought was weak anyways, and looks like we were going to be right on that one with AAPL. So there it goes, man. Nicely done to that side. Then we also wrote down on here that we wanted to buy some Amazon on any weakness, right? And so that's exactly what we did. Buy Amazon on weakness. Look for a bounce at 180. So where does Amazon bounce at? 180.50. Where are we long? 180.69. That's a banger right there. Pfizer, we're looking long, baby. We get that Pfizer long. We put 29.60 as a break. We didn't have to get that. It gave us a much better price than that. And so we get that low there on Pfizer, put that in our pipe and smoke that one. And actually, Pfizer is going to be my number one stock today. So well traded, I guess, on that. Apple. Then the other one that we got out of was right there. Well, we got out of AMD long, which is fine. It bounced off 168.50. We had 169s. And then Tesla right there fell. It fell through 250 even before the market opened up. And the other trade on here, of course, was Palantir. 39 long or 40 and a quarter break. So I don't think we really got too much action there on Palantir. We went over to it before. Oh yeah, 30. Yeah, so this level again. So 39.50s has been basically a magnet here where we kind of bounced off of it, went up, came back in, now low side. So 39.20 if you're looking for something here on Palantir could be something there. So yeah, I mean, pretty eventful morning, I'd say. The Apple short was really good late. The Amazon short or long was really good to level into. And then the futures, a big trade with the futures. We're up. Well, like I said, we're going to be up more on Pfizer. But man, oh man, did we really like this trade. Buying the dip there in the TQs and then giving it about 100 handles to the upside. So that was a really good one here into the close. So that's kind of my day in a nutshell with only 30 seconds left. We don't have what's for lunch, but we'll get that in the afternoon show.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll let you guys know how we ate, which I'm sure will be fine. With less than 15 seconds to go here, SMCI is at $48 and up 16%. Check that, 15.7%, whatever, 16% to the upside. 48.5 is resistance. NVIDIA just broke a 128. I said I didn't want any breakouts. I wanted to go for dip buy, so I'm dip buying in a prior high at 127.35. Intel's at VWAP, looks like it's heading back into the downside. But that SMCI, it's at the turn zone. At least this is where I'm looking for it in here at that 48.5. So there is your trend. It's attempting to break trend as we speak. So let's see if it does. We did swing and miss at this a couple of times. Oh, now it's going parabolic down. Give me a break. It's 11 o'clock. This is the trend reversing on SMCI as we speak. If I do get filled, I'm out at $47.50 on SMCI. Now up 13.5% over there. Let's go get them. We've got Sharif. We've got Joseph. Going to be a fun one.
Yes, yes, yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show. Ooh. This in the other camera is your boy Joe, and I'm Sharif. And we're gonna wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream, and then we're gonna give a nice shout out to everyone. Hope you're okay, Darwin. I know you survived those double Boeing flights. If it's a Boeing, I ain't going, right? Flip that around a little bit, yeah? Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well, my man. Shout out to the OG Darwin, Professor Chaos. It's chaos anywhere he goes. Mr. Jonathan, the proper paradox. Tara the Dawn, okay. The beautiful Gate, Bob Dub, Andrew Chow, and my man Vic Yan Novak. And shout out to the OG Gorev. Keep your eyes out for his trades in the chat. Cass M, Oliver Costaros, Christopher Holcomb, Mary S. Lyman. We got Zorro in the chat today. He's going to be cutting up a storm. Day Trader cut as well as Daryl Finch, Edris, PC Hoon. I want to see some new names in the chat. I love it. Dewey. Asau. Who are these people? I love it. Terrence. Tay. WNT. Ayo. Lewis. What's up, my man? Razin. Syed. We got Amr. We got Breaking VWAP. I love that name. I think the Katina man probably will like that name too. Bye-bye Apple. He says Monkey Investor 2 New York Sense, as well as Alaric B. Shout out to you as well. Alt. Stella, whatever, man. Beautiful. Bearing Bulls, Airy Pages, and TX Trader. Good morning, Joe. How are you,
Good morning.
man?
I'm good, brother. How was your weekend?
It was good. Always too short. Kind of like the thing you always say, but that's the look there. How was, did you do anything fun? We're talking here, guys.
Yeah. We just went out to dinner. Nothing crazy. We had the birthday shenanigans on the weekend.
I forgot about that.
That's it.
Happy belated to my man, Joe.
Thank you. Yeah, so other than that, just a bunch of good food and good family.
So you're in detox mode right now?
We wouldn't go that far. We didn't get too carried away there. So we're ready to rock and roll here on the show, and we're always ready to go. So it's always fun being back here.
Beauty. Anything you want to cover before we jump in the list?
You know what, brother? I'm just looking over here at AMD selling pretty heavy here, and I think the rest of the market is dragging down as well. So I have my eyes on AMD. We're looking for any relative strength in this thing. So other than that, Sharif, we just want AMD to go higher, and that's about it,
Sounds
brother.
good, man. Are you telling me about that that options contract that you bought off camera? Hope to print out multiple storms.
Yes, sir.
We're going to talk about some average true range, a quick little lesson today. We're not going to get too intricate with it, but we're going to talk about ATR and gauging realistic profits using ATR. So let's get right to it. Traders, ditch those one-size-fits-all approaches or targets. Today, we'll explore how to average true range can help you set realistic profit targets based on real-time market volatility. So let's get right to it, as we always do. The problem with fixed targets. It's great if you have a key area of support or resistance, but if you're basically taking a trade off momentum and you don't have an area where you can get out, you can definitely use ATR. So imagine setting up a daily profit goal of $100. Sounds good, right? But what if, number one, the market is super volatile, right, offering a chance for much bigger gains than your $100, or the market is calm, making that $100 a little bit out of sight? Fixed targets can certainly leave you frustrated in certain scenarios or tempt you, even worse, to overtrade in order to reach them, which can end up leaving you a lot more negative than you had been planning. So the ATR solution to the rescue. This is an intraday volatility meter. Average true range measures intraday volatility. Here's how to use it to set up realistic price targets. Number one, calculate your target. So instead of a fixed number, for example, use the ATR to be able to create dynamic targets that adjust to the daily volatility, and it takes into account how volatile or lack thereof the market is on the day. Here's a simple formula. For your long positions, it's going to be your entry price plus your ATR, plus the ATR, multiplied by a factor of 1 or 2. We'll get into the factor later. Short target, it's going to be your entry price minus the average true range multiplied by that multiplier or factor we'll get into a hot minute, okay? So the factor you choose is important here. The factor you choose depends on the risk tolerance and strategy that you're employing. So you shouldn't have, the same multiplier for a breakout trade as you should have for a range. So you need to, number one, identify what kind of trading strategy you're employing on the day, given the volatility or lack thereof, and then that should influence what kind of multiplier you use. Obviously, if you use the lower the multiplier, the closer the beak wetter is. The larger the multiplier, the farther out it is. And that should be influenced by how volatile or not volatile we are on the day. So again, just to repeat, the factors you choose depend on, or the multiplier that you choose, depends on your risk tolerance and strategy, as a higher risk factor aims for larger but less frequent profits, while a lower multiplier or factor sets smaller but more frequent gains. So let's talk about an example in action, okay? Let's just say you buy a stock, for example, at $50, all right? The ATR on that day, the average true range for stock ABC is $3. So you decide to use a factor of 1 in this case, all right? Because you're going to say take a range trade for the moderate target. So your buy would be $50 where you get in, right? Multiplied by plus 3 times 1, which is $53. This is your profit target. So you go long, you're aiming to get in at 50, and you're looking to get out at 53. Again, this is based on 1, your entry price, the average true range on the day, and the multiplier you choose to use based on your trading strategy. I hope that's very clear. Okay. Also, volatility matters, right? So imagine on another day, for example, you're want to trade the same stock A, B, C. Let's just say it's at the same price, but on this day, the ATR ain't 3, it's 1. That needs to factor into your analysis of where you're going to set up your price targets. So it should, because the math equation requires that you factor it in. So this time, it's 50 plus 1 times 1, which is 51. So your beak wetter is not going to be at 53 on this day, but rather on 51. Why is that, though? Because the average true range on the day that you used 1 is 1. It's not 3. So if the average true range is smaller, why are you setting up lofty profit targets? What's up there, Katina Man?
I just want you guys $1 on Apple.
The Katina Man's $1 in the money on that Apple short, by the way. So he's printing up a storm. Keep your eye out on what the Katina Man and Daniil are doing using More Trader TV. So I hope that makes sense. On the days where the average true range warrants you to get more aggressive with your price targets, you take the risk. On the day that it doesn't, you don't. It's really that simple. Thank you, Fabe. All right, let's move on. Benefits of using average true range to set your profit targets. So ATR-based targets. 1, why are they good? They set realistic expectations. You set targets based on what the market is doing that day, not what you want the market to do or what the market did on Friday. It's basically on that day. So you're looking to deliver what the market is able to give you on that specific day. I hope I said that specific day enough. Adaptability as well. Your targets adjust to the changing volatility of the market, which allows you obviously to capitalize on opportunities in different markets. When the ATR is 1, it's giving you that opportunity still to make some money, but you shouldn't be so lofty with your price targets when the market is telling you otherwise, okay? As well as risk management. ATR also helps with risk management. Since targets are based on volatility, they can help you avoid overextending yourself in that volatile market. So I hope that makes sense. And I'm not going to belabor a lot of these points, so we're going to end here. Just I want to remind you guys, ATR is a historical measure of volatility. It is by no means a guarantee. Like all technical analysis, it is fallible, and you should use it with other technical indicators to get a more complete picture. And number 2, combine ATR, obviously, again, with other analysis for confirmation before entering and exit the trade. And a little bonus tip I didn't put here, don't be afraid to adjust your targets as you gain experience. So for example, if the ATR was 3 and I didn't use the multiplier of 3 on that day because I felt a little bit more, I'm still new at this, I don't really trust it that much, my confidence in it or my conviction in it is a little lacking, use a smaller multiplier. There's nothing wrong with that. The multiplier is entirely subjective and it's up to you. Obviously, it should be based more on market conditions, but you can work your way up there as you gain more experience. So I hope that helps everybody. Quick little lesson today, and let's do some trading, baby.
Yeah, good stuff from Sharif there, guys. Absolutely beautiful. Right now, we're in some TQQs. We're looking for this market to continue to head a little bit to the downside a little bit more. So let me pull up my TQQ chart. XLC is pretty weak. So we got Meta and Google that are pretty much selling the rest of the day. We're pulling back a little bit. If we break and hold above VWAP here, then I'm going to get out of this position because this market can rebound at any second, right? So we're not going to get stuck in any form of squeeze or anything like that. So we're looking to short this overall market, and we'll take a look over here at XLC. And it's a little weak, which is totally fine because it's absolutely extended. Meta's been trading like an absolute monster over the past couple weeks. So a healthy pullback here is exactly what we're looking at, and that's what it looked like it might be. So nothing to worry about. It's overall healthy in the market. We got some big macroeconomic data coming up this week, I believe, Sharif, on Thursday and Friday. We have CPI and PPI as well. So if you see a little bit of chopping around in the market, then that's healthy, right? They're going to wait for these prints to come out, and then maybe the market and the street will decide on where we want to go from there. But if we go any higher here on the TQs, I'm not going to hold on to the position. We're going to look to get out. I had a really good question in the chat. Joe, what do I think about an M swing? Well, let's take a look. It depends which way you're swinging this trade, right? So if you're looking to go to the top side,
Remember the dude in, wasn't he trading Macy's?
Was
The
it?
guy
Was
with the
it?
wheel
Was
thing? He was obsessed with
Was it? Was it? Yeah. He, so
remember the breakdown
yeah. And so he was doing a whole bunch of stuff when Sharif and I were at the money show. He was running the wheel strategy actually on this. So what he sees there, I might not see, but it doesn't matter. It's what he sees, right? So if you're looking for a swing on this, it depends which way you're going. You can see a little chop. There's no definitive direction on this stock. So maybe wait. If you can catch the bottom of the range, until then, just wait because you're mid-range. So you can go higher or lower from this point. But if you're looking to swing this stock, maybe wait for a little bit better of an entry. And that's just my 2 cents there. But yeah, other than that, it looks like we're going to have to get out of this TQQ trade. We're starting to go to the top side, which is totally fine. We like strength within the overall market. So we're going to look to see if we rebound back then. There's a little bit of low volume there, which we like. So nothing crazy. Other than that, we're just going to sit here and wait. Maybe Google rebounds and Meta rebounds a little bit. Apple sold off pretty hard. But other than that, Sharif, what you looking at, brother?
I'm in EVGO right now, Joe,
Nice.
and I'll explain why. Even though this thing's down 10%, I'm long. I'm in the money nicely here. This is the only reason. I had this as a holdover from Friday because you saw what it did Friday. It was a big boy mover.
Big boy.
So this was the closing print, Joe, that we had the other day. $8.33. This thing weaseled down right into 8.33. I punched long a little bit late, obviously at 41s because there was a bit of a spread. Wet my beak at 50s. Here's where I'm looking at getting out. I love the 70 penny area, give or take. I'd like 75. I may not get it. Why am I looking there? Well, we blew through that 10. I was initially looking to wet my beak, and I did, at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, which is depicted on my charts here as the solid green line. Wet my beak there. Then where's the next level of resistance? A bit of a vacuum, I ask myself. Well, there's this area of possible resistance, initially support on the way down at 673 to 670. I'm going to be a bit more cautious. I'm going to set the order at 669 because what's life without whimsy? And so I'll be waiting right around here for that print. Again, this is an area of price action resistance that I'm looking to reject if we work up there. There's also the possibility that it does reject the 20 exponential moving average, right? In the same way that I set my beak wetter, my profit taker, at the 10, I should be cognizant of a possible rejection at the 20. But I'm more biased right now to the 670 area, again, because it is price action resistance here, but it also happens to conflate or confluences, shout out to my man Obe, with this volume weighted average price level. So I'm very interested in this one. I'm going to continue holding it until either I get stopped out for the remaining amount or I get filled at that level. SMCI is a dang rocket ship. Joe, look at this bounce off the 10. God, I love the 10 exponential. 46.50. You're 75 pennies in the money like that if you were shadowing the 10 exponential. And this thing's been so strong. The last time the price action actually touched the 10 exponential, yes, an hour and 15 minutes ago, right at that 10 a.m., it bounced off it quick as you like. We haven't touched it. Even this bottoming tail hammer candle here didn't even touch it. So we're going to keep an eye out on SMCI. I happen to like it a little bit lower down, perhaps 45 and a quarter, where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. Joe, how's your look over there?
Yeah, we're looking good, brother. And I'm actually looking at SMCI as well here too, brother. And you know what I really like is this potential double bottom we hear on the daily. So we like that look and a really strong up move here, up a couple percent here on the day. So that's a really good look on SMCI. It's looking pretty strong right now, and that's some really bullish activity right there that you want to see, some strength within the stock. I mean, since it split, when did it split? Yeah, not too long ago, so maybe some more hands will start to trade it. Other than that, it's a good look on SMCI. We're long some AMD here, trying to grab the bottom and see if we can break towards VWAP. This thing's a little bit weak. It did put in a 5% day on Friday. It was really big. Sean and I were talking about it on the show. So, hey, let's see if it just needs a little bit of a breather before it continues to the top side, and then hopefully it goes pretty much a little higher, right? This thing's about still 25% or so off the all-time highs, so we like that look. We were looking at it over on the weekend and looking for some longer-term plays on AMD. So we really like this stock. There's some relative strength here in the daily chart, which we really like. So anything that's strong, we're going to look to continue to join the trend on this. It's a little weak today, and that's okay. NVIDIA is absolutely just carrying this market right now. The rest of the Mag 7 look relatively weak, but NVIDIA up about 2.5% on the day, while AMD's down about 1%. So if this thing's going to recover, then hey, maybe it's just doing some liquidity grabs before it starts to head a little higher. I know there's a gap fill on the daily here. I'm going to pull up for you guys on AMD, and this is something that I'm looking to play. And I'm really big on these gap fill plays. And as you can see here on the daily, we've just breached the gap here, which I like. So hey, in theory, all these gaps get filled, especially on strong stocks. So even though it looks like a small play here, there's still about a 5-point move there that I'm looking to play. And that's just something I'm looking at. So just let me know what you guys are looking at, any trade ideas and whatnot. But as of right now, it's not looking like AMD has any relative strength, and that's okay. So we'll just keep our eyes around. Our TQ's trade didn't work that well. So hey, it's part of the game. So we're not going to sit here and worry too much about it because there'll always be another opportunity. Sharif.
This is what happens when you get that stimmy money, Joe.
Hey,
that money comes in from the
ADRs.
government. All of a sudden, your stock is doing well. Even when you're down 12 points in the day, you can't keep down that stimmy money,
No,
baby.
you can't. Oh my, you're buzzing. Let's go.
Look at that curl, bro. This is a beautiful curl. Took it out a little bit
buzzing.
early at 65s. I was waiting for 69s.
That's what we want to
whatever,
see,
bro.
That's what we want to see.
Stimmy money. Stimmy money. Yes, that's stimmy money. In case you're wondering what we're talking about, we're just joking, guys. We don't mean to disrespect some of these stocks. EVGO is getting stimmy money, stimulus money from I don't know which one of the multiple acts that was passed with billions and trillions in stimulus. I don't know which one this is, man. In any event, they're getting about $1 billion to expand their electric vehicle charging network. To take on the superchargers, take on ChargePoint, take on Blink charging, EVGO, another play if you're interested in that name. Anyways, they announced that they were getting up to $1 billion to help expand that. So yeah, that's the reason this is even on the side chart. Let's go into what else I'm looking at on the trusty side chart here. Couple of small cap gappers. Look, there's a few triple digit winners today in small cap gapper world. Chief among them, SRRK. What is the deal with this one? Let me give you the information on it super quick here. It's up a light, it's not that high, 325% on the day, not a big deal. This is technically not a small cap gapper, guys. It's $2.5 billion market cap with 29 million shares traded on the day, and it's got a float of about 78.5 million shares. Let's check out the short float, if any, and shout out to Nos Boss and his crew, SRRK. We've got about, 25% of the almost 67 million shares is borrowed for short. So we got a good mover here, ladies and gents. We can definitely get this one moving parabolic. It's already moving, as we can see. So 7:30 a.m. is when this one got the pamp. It printed 750 close on Friday. Yes, we are up $32.50 at the high, and that wasn't even the pre-market high, mind you. That was $35 that it weaseled up to. Awfully respectful, again, of the 10 exponential moving average, but as you can see here, we're doing a bit of a consolidation dance, touching the 10 far more times in a 20-minute span than we had on the way up. So I'm awfully careful with this one, knowing that it can give back a lot. That mean reversion can be mean for those who've taken it long. I was calling you old, bro. My bad, man. Joe, because you know.
Hey, we looked at it, man. Twins.
What's going on over there, Katina, man? SMCI, but Adara is at the big desk. She's got some stuff for us. What's going on, Adara?
We're going to take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making outsized moves to the upside and downside so far today. We're going to start here with APD. This one announcing, there's a Mantle Group announcing that they have a activist position in the stock. So that one is going to be up first here. This company is called Air Product and Chemicals, up about 7%, getting upgrades from Evercore and Jefferies here in the aftermath of this $1 billion plus stake in the company from activist investors, Mantle Ridge. Next up, we have a couple hurricane-related plays to be aware of here. We have CB, Chubb, and a lot of these other insurance names trading lower. There's some potential speculation here for what I'm seeing that insurance names are certainly something to watch out for. They could get hit as we have Hurricane Helene and now apparently Hurricane Milton set to hit Florida. So some of these insurance names could potentially be impacted if we see some claims in the aftermath of this hurricane. Next up, we actually have one name trading higher after Hurricane Helene. That's going to be Generac Holdings, GNRC. This one up about 6%. They do manufacture generators and power equipment, so they're actually trading higher amidst the hurricane action. And again, Hurricane Helene here. We also have Hurricane Milton apparently on watch as well. If you guys are looking at these tickers or any other tickers, let us know in the chat so that you can see them potentially featured on that 2 p.m. segment here, brought by you guys. The 5 top tickers, just go in the chat and vote, ! Join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice.
Thank you very much for that, Adara, dropping hot lines at the big screen.
Yes,
So what are you
as
looking
always,
at?
always. We're still here on AMD, so we took a second stab here on AMD. We didn't get the best second entry that we were looking for, and that's okay. So if this thing's gonna start to rebound, it's gonna move. So we're not sitting too bad here, not the horrible entry. But as you can see, as I punched out here, I wanted to get in a little bit easier, but I didn't want to get in and get out within the same minute, right? Because I didn't want to make it seem too impulsive or anything like that. So we just packed our patience, right? Held our horses and waited on that one there. So we'll see if we can get some volume to step in here, and if we can get AMD to move a little bit higher, that would be absolutely fantastic. We'll take a look over here at TQQs as well here, because I did take a stab on that one, and we'll see what the overall market's doing, because it's kind of chopping around a little bit, hasn't really moved too much. And then with that, we'll take a look at the sector ETFs too to see what everybody's up to, because I know XLC and XLF, they're a little bit weak today, and XLE as well too. So it's always good to keep an eye out on the sectors and see what they're up to, and that can also help depict which way the market may decide it wants to move. So we had someone in the chat, Hamster Joe, we sold some DKNG puts. All right, so hopefully you got the bottom on those DKNG puts. Sold them. So essentially you're long, and hey, you know what, it could rebound. The online sports gambling is absolutely going to start blowing up. I know more people are, more states are going to start legalizing it and stuff like that. So hey, yeah, you're looking for a long-term play. It's still a little bit off the highs there, which is totally fine. But yeah, hopefully you bought those you sold those puts, and you don't get stopped out and let those expire worthless. So that would be really nice there. So yeah, as we start to grind a little bit higher here on the overall markets, SPY is still chopping around a little bit. So let's take a look at some of these sector ETFs. We're going to go to XLE, which is still strong on the day and has been strong for the past week or so, which is always good to see. XLF is doing all right. But other than that, we'll take a stab and we'll come back here and we'll look at some more sector ETFs. But we are off to Adara for now.
Great look here for Sober Safe, just coming off its highest volume candle by far here of the day. We've already had a halt for SOBR up over 100%. I'm not seeing any news on this. We're getting quite a bit of social media interest. It's also worth noting here, very small float. 260,000 shares from what I'm seeing on a total market cap of $1.55 million. So smaller market cap, but even smaller float for SOBR.
Words out of my mouth. Adara was just putting that on the side chart. Saw you guys yelling up a storm about it in the chat. There it is. Topping tail. Ugly, ugly. Let's load this up. Why isn't it updating on my thing? I have no idea. We're going to have to update this. SOBR. My platform is not sober right now for whatever reason. There we go. 8790. Thank you, Daryl.
Yeah, it was at my birthday party on the weekend. So,
Bro, I tried to set you up with that. You're like,
so SOBR was at the party, and it was not. So that's it.
I love it, bro. No, but it's a good look right now. The guys, this was running on Friday. I mean, this had its move, Fabian. It was moving big boy, but we broke that 750 double top, albeit on the 5, right there by weaseling up into 790. Now we're knocking the door of 8. Let's find out if somebody opens that door. But before we do that, we're going to do some daily chart analysis over here. If this thing will load, it's really taking its time today, so we're going to have to be patient with that one. But while we wait for Sober to get to sober up, we're going to have a look here at EVGO, because it's coming right back into that 670 area. So the reason I wanted to get out at 670 was an area of resistance over here. So if it rejects there, I will flip short. And thank you, Katina Man, for letting me know that this bad boy is a free for shorts type situation at Real Trading. If you're trading on the Real Trading network, this is a free look for you to get some shorts. Now, Sober is loaded up over here. So this has been a symphony of lower highs and lower lows. But what can we glean from this daily chart other than the fact that it seems to sell off every time and make lower lows? Well, it's a former runner. Look at these candles over here back in May. This can definitely go. It's proved itself in the past to be able to go, and likely up nicely today, probably going to go again. So here's the look. It's up over 100% as I see it right now. We definitely have resistance at the 50. On the days where it gets a nice big move, most of them, I would say most of them will reject at the 50. You do have this group, though, back in May that did, generally come into that 20 and then reject. So I'm going to be very patient with this one. Don't need to be first to the party, knowing that this one absolutely can get parabolic. May 28th, May 30th, and June 4th were monster days where this printed, I don't know, like 50 times RVOL. Relative volume is what RVOL stands for. But I'm going to be all eyes about that 50 because look how many rejections we've had at the 50 over the past few months. So very interesting area. SOB are definitely on watch here. Donald John Trump is also in play. It just got an amazing dip trade at 18. Look at this IB high implied. Well, it's not even technically the IB high, but this was the opening move right at 930. Comes into 18, sells off, then we print 1968. But look at that drop right back into 18. And then you weaseled up above 19. So DJT certainly in play today. Elon was there. He was jumping. I didn't know bodies could move in that way. But, he seemed to be happy.
Like he was like trying to jump over the glass or something.
Dude was
that was funny. But he's like jumping his head over the glass. I'm like, what are you trying to do there, Elon? I don't know.
He's next level guy.
Hey, man, when you're the richest man on the planet, you can do whatever you like, and he wants to jump over the protective glass, absolutely. So, guys, we're in here on AMD. It's starting to work out, and that's exactly why you take those second entries. NVIDIA is absolutely soaring to the top side with that dragging up these semiconductors, right? We absolutely love that. So, as you can see, we punched out. Even though we punched out at the bottom, we just stick to the same thesis, and we're back in the trade, right? And if it was going to work out, this is exactly what we were expecting. So I want to just point something out here on the daily with NVIDIA. And hey, it broke this pivot high. So we can potentially go a little bit higher here, which is absolutely awesome, and we like that, right? So when NVIDIA is strong, the rest of the market is overall strong because this thing is just an absolute monster. It does what it wants to do. Jensen does what he wants to do, and with that, the stock absolutely just soars, right? So it doesn't take much for this thing to get going. We have a lot of hot economic data coming out this week too, so just be aware of that. I don't know if you guys have any potential positions open, especially options positions, so just be careful of the volatility onslaught, right? So because we know with credit spreads and stuff like that, unless you're really out of the money on these and have collected a lot of your premium, just close those positions on any type of credit spread form, and just don't even put yourself to any subject of those volatility onslaughts coming in with the CPI and the PPI data that we have on Thursday and Friday. So that's awesome. It's looking like we're going to take a little bit off the top here on AMD, which is something we totally want to do here. I'm not going to take off much, just maybe about 10%, because I think if we break these pivots, then we can absolutely go higher here. Yeah, positions. Yeah, that's right. So we're going to get that sorted out. My positions aren't working right now, but as you guys can see here, we're in AMD and it's working, so maybe we'll continue to hold this. If we break this pivot high right here, then that's beautiful. We'll be sitting pretty in Suntan City with a lot of our position left here, and we're going to hold it. If we come back to break even, then that's fine. That's totally fine, but we want to leave a little bit of a runner just because of the relative strength in this stock, and it's been lagging its peers too, right? So anytime you have this company, and I think they signed a deal with Sony, so they're going to be taking over the chips in the PS6, I believe.
I heard.
Yeah. So in PS6, who lost that? Intel, I think, or somebody.
Hold on, isn't it the PS5 Pro?
Maybe the Pro, but I heard, the Pro. So I heard it was 6. Yeah, so I think Intel lost the deal. Just add some more, pour some salt in the wound for that company with that one, and AMD's taking over there. So we're going to hold on to this position, and we're going to continue to go as now NVIDIA's up 3% on the day, and it's absolutely dragging the market. I think the Katina man's in NVIDIA. He's not in NVIDIA, so that's all right. But yeah, we're just going to continue holding this position, and we're going to continue to go with the flow, Sharif.
Yeah, I'm looking at NVIDIA, man. It is a dang rocket chip right now. I mean, 130 squeeze, question mark. I mean, it seems like it's a done deal. Well, obviously not, but, you know, it feels like it's going to hit 130 today, if not more. Now, you know, I'm completely averse to punching in at highs. I need a retracement. Let's have a look at the 5, see what the situation is. I like this 128 retracement or thereabouts for, you know, a 10 exponential hold. I mean, it's been very respectful of the 10. Obviously, at the highs here, it's just not my game to punch in at that level. So I'll look for a dip trade. Now, I may not get the 10. You know, you didn't get the 10 on any of these candles, but you got the 10 on these ones over here. So it is plausible to be able to get the 10. I don't think a retracement into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is beyond the realm of possibility. So I'll keep an eye on that. Google, kind of the other way. The exact opposite right now for Google. Looking to flat bottom break, in my humble opinion, around that 165 3/4, 165 4/5. We'll have to wait and see. Comes right back into this level over here, 165.80s. Pops back up, tries to go green above 167. That's as good as we're going to do right now. Right back down, sub 166. So this could be a long. I mean, I'm not saying flat bottom break. This could be a support level in, you know, the high 165s. Reason that we did find support at it, that level originally. You're not going to catch me trying to punch in lows, though. I'm going to need basically to wait for it to curl, as Neil likes to say, getting it on the back end, so to speak. So that'll be my look there for Google. Google has been an interesting name on the day. But I want to let you guys know that oil is up again. Hey. Yeah, anybody who went to the gas station this weekend already knows that. In Canada, we already get rinsed by definition in the taxation system. Now we're just, you know, getting rinsed more by the refineries, by the oil companies. It's one full rinse game in this country when it comes to oil. But if you want to stop complaining about it and you want to make some money on it, I like being the dual. Like, look at all these. Yeah. There's so many like little squares there. Yeah, if you really want to stop complaining about how much you're getting rinsed on gas, you can invest in one of these companies. Ram. INDO is the company I'm talking about here, up at 5 1/3 right now. 5 1/3. So we'll continue to see if this one can work its way up a little bit more. Let's go into that 15 and see where this one held up last time. Well, there you go. This one just won't drop lows. Obviously, we're kind of whiffling and waffling, and then we have the belligerencies in the Middle East pull up the price of oil. We don't give back the move, though. That's the thing. Look how consolidated we are. Then we get more belligerencies. Hey! So we consolidate some more, then more belligerencies. Nice! And then up into that 5 1/4 area we go. So INDO certainly in play today. I'll be looking to take it off a moving average.
Hey, yeah, beautiful stuff. Yeah, Sharif, loving it there. Hey, we're doing exactly what we said we were going to do in this AMD trade here. We didn't quite break this pivot high, and that's fine. We're just going to keep waiting. We took a little more bit off the top there, so it's still sitting about 80% of our position. So we're holding the bulk of it totally for this break. And if we get that break, then I think we can absolutely continue to the top side, right? This thing is lagging. If we get some volume to step in here, then we're even looking even better. But someone mentioned in the chat, CNQ, we like this Canadian natural gas here, I think it is. So natural resources ETF. So look at this. This thing is absolutely buzzing. Such a strong session it's already put in today. And if it breaks this 50, you can absolutely continue to the top side and then look for some next levels around 51, 52. So that's an absolutely good look there on the Canadian natural resources. We like it when we start talking Canadian stuff, even though we do get the carbon tax now. So talk about a rinse show at the pump. We got JT just wanting to keep adding to those expenses, and that's okay because, hey, we just keep trucking on, especially if you're playing these breaks on AMD, then we'll keep hiking the tax. We don't care. That's all right. We'll get the job done. It doesn't matter what it is anyways. So, hey, hold on. Hopefully AMD can hold. Now, NVIDIA's up 3 1/4 right now. This thing, it can't stop. It won't stop. We're going to look. I wish we were joining the trend on that one. I was looking to play this trade because we did have a potential double bottom here on this VWAP hold area. We're not too far off of VWAP, and we had
lots at 30.
Yeah, so yeah, absolute size on this thing here. Let me get a quote highlight on here for you guys. And yeah, look at the strength there. See, and that's just like Sharif's L2 sessions the other day. When you see that type of strength heavily on one side, on the ask, then just continue with it, right? Just don't fight this trend. There's no way you want to fight NVIDIA. I don't want to fight NVIDIA or any of these strong semiconductors because they can tear your face off, right? So, because they're just so strong. And that's what you want to see. A nice steady grind up 3% on the day, and that's great. So when we see strength in this stock, and it doesn't have earnings for a little while. I know we have Pepsi, I think, tomorrow at 6 a.m., so nothing big coming in. Mag 7 in a couple weeks. So anything, just lock in those gains before the earnings report. And I'm sure they'll do just fine, and that's exactly what we want to see. So we'll go touch on some of these sector ETFs and see what is kind of pushing and pulling on the SPY. As you can see, XLF is down a little bit today, but that's healthy. We're chopping around in this area. So a little breather, maybe come back to the bottom of the range and then look for the continuation of the trend. I know we got the big banks coming at the end of the week, like JP Morgan and some other guys, the big players here that are at the end of the week. So we'll hold on to that. Maybe there'll be some position that you can take on here, especially if it dips lower and we get a gap down after those earnings reports, right? So American banks, you always want to own those. And if you can get a good price on the American banks, then absolutely go to buy those because they're bangers, right? They're some of the best in the world and something that you want to hold on to for the long term, Sharif.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm keeping my eye here on Indoman. It's coming into that 535 high day. I didn't get the opportunity to add. I want to get in, excuse me. I want to get in at 510. 515 to kind of take advantage of that 10 exponential retracement. It doesn't even give me that. It doesn't even break 20s, and now it's going. Breaking the high of the day. Here we go. 37s, 38s. Here comes 40s. Here is 40s. So this one's going here. INDO, 25%. I think this one has a higher short float. If it doesn't anymore, maybe a lot of people covered. Yeah, I used to have a bigger one. 5.25% right now is the short float for INDO. So nothing for me at this level. I'm not going to punch in at highs. It's got to come in to a support level. So that's kind of what I'm looking for there. NVDA, I'll be waiting for around 128, maybe 128 and a quarter, just for it to come into that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It's got to come in and around here. And I also like this 128 to 128 and a quarter because you do have some chop in and around there. And there is also this candle that rejected that 128. You also have the initial IB high that worked into 127.75. So we'll see if NVIDIA wants to give us that look. But right now, I'm just biased for it going to 130, but maybe not in a straight line. Here comes the futures, the NQ December contract. Right back in, possibly into the volume weighted average price, right around 20,140. We're at 50s right now. We've been very choppy. There's really no direction on the day. Sure, we're down 1/3%, but have a look at the actual chart, the price action. Sure, we're putting in some, higher lows there, but yeah, for the most part, I think it's a chop fest right now with some outlying names. Apple also came into the volume weighted average price. We saw the Catena take the short on that. Apple getting a big boy downgrade today from Jefferies, who think very little of the iPhone 16, think very little of the Apple Intelligence and its ability to influence some of these iPhone sales. So if you're into that kind of camp, or if you're in that kind of camp that believes that, that we're the days of AI really influencing these devices are still ahead of us, 2-3 years down the road is what Jefferies is saying. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's the look right now. They also, Mizuho also chimed in a little bit about Apple today, a bit more, let's call it two-sided than Jefferies was. What do you got for us, Adara?
Hey.
Take a look here at earnings here. We do have this earnings segment every day around 11:40 during the midday, looking at names either making their day one earnings move or names that are going to be reporting either after the close tonight or before the open tomorrow. Today, really the only earnings name to talk about is going to be NAPA. This is Duckhorn Portfolio. Initially, they were scheduled to report after the bell. They ended up reporting before the open. They did beat for both sales and for their earnings per share for fiscal Q4 2024. But the biggest thing to mention here is they're announcing they're going to be taken private by Butterfly Equity. This acquisition here for $1.95 billion. It's going to be about $11.10 per share for NAPA, and they're going to be taken private. So interesting look for this name. Now, in terms of earnings on watch here, biggest one, of course, going to be PepsiCo. PEP is the ticker. They're looking here, analysts looking for earnings of $2.30 per share and revenue of $23.95 billion. It should be roughly 2.1% revenue growth if that comes through. So let's see if PEP is able to meet, exceed, or if it fails expectations as it reports tomorrow morning. If these are any other tickers you're looking at today, make sure you vote. You have until 1:50 p.m. to vote. You'll have the top 5 tickers being featured during that audience segment at 2 p.m., guys.
Joe, you a Pepsi guy or a Coke guy?
I'm a Pepsi guy, man. I'm a big Pepsi guy. How about you?
Funny enough, I like Coke over Pepsi, but I like Pepsi Blue. So
you
like
like
that's
Pepsi
my
Blue.
affinity for
Dude,
Pepsi.
a nice cold,
Shout out to
but
Daryl.
rum and Pepsi is the better drink, I think. It's the better drink. A nice cold Pepsi with a nice fresh burger off the grill. Man.
Ram.
Oh, no, she's not. She's like,
not?
no Coke.
Oh, that was you, Neil?
Oh, but it tastes
very
better. We
upset.
all know it tastes a little bit better. It tastes better than Coke, so that's okay. Maybe we'll change it when we'll patent that.
I thought it was you, right, Bram?
So yeah, we don't know what's going on with that.
Neil's like, okay, what you guys couldn't hear off camera from what Neil was saying to Joe. He's like, they don't call it Coke and Pepsi, bro. They call it rum, or sorry, Pepsi and rum. Thank you, Neil. Sorry about that. It's called rum and Coke. Yeah. Joe, yeah.
Hey, I like it. Yeah, you know what? A Pepsi and a nice Jamaican patty, that is my weakness. That gets me into trouble. Shout out to Darwin. He said he bought some 127 calls this morning, up 70%. Way to go. Way to slap that trade. That's what I like to see. And you have some time until expiration because it's looking like they don't expire until next month. So a month today, that's the way to go. When you're going straight directional trades, give yourself a little bit of time so theta doesn't chew you up. So Darwin, I absolutely love that look on that NVIDIA call. Too bad AMD isn't doing the same thing, and it is breaking my heart. About to come back to my break even. And we'll take a look at AMD here because it looks like it double topped. I am now out of the trade, which is totally fine. If we can pull up my chart here, that'd be fantastic. There we go. And look, we got the move, and unfortunately, we got stopped out a lot of it, but we got out of the break even here. We're not going to allow a winning trade to become a loser. So we're out there. There's always going to be a potential opportunity to get in again, and that's what we're going to just sit here and wait. My positions aren't showing up on the board right now, but that's okay. We'll get that sorted out, and they'll be up there soon. But I just want to point a couple things out, and it's the tech sector here, right? This is the only strong sector in the day. It's holding the overall market. So if you see NVIDIA start to pull back a little bit, it's dragging this thing up, then look for a potential, maybe a little bit more selling in the overall market. Because if you see XLY here, that thing is weak, like Tesla and Amazon, so they're a little bit weaker here. So if they hold this level, that would be fantastic, and then maybe we get a bounce and continue to the top side. We had deliveries on Tesla a couple weeks ago, so sentiment on that thing isn't overall the best right now because they did have a slight miss, and that's okay. We have faith in Elon. Whatever Elon's doing, we like. So there's always going to be an opportunity to get into this stock in Tesla. I know it's one of, it's not my largest holding, about 4th or 5th largest holding in the personal. So yeah, we'll hold on. We'll maintain bullish on Elon, but you can see why we kind of got this push and pull in the overall markets because a lot of the sectors are weak, right? XLE, XLF. And the discretionary stuff. So that's why we're out of AMD, and we're going to wait. If we hold this a little bit longer, then we get back into the trade. Sharif.
All right, we're 25 pennies, a little bit more in the money here on NVIDIA, looking for that 129 break and take. It's breaking above it, but it's not taking it. So I'm packing my patience, added it on the retracement. I missed my ideal entry, which was obviously 60 pennies. I don't know how many candles need to defend on that for my thick head to understand that there is clearly support there. I punched in late, about 14 pennies late, that is. So we're nicely in the money on it, but we definitely haven't rung the profit bell or won't ring the profit bell until this one breaks and takes 129. Otherwise, I'll get stopped out for the remaining amount. Wet my beak already on here. It's going to have to take 129. And if I look at the 5-minute chart, I mean, there's really no reason why this thing can't take 129. It didn't even work its way back down into the 10 exponential. It hasn't touched the 10 exponential on even a wick basis for the better part of an hour and, no, that's incorrect, excuse me, for the better part of now 35 minutes. So it's having a whole lot of trouble taking 129 Ram, but we're going to keep an eye out on this one. And by the way, man, let me tell you,
Hey.
So, you know, I did the FSD.
Yeah.
Dude.
Talk to us.
Dude, let me tell you about the full self-drive. Very natural, Joe,
Yeah.
but there's obvious issues with it. Let me give you, so you're familiar with Yorkdale Mall, right?
Yorkdale, love Yorkdale, yep.
Okay, so I'm getting out of the area where the Tesla is right there. So there is it's basically a one-way stop sign there, okay? It's a one-way road that comes in and you're exiting this kind of like side road. And that one-way road in front of you goes onto the Allen Expressway. So people are coming hot. They're coming in fast.
Super hot,
70, 80 kilometers, something like that. People are accelerating onto the highway. And I'm in a stop sign. The car misunderstood the nature of the intersection. It thought it was a four-way stop. It was a one-way stop. So it like accelerated into the intersection. The car coming 80, I had to slam on the brakes.
Oh, jeez.
Right? All right, we're gonna take our profits here right now on NVIDIA, but that was the look. So then, other than that, Joe, it really did understand, and that's a big thing, mind you. Like, I'm not just trying to say, oh, that was a small thing that could be like
fatal, right? Yeah, totally fatal
but
accident
it
there,
understood a lot of other good things. Let me give you an example. You know that there's a lot of traffic in this country, in this city, and they're basically looking at giving you a ticket. Guys, we're talking. I mean, like, they're not paying attention. They're looking at giving us a ticket if we're blocking the intersection, right? So this car understood not to block the intersection. It was able to gauge how far ahead the car in front of me was so that it wouldn't
so there you go.
block the intersection. So there was a lot of good stuff that it did. I'm not even getting into the point of like the fact that it changes lanes flawlessly. It chooses the exits flawlessly. It does a lot of stuff really good. But
some like totally, some error there that we don't want. So yeah, with that, I think we got Robo Taxi coming out shortly. Isn't it like tomorrow or
10-10,
something?
baby.
10-10. So
10-10.
today.
No, today's
okay.
7.
Today's the 7th. Where am I? I don't know.
all good.
It was my birthday on the weekend. Yeah, so we're not thinking straight. We're a little ahead of ourselves there. But we got less than a week before the Robo Taxi comes out. So we're going to see what that does to Elon and Tesla, right? Because we like Tesla and we're big fans of Elon. We like what he does. So we got things coming on. We're heading lower here in the market. I'm looking to actually get into this short here on Amazon. I really like Amazon for a potential breakdown. So we're going to see if we can join this overall trend. One thing of why I'm also at a break even on my AMD, I'm going to pull up Amazon in a second here, but look at this failed break of the pivot. Right? So once it failed, it rejected to make a new high there, and that's totally fine. But we just get out because that can signal that, hey, we didn't find any new price discovery up here, and we didn't want to go higher, so they've rejected that, and we head to the downside. But let me pull up my Amazon here, and we're going to see why I am shorting Amazon. It's the exact same thesis of pretty much what happened to AMD. We failed to break pivot highs, and now we formed an absolute almost to the penny at 182, a double top. So if this thing squeezes and breaks view up, that means we're wrong on the trade. But until then, if we break this pivot low, then we're absolutely looking to go a little bit lower here on the trade. Again, all the sectors are weak, and that's going to be the narrative. And that's usually what happens, Sharif, usually during the when you have big economic data during the week. You get a lot of chop and turning around in those levels, a lot of directionalist trading, as you can see. I mean, the Qs are not down too much, only down about 0.3% there, and same with the SPY. So no crazy selling. This is absolutely healthy. And when you see the buying step in, things are a lot relatively stronger, and that's something that we like to see. Like we were mentioning with AMD up 5% on Friday, so that's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, and we like AMD, Sharif. We like AMD for the long term. So that, like I was saying before, it's still down 25% off its all-time highs, right? Lagging its peers a little bit for good reasons, but hey. It's a strong stock. I mean, someone's got to be number 2 in the semi race, Sharif, and I think everybody thinks that it can be
right,
AMD.
Bro.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Keeping my eye on INDO here. Got a nice pullback after working its way up into 580, topping till candle galore here on the 5-minute. So interesting. it looks awfully bearish, but look, I mean, we don't really break down decidedly after that, I should say. We still continue to consolidate. We're not even weak enough to get back to the 10 exponential, right? These should be kind of like little things that we look for to see, you know, whether we hold up or whether we continue on our way down, possibly into 505 for that volume weighted average price. But we'll have to break 5 1/3 first before we make our way, obviously, into that 505, because that's where the 10 exponential is. So I'm looking right now, 3 candles with lower highs, but not necessarily lower lows, trying to hold up at 545, you know, 540, depending on whether you're using the closing prints or the wicks. But INDO looking good. It's got a catalyst. Oil's up. Oil's probably going to continue to run up. Who knows, man? Oil continue to run up more with China stimmies, right? China's dropping that money right now, 2 trillion yuan, Joe. So that could, you know, get that. Dare like that. That could get some stimulus. Obviously, oil's been depressed because we've been over gauging China demand. That could change with some more stimulus coming out. So it might not just be the Middle East here pumping up oil. It could be, you know, the reawakening of the Chinese economy, or we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, today, the first day they're open after a week off in Golden Week, it's obviously been active through the Hang Seng, which doesn't close in Hong Kong during that Golden Week, but we'll keep tabs on that. So I'm really interested on INDO if it can set up properly. Let's talk about some other small cap gappers, though, that I haven't mentioned anything about. So here's one, EH. This one's awfully respectful of these moving averages. It really depends on where it is in the move. Right now, it's a bit of, you know, we're getting into those highs, $23, awfully respectful of the 10. The deeper retracements come into the 20. As you can see, nice little double bottom on the 5-minute at $21. Let me give you the deets on EH. What is this one all about? EHang Holdings. Speaking of China, all right, here's a Chinese company. All right, EHang Holdings. Basically, what they do is unmanned aerial vehicles. Oh boy. $1.43 billion dollar market cap, about 11.75 million shares trade on the day. And let's bring down trade ideas and find out what the float and the short float is for this company, EH. We have about a 40 million share float and a good short float here, about 13 2/3% of that 40 some odd million shares is being borrowed for short sale. So we can squeeze. Now, let's see what we do with the $23, because that topping tail candle off 23 sent us all the way back down south of 21. So I want to see exactly what this one can do. I haven't loaded it, I should say, on a trading screen, but this looks awfully good here. SMCI got a bit of a dip here, guys. By the way, we knocked on the door 48.50. Then there was a monster red candle. By monster, I'm talking about $1.50. 48.5. We come back, double bottom, guys, at 47. Adara, what was the level on SMCI?
The level was 45.70.
45.70. Adara says there is a level of importance on SMCI. The human algo has spoken, so we're going to keep keep an eye out on her levels. But I'm looking for either a double bottom here, curling up to breach highs, or I'd like something around the volume weighted average price, Joe. I'm not going to be quick to jump into this one because I could get probably in a lot of trouble if it doesn't go my way. What are you looking at?
Yeah, hey, we're looking at Amazon here. We're out of this trade. Hey, we're going to cut the trade, right? Like we had a good trade on AMD earlier. We cut the trade, entered back in. Now, if a second opportunity arises, we're going to pounce on that. But we have a really good question here from Matt Florence. Joe, what theta and delta do you look for on an options trade? Great question. I mean, theta is kind of a defined metric. It's just time decay. So you don't really look out for theta on like selecting your options, because the farther you are out in expiry, the smaller theta will be. The closer you are in expiry, the larger theta will be. So that's not really a metric that you use to select your option, other than it from an expiry standpoint. So just understand the metric from closer date expiry to further date expiry. But as for the delta, Matt, this is really important. It really depends what strategy you're employing. If you were here for my options credit spread sessions, you would know that I select a delta of 0.1. Right? So a point or a 10 delta, which essentially says that this contract has a 90% chance of expiring out the money. So great question, Matt. We love the questions. We love the options questions. Guys, don't be scared to ask, because if you're thinking it, absolutely other people are thinking it as well too. So throw those questions in the chat. Hey, and you know what? The more questions, the better, because then you're getting what you need answered, and that can help you with your trading, right? So with small questions like Matt Florence, those are great because they're just little nuances within your trading that you need to figure out. And when we answer them, you're not the only one who's thinking those questions. So you're getting questions answered for a bunch of people, and we really like that. What do you think, Sharif?
I 100% agree with you, dude.
Yeah, brother.
Especially the options questions. Guys, bring them fast, bring them furious. Joe's the options guy. You guys got any questions about how you want to play this or play that? Different option strategies, even different names. My man, technical analysis is up a storm. That doesn't make any English sense, but that's okay. So keep... It doesn't matter, says Neil. Love it. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at right now. Call me crazy, Ram, but I'm looking at getting into NVIDIA again over here. She called me crazy multiple times. Love it. Because we did breach 129 aggressively. Now I want to see if we use said 129 level as support. You're not going to have to wait long. Here it comes off that double top on the 1 minute. 129 and 2/3 coming into 129 hot here. Let's see if it touches that whole dollar level, finding support here in the teens, weaseling back into the 20s. NVIDIA's been awfully strong. We know that the NVIDIA AI conference starts tomorrow. I believe we have one of their VPs. I think it starts today, but I think the actual speeches and the whatever things that we can cover start tomorrow. I think they got the workshops today. Obviously, this has been a very successful strategy for a lot of these companies. Case in point, Palantir. They invite everybody over to use that AIP software, get the programmers to learn how to use it, get them involved in the ecosystem. It looks like, obviously that's being done. I'm not a tech guy, but this seems to be something that I'm picking up on over here with with these tech companies, especially with AI, right?
Yeah.
Getting everybody included. All right, I'm going along here. What happened? I didn't punch. Here on NVIDIA. Let's see if this one wants to hold, hopefully. Let's see if this one wants to hold this general area over here. We're going to give it about right there. And then we're going to basically look to take everything out. So if we can, there's some selling here I can see at the $0.25. So I'm not going to give this one too much room. Don't want to give too much back. But if it holds the whole dollar, great. If it doesn't, we're getting out of dodge. Want to see if 129 can act as a support level. Initially, it was a resistance level, Joe. So we'll see what we get here.
Hey, yeah, beautiful stuff looking there, Sharif. I mean, absolute continuation with that trend there. We like those looks there. So anytime you're joining the trend, Sharif and I are really going to like those types of trades because we're not fighting anything, right? We don't want to fight. We don't want to fight the trend because the trend is our friend and we don't fight them. So unless they get you mad or something like that. But hey, but you don't want to fight the stock. So, but anyways, Ross Henson, I really like how you pay attention, Ross, and everything like that. So I'm always glad to answer your questions. And how do you deal with bad liquidity on 0.1 deltas as it trends lower during the day and reaches your profit target? Sometimes I can't find a buyer when the delta has drifted down. And you know what? That's actually really true. And I'll give you a scenario. One time I had a spread open and I wanted to close it just because there was some macroeconomic data and I couldn't close it because there was very little open interest on it. So liquidity on the stock is absolutely key, right? But also, if that option is next to almost expired worthless, like only worth like 0.01 a cent, so $1, you know what, just hold it, you know what I mean? The chances of it coming against you, and if it does, the more the value increases, there'll be a little bit more liquidity there. But if the contract is essentially worth nothing, don't be afraid to hold on to it until expiry, because if it does decide to move in the opposite direction, that means liquidity and open interest will increase a little bit there, Ross. So hopefully that answered your question because I ran into that one time and I had to call IBKR actually. I'm like, I can't close this position. I want out of the position. And then they're like, well, sir, it's not worth anything. When I'm like, okay, yeah. He said to me, he's like, it's worth $1. So I don't know why you want to close it, right? So just let that one expire worthless and you'll be okay there, especially if it's valued down there. So yeah, Ross, really good look there, brother. I like how you're active in the chat. and doing all that stuff, paying attention. We love that stuff. So yeah, here we go. So like, we're still chopping around here. And AMD, I'm looking for AMD to continue higher. Look, good thing we got out of this Amazon trade here because we would have been squeezing up here. And if it breaks VWAP, which is hugging price really tight. So when I see this type of, I have a little playbook based on this, that when an asset sells really hard, down about to over 2.5% here, and the volume weighted average price hugs the price that tight, I'm looking for a potential bounce there on this instead of the continuation to the downside. So we're gonna look for the bounce on that, and when we get back from Adair, we'll talk more.
Bang.
Bang.
We're going to talk here today about what's been happening so far this morning. Pretty busy day for the market. S&P 500 just in a bit of an uptrend here, kind of curling to the upside. We have lots of strength in Bitcoin, which is slightly up on the day, but then actually has since reclaimed that $64,000 in the first hour and a half or so of trading today. In terms of names on watch, we have lots of strength in semiconductors, but most notably, we have to talk about SMCI. Supermicro announcing earlier today that they actually apparently are shipping over 100,000 GPUs per quarter. This update having a bit of a belated impact on the stock price. Right at 9:30, we start pushing higher, currently up about 14.5%, even with a bit of a pullback. Lots of small caps on watch again. Once again, today's low float name of the day is going to be SoberSafe, SOBR, up about 170%. It's halted a couple times. Trading volume here about 5.6 million shares. I'm seeing a market cap right now around $2 million. That is, of course, higher after this move up we've had today. Also worth noting, though, very small float, about 260,000 shares. Economic data pretty light. We will have the consumer credit change at 3 p.m. and Fed speak starting at 1 p.m. with comments from Fed's Bowman, guys. We'll also have Neil at his lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Adair. Lesson of the day here. We always talk about the simple concept of relative strength and relative weakness, but I think we got to take it to a whole nother level. And I love it when it's really obvious and something is just thick when everything else is strong. And I think that's one thing you want to watch out for, especially on a day like today. I'm going to talk about the chips and talk about crypto because the crypto move was gigantic. Anybody that's pulled up a chart of SMCI knows that some power moves are happening. A squeeze is happening in SMCI, up 14.5%. At some point in the afternoon, I'll discuss when you're doing a reversion trade, Neil, wait for the actual close underneath the trend line instead of 1, 2, 3. That one was okay. That one was okay. That one was even better. But you can see what's going on. 15% up on SMCI. NVIDIA. 3% to the upside and looking incredibly strong. Micron, almost a program buying since VWAP, up 1% on the day. Now we're going to go to the other end of the spectrum here. And now I'm not short AMD, but AMD down on the session. However, it's at least holding on to VWAP. It's held on to some support levels. So I don't know that this is the one that's going to be the obvious one. The one that was the obvious one, at least right now, is Intel. So didn't participate in the break. And while the market's consolidating off the highs, it's consolidating at the lows. And if you can ever identify, no, look, this doesn't mean that Intel's going to go down and like it's some kind of guarantee. Yeah, Intel's going to go lower on the session, or maybe AMD if you look at it, although volume getting that one above VWAP. But if you can identify sometimes early a stock that doesn't want to go with the group, like it doesn't break out the highs, okay, great. And then as you're making fresh highs, it loses what you would think is a normal support level. As the market retests said highs, it's not just at VWAP. Like it would be one thing if this was testing up at $22.50 or trying to break VWAP when the market's at the highs. No, it's consolidating off of the lows. That means relative to the other names, it's sick. It's not just relatively weak compared to other chip names. It's just flat out trash compared to the other chip names. Now, I don't think this is the most obvious example. The best example of this, and to me, the one stock that was probably the easiest short opportunity, and you always wish it could have been your best stock. It was not my best. It should have been. It's going to be Mara. Because if you look at, whoops, I just went to Microsoft instead of MSTR. That's old muscle memory, right? We don't trade MSTR. We trade Microsoft. This is MSTR. Bitcoin, big bounce over the weekend, broke out 64,000, which was a big resistance level. So you're going to see this as strong. Like, okay, well, yeah, but how's Coinbase doing? Okay, Coin was strong. Now look at it underneath VWAP. Okay, well, maybe this one's a little bit sick. Okay, so it's not breaking lows, but it's underneath VWAP. Maybe we've got something here. Well, let's have a look at maybe a minor. Oh, you know what? Coin's doing a little bit worse than this minor, which is Riot, which is at VWAP, which broke out. But the easiest, I think, was simply Mara. Now, what happens to Mara is it goes right into previous highs. When the market's breaking out, it loses everything, drops the bid. And again, when the market's consolidating in a bull flag, when Bitcoin's consolidating in a bull flag, when MSTR is trying to pull back and not really doing so, you're getting pullbacks into VWAP on Riot, which is actually another minor. Mara is breaking the lows and consolidating underneath them. So when you're looking to short pops or buy dips in a trend, it's always great to have this is the stock I like, this is one we're going to go into. It can be even better if you take a few minutes or take some time to identify, hey, is there something in the sector on the trend up that I should be buying the dip on? Or if I like to short, what's the thing that I should be shorting the pop in because it's clearly the one that is flat out sick. Now I'm going to double up on why this is a better opportunity than Intel, because when you zoom it out, and from a technical standpoint, unlike the other crypto names, this could not even get past lower high resistance. When Bitcoin made a bounce, when the crypto names made a bounce, on the daily chart, this is just another failed test of the 50-period moving average. From a technical standpoint, it doesn't look good, but when you regroup after 10 o'clock, it looks even worse. On the days where you get the big parabolic movers that set things up for you, such as MSTR, moving the way we saw here today. You're talking about a parabolic breakout. Hold a VWAP, then right back highs, up 8% on the day. That's exactly the moment that if something is red in the crypto space, you want to be all over it to the south side. Just like when we see SMCI doing what it's doing, or well, was doing, now it's actually pulling back, or doing what NVIDIA is doing. If you can find something which is just threatening low after low, then that's where you want to short pops in. If you want to play resist support and resistance, play support on strong stocks, but take some time and effort to find what is not just relatively weak, because I would venture you could make an argument that AMD is also weak because it's red on the day, but there's a difference between AMD and Intel. Well, one's down 1%, the other's down 1/3%, but AMD's been able to rally and get back to VWAP and has started to eliminate the downward trend by putting in some higher lows. Higher lows into the same high or into higher highs is a little bit of strength. So it takes a little bit of work when you're scanning through those names, but it ends up being worth it because when you have these big, big moving days and the market's not doing much, finding the right things to revert or to play off of key levels in the right direction is going to get you a little bit of extra cheese. Instead of trying to short something that's flying, go ahead and find the weak space or the sick name in the group, right? Like Riot, strong, Mara sick. I don't know why Mara's so bad today. I just know that when crypto's up, it was still down. And that's why it's your lesson of the day. Some parabolic movers will give you the chance to hunt for the names in the group that are not just failing to participate, but they're flat out sick. And that's your lesson of the day. Find those sick names if you do want to try going the other direction.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome as always. Neil Roberts. Guys, 12 o'clock, almost around every day, noon hour, lunchtime, whatever you want to call it. He drops hot lines. All right, where am I long? 81s right now on NVIDIA. Now we're printing 10s, 15s. Take your pick here, zigging and zagging. I'd like something in and around the top end of the range. The top end of the range takes us all the way into that 129 and 2/3. We'll have to see if we can finally break and take 129 because we've been having a lot of trouble with it today. Above it a little bit, below it a little bit, so we'll pack our patience there. I did get stopped out, sadly, of my dip trade on INDO. I tried to take the 10 exponential and then it gave me a finger. and then it went the other way. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I want a 520 possibly here on INDO because that is the volume weighted average price. We'll see if this one wants to hold up. It's up 25%, but it's given up a lot of the gains right now on INDO. So we'll pack our patience there. NVIDIA zigging and zagging right now with 130 yet again, coming down again. Now, if this, here's the thing, makes a newer low below that 128 and 2/3, this could be an interesting look here for NVIDIA because now we've had, let's see, from 1150 onwards, we've been putting in lower lows and lower highs. So that candle at 1150 on the 5-minute, the top there was 129.65. Every incremental candle subsequent has had a lower high. So we'll pack our patience with this one. INDO is not giving me the entry, sadly. It's still holding up at, I don't want to say the low 540s. I don't need to be first into this one. It can definitely go, and we know it can go, but I wanted a good entry on it, and I didn't get the entry that I wanted. So I'm a little disappointed with myself how I traded this. Right now, I'm trying to decide exactly if I'm going to punch back in or if I'm going to wait for a VWAP trigger. Right now, I'm a little unsure. Joe, what are you looking at?
Hey, I'm looking over here at Amazon again. We took a second trade on this. And you know what? I'm not the happiest about this entry, and I really want to emphasize because when we take that second entry, we want a little bit better here, closer, tighter to VWAP. That was the initial plan there, but we just slightly missed it, but that's okay because if this thing decides to break down a little bit more, then I know there's going to be some move maybe towards 181, even though it is slightly working. So anyways, we're going to hold on to this position and we're going to give it a little bit of room there, but that's fine. But Nick W., I think that's his name, yeah, Nick W., he's always in the chat there. He's always throwing out great questions, so I'm always glad to answer yours. And I really like this one here. He said he had Teradyne Inc. Not too familiar with the company, but just from a technical standpoint, he's looking to do some options plays on that. And you know what, I like that. So we're going to talk a little bit of maybe what I would do specifically on this. So as you can see, we're kind of consolidating in this area between 129, we're at the bottom of the range, and about the high about being 138. With this is sideways movement. And with that, because we're so versatile with options, you can trade options with options, and that's the cool thing about it. I would look to do something like an iron condor on this trade. And an iron condor is something that we'll touch on later in the week, but it's just a combination of two identical, not identical, but two credit spreads. It's a combination of the bull put spread and the bear call spread. So what I would do here, Nick W., is I would initially open my bear call leg first, even though we are at the bottom of this range. So this means I'm essentially bearish on this asset. But if it continues to hold this level and decide to trade back up into the range, that's exactly when I would open the second leg of this trade, and that being the bull put spread. So that is something I would look at. Here is playing a condor on this sideways movement. Sharif and I were saying, we mentioned the other day, is like there's so many different ways to play the market. So, and that's what options give you, right? Instead of just being directionally biased all the time, you can have market neutral strategies like the butterfly, iron butterflies, the condors, and stuff like that. So they're complex strategies and stuff, but we will absolutely dive into those because that's what we do. We like talking options, Sharif, and we're going to get into those complex strategies, and we're going to talk to you guys about those strategies, and it's going to add more versatility to your tool bag. So you're going to have another tool in the tool shed. So yeah, condor on that, Nick W. Open one leg at a time, see which way is working, and then we're off to Adara.
DIS, the Walt Disney Company, at day's lows right now, down about 2.8%. From what I can see, we got a little bit of that volume spike as we get news that Hurricane Milton has now been upgraded to a Category 5. We know Hurricane Helene also hit Florida, so DIS on watch specifically with its Walt Disney World theme park in Florida, as we have not one, but two hurricanes in that area, guys. DIS to the downside.
Yeah, shout out to the OG Gorev for calling that out. Thank you, Gorev. I did see that. Was just about to mention it, but I'm trying to nurse this trade right now in INDO as we work our way through the $0.50 again, looking to take some profit out in the mid-60s there. We're going to have to see if INDO wants to reascend. It did touch double eights. So, shout out to CD Lamb, man. He had some bunch of catches yesterday as the Cowboys took that one late. Where are my Steelers fans at? Where are you guys at? Yeah. We took you guys in the Super Bowl. We're taking you guys that got in yesterday. It's not a good look for you guys, not with the Cowboys. But they did beat us up in the 70s, but you got to go back all the way to 70s to get anything from them there. All right, here we go. We're coming into my level here on INDO, and there's the fill, Joe.
Hey, let's go.
All right, so we're waiting on this one. Sad I did not get my dollar cost average into the $0.25 there. I had the DCA basically at that third of a dollar to take advantage of the bottom wick. It doesn't come back in and there and test it. So Melvin Tejada, that game was garbage, bro. Sheesh, Dak is trash. Okay, cool. I'm sure you can do so much better, bro. Anyway, so we'll keep an eye out for INDO. Looking for it to come back into my level here, 5 1/3, 5 1/4. Still very interested.
Go
AMD.
Sorry, buddy. I'm buzzing over here. I'm buzzing. We're buzzing over here. We're talking about AMD. I'm not even in the trade, and I'm happy for AMD. You know what I mean? Because we love it when those stocks are absolutely buzzing. We're having a great time over there. Shout out Adam DeLuce. Our guy was in this city from the UK, sending in $2 super chats. Thanks, Neil, for the great lesson of the day. His algos must be printing, so he's just sending the cash our way too. So deposit this way, deposit in your account, deposit in ours, and we like it when the algos are printing. Yeah, so we're actually going to take and actually, no, before we go over to AMD, I'm just going to touch on here. I'm just buying the bottoms. I'm selling the bottoms here on AMD. I'm selling into support. And that's not going to work, right? So like when you got these strong stocks and they don't want to break down, even though it does like we're kind of curling over here, putting in that double top and kind of putting in that turtle shell type pattern here, looking like we might go lower. But if you don't have a precise entry on these, like I should be so much closer to VWAP here and I'm not. And that's why when I sell these bottoms into support, they're not breaking, and they're not breaking on volume, so I'm just getting squeezed out of them. So you know what? We're just going to stick to what's working, and what's working is AMD. And the semis, they are absolutely buzzing. AMD is now flat on the day, just up about 0.1%. So that thing is absolutely moving, and we like that. Tesla's starting to recover as well, too. So we're going to see that discretionary aspect start to strength. And Sharif, we know it doesn't take much for this market to get going. Like we don't even know what now AMD's buzzing. Looking to go into this potential gap, which is absolutely, we love Jose and I in the back. He's working on an algo that we discussed not too long ago that actually works on this specific type of trade. And this is really what I like to see. There's a couple positions here that we're going to probably talk about later on in the week and get that sample set built up with that, Sharif.
Can't wait to hear about the algo, bro. That's fantastic. Look there. I'm learning Python every day, little by little.
Saying
bro.
that.
And man, we're getting into like these if-else statements now, and it's a whole scene. Like I haven't touched any of this since like high school.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I've never touched any, and it's intriguing because these guys know what they're doing in the back, right? So they're him and Yanni are writing up scripts, and
writes up too?
Yeah, he's been using Pine Script though. He's using Pine Script, yeah. So Jose and Wayne are two. Those guys are writing up scripts back there. So it's good stuff. Yeah, absolutely. So.
I talked with Chow a lot in the kitchen. He's always telling me about the situation, the algo room, because we have an entire algo room back there, guys. So talking to a lot of those guys, that is the look there. So still holding my INDO position, looking for this one to move up, but I'm certainly interested in adding at 5 1/4. Let's see what else is moving over here. Let's look at some of these large caps, man. The only one I've traded today is NVDA. Let's see what the situation is. Okay, NVIDIA is definitely working its way back above 129. It looks to be a lot more stable this time because now it finally put in a new high. So now you're getting the break of that trend of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutively lower highs. This candle decimates that trend. In fact, I love this look right here because every single closing print above the 10, you do have the wicks below, so they will wick you out if you were doing it on an intra-candle basis. But if you're waiting for the closing print, well, then I think it's a bit of a different story there. So shout out to Adam, who really stressed waiting for the closing print, but oftentimes we do get weaseled out intra-candle on an intra-candle basis. So good look. Keeping an eye on Apple, and definitely working its way back into VWAP. Likewise with Tesla, getting a bit of a move back into the volume weighted average price. Tesla's looking interesting here. If we could break above the, this Yeah, interesting look here. Kind of an inverse head and shoulders a little bit here on the 5. Not that I want to put too much stock into that, but a move above VWAP is interesting. And this area break at around 245 is also quite interesting as well. I mean, I know I'm saying interesting a lot, but the reason I say 245 is a good look is because you definitely had price action, initially support, now resistance at that level. So if we can work above that, get above VWAP, Tesla could definitely be a nice intraday play today with, you know, robo-taxi and whatever on the horizon.
On the horizon, yeah.
Not
yeah.
that bad of a look.
Yeah.
What are you doing over there? How's that?
Hey, we're just looking at AMD here. We're not in anything, but we're going to maybe look to join this trend here. You know what? And speaking of Tesla, we might look to join the trend here on Tesla. If it can break 246 or break VWAP and move to the top side, the overall market is not really doing much. So if this thing catches any form of bid, that can start dragging the rest of the market up with it too. So we're looking at those. Guys, let us know what you're looking at in the chat. Send us some options questions, send us some tickers, something that may be like, hey, we may not notice, and you guys are like, yeah, you guys got to look at this, check this out. We love that because that gives us trade ideas for you guys as well too. So continue to do that, man. You guys are doing great with the questions and stuff, so just keep feeding them our way. And this is exactly what we were looking for. It's unfortunate that I couldn't join this trend with AMD. You know what? I should have stuck to it a little bit longer. I decided to try shorting Amazon, shorting a strong stock. Usually doesn't work in our favor that well, and I don't know why I swayed from something that really works, especially when you know it's working really well. Double bottom potential here on that, so that's something we really like. And now we're entering the gap, which is something that we really like on that as well. So we broke this pivot high, and with that came some new highs. Do we go for the high of the day? Let's see. Maybe. I mean, we had a nice little run in the pre-market here. It might take a little while, but again, we consolidated quite a bit. So maybe we grabbed enough liquidity that we can go and make that potential high a day, which would be absolutely amazing for AMD because we love AMD. We are in some positions in the purse, but hey, that's okay. We love that stuff. So guys, this week we got Introduction to Options Part 2. Sharif, we're going to go over the Greeks. We're going to go over beginner, intermediate, and advanced strategies. So make sure you guys are tuned in for that this Thursday. It's a continuation of the Part 1 that we had last Thursday. All right, so we're going to get some more options content for you guys. So make sure you guys are throwing your questions in the chat or what positions you may be looking at. And we like taking a look at those. Like we looked at Terra Nova or whatever it was not too long ago, Teradyne, and we give our 2 cents on those, right? It's just another trade idea, and that's why you talk and work with other traders because they may see something that you may not see, and that's what you need, right? Because the more eyes, the better. And someone who, guys like Obi and Jose, just say like, hey, look at this, look at that. And that's what you want to do, right? You just have more eyes on different things. So shout out to all those guys in the back, my boys out there. So yeah, that's about it. That's about it.
All right, I'm looking at Sober now, guys. Interesting look. $11 comes in, rejects, and here we go. This is the area low that we're at right now. We've been bottoming tail candle around 950 to 10 on SOBR. It has put in a lower high. But there is this flat bottom that you could guess could take advantage of. We're a little distant from it right now, so I don't know exactly how I want to trade this. Up 160%. Here we go with 950 again. Let's see if we can get down into that level. Buyer at 82, holding us up for the moment. I gave you guys the deets on this earlier with respect to the float, the short float. Let's see if it can reclaim 10, but I am a little concerned with the chart pattern setting up. It's held the 10 exponential. I mean, we're at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 right now. As I see it, that's what I'm looking at over here on the right. That is the 5-minute chart. Again, my black charts are off 5-minute, off which I chart, and then I execute on the 1 or the 3 on the white charts, in case you're wondering. So we'll keep an eye on that. Looking for this one to hold up, but worried about a flat bottom break as well. So let's give this one the old college try over here. There we go. We're going to get filled. We're going to give this one a little bit of room, right? We're going to put it all the way down into here. And then we're going to basically look to take it all the way out there. So that's the look. Let's see if we can get something across on the north side of 10, possibly that that quarter dollar. We'll see if we can, number one, cross above the 10 on the bid, because the bid hasn't been crossing above the 10, only been crossing on the ask. So keep your eye on the time of sales. The time of sales will not bamboozle you with respect to what the orders are coming in. All of them that ever print are going to come in deep deep prints. Dark pools or otherwise, they're going to show up. Sometimes they don't show up, though, at the time that you expect them. Here's what I mean by that. So you'll get a dark pool print that printed at 7 a.m., gets reported at 10:30 a.m. So it kind of throws things off, and that's why we get these dark pool wicks over here. So, you don't make too much of those. And how do you know they're dark pool? Well, you can always look over here. See where it says market? And then there's letters beside those names, beside the price. When you see D, that means dark pool. Now, I don't know if you guys get that on your timing sales, but we definitely get it over here on Real Trading. And the reason that you need to account for those is because they're not reflective of current market price action. They're reflective of what it was when they printed. Why they get reported after they get printed, I have no idea. Maybe you guys know that in the chat. Let me know. But we're 10 pennies right now out of the money on this SOBR. Looking for it to hold that general area of 10. Joe.
Hey, yeah. You know what they say, Sharif?
What do they say?
The third time's a charm.
Okay.
That's it. The third time's a charm. We took Amazon for the third time. We got a way better price this time, and that's exactly what we want. As you guys can see, we stopped out twice, but what we do is we give ourselves a better RVR in this perspective of trading, right? Look how much better this entry is compared to my other two. I'm selling into support, and hence why I get squeezed. So what I better do here is take a little bit off the top while I can before it squeezes back against me. And I'm gonna take a little bit larger of a size off the top here because we failed to break. Oh, but we're breaking. So maybe I'll take a little bit less off, and that's okay, right? That's what we wanna see. So third time's a charm. But hey, Sharif, that's part of my rules though. I won't go more than 4 times on an entry, right? Because then I feel like I'm a little bit chasing it, right? You gotta stay systematic, right? So with things, you don't wanna just be button mashing, right? When you're playing Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter, right? Just guys button mashing. You don't want to get into the button mashing.
I love that.
We've all done that before. You're in NHL and you're fighting the boys, right? And it's just pure button mashing. There's no skill to that, right? So that's exactly what we
wants you to know that personally. She's never done that. Not
she's never
that you
button
asked
mashed.
or anything.
Yeah, okay. She never button mashed.
To let you know.
Okay, all right. That's all right. So she's not gaming maybe as hard as the boys are or anything like that. But yeah, so avoid the button mashing when you're in trading. If you feel a little bit tilted, go and take a breath. If you miss the trade, that's fine. There'll always be another opportunity. And Adara.
MYTE picking some volume here on the 15-minute chart. This company is based in the Netherlands. My Theresa set here to acquire Yux Net-a-Porter from Richemont. The deal here is going to be worth 555 million euros, and in exchange, Richemont will be receiving a 33% equity stake in MYTE. This one here pushing higher, again, with a bit of an increase in volume here. So keep an eye on this ticker. And if there's any other tickers you're looking at today, make sure to vote for them in the chat. !, join, space, $, and the ticker of choice, guys.
Thank you very much, Derek. Yeah, you were saying something.
No, I was just saying take a little more off the top there.
Hey.
On Amazon, because we are breaking down.
There you go.
I was waiting for you on that. Fed you that one there. Yeah. Brad does real estate. I love anybody who does real estate. ARM is buzzing. Yes, sir, it is. It is one of the stronger stocks on the day, up on the day. So we like to see that. Good shout out on ARM. Hey, Brad, I guess hopefully you're in that, and hopefully you have a good entry here. Let's see, we'll pull it up on a 5-minute here to see what it's looking like. And the thing is trending just like NVIDIA and some of the other semis. So good look there. Brad does real estate on ARM. Hey, watch out here. Potential pivot here, though. If we break higher, if we break this wick high, then you can go a little bit higher. Just be careful of this isolated candle print and this isolated volume signature here that could signal a potential turn around. But Amazon is breaking down, and what we were saying to Sharif earlier, third time is a charm. So we're gonna look to take a little bit more off as we break these levels here. And we took a little bit more off just right there, and that's exactly what we're going to look to continue to do as the discretionary aspect in the market, Sharif, is weak.
Yeah, it is right now, man. I haven't been touching these Mag 7s for a while. I mean, I traded NVIDIA today, but I feel like I've been waiting for this market to come out of the position that it's in. Let's say this 20,000 point and change. I mean, we had a good week last week with some days, but let's just have a look over here. Let's go outside of the 5-minute. Where are we at here? Yeah, I mean, this is I mean, obviously we're definitely ranging somewhat, but it's a consolidative look, a little bit, below 20,000, a little bit above. Now we're above that 20,000 point area. We spent multiple days last week. The first, the second, the third, and the fourth were all below 20,000. So we'll keep tabs on that. I'm just watching my positions over here. This one is in trouble. INDO, this doesn't hold above 33s. That's gone. SOBR is going to have to hold above 10 as well, but it's zigging and zagging. We'll find out what the situation is once we get back from Adara at the green screen.
Adara. Do your second small cap recap of the day, and we actually have a really interesting spot right now for the IWM, that Russell 2000. For one, we have lower highs here with some support at 217.30s, but now we're actually seeing a couple bottoming tails candles coming in at that level. Since then, potentially a surge higher. So let's see if we can make a higher high here in the IWM and reverse a bit of that downtrend. Could be a bit of a pivotal point right now for this ticker and for this index as a whole, the Russell 2000. So many small caps to talk about today. We have INDO, MYTE, SRRK. We're going to start off this list here with SOBR. This is one of the strongest midday plays. Sharif, I know, has been involved in this one, currently involved in SoberSafe. This ticker, not seeing any news on it, but it does have here a pretty small float. We're talking 260,000 shares from what I was seeing. Decent amount of social media attention it has run in the past. Most recent market cap I was seeing was around $2 million. So still a smaller market cap despite that move here to the upside today. Next up, we have Cerence, CRNC. We haven't gone over this one yet today, but it does have a 16% short float. Currently pushing into new high of days this morning, announced the appointment of a new CEO and reaffirmed its Q4 revenue guidance. So good look here for CRNC. Last but not least, Oncolytics Biotech. This is a day two move for ONCY. Announced on Friday morning some progress for some of its cancer treatment studies for including breast cancer and pancreatic cancer, saying that they're ready to have an FDA accelerated approval path. So ONCY, larger market cap here, just over $100 million. Day two move to the upside. Again, if you like these or any other tickers that you want to see talked about on the afternoon show, the top 5 tickers voted for can be seen on that show. So make sure you vote in the chat, !join, space, $, and your ticker of choice.
Thank you very much, Adara. As Adara was talking about Sober, I got stopped out of Sober as it broke that $10 level. So we'll look to keep an eye out on this one as it's breaking down. It looked like it was going to halt there at 877 or so, but it gets a bit of a false halt right back above the volume weighted average price, which on my chart's around 9 1/5, give or take. So we're going to watch to see if this one wants to catch a bit of a bid at around VWAP. Otherwise, nothing doing over there. INDO doing a little bit better. Looking for this one to work right back above. It's been putting in successively higher lows, but not necessarily those higher highs. So we're stuck in a bit of a compression pattern here on Indo, kind of looking like a bull pennant, I should say, setting up with the compression pattern obviously being that pennant. So keeping my eye on this one, looking at getting or adding on Indo on the drops, and then we'll see if we can wet our beak on the pops on this one. Next level I'm waiting for here, 58s. We're currently printing 53s on the level 2. So let's keep an eye out here on SOBR. It is now breaking down aggressively below that VWAP. So VWAP, as I said, 9 1/5. We're down to 8 2/3. Here comes 8 1/2. Lots of bleeding here on this name, giving back a lot of the move. Wow, here comes 8, breaking through 8 1/2. What I'm looking at is my 5-minute chart, guys, in case you're wondering. But that is a look right now. So, yeah, that 10 does not hold. That flat bottom break comes in quite fast, furious, and aggressive. There is some support, though, at 8. Keep your eye on that. So, VWAP means bupkis to this stock. But there is this consolidation kind of bull flag that we put in towards the open, but we started certainly in the pre-market there with that $8 level. Gonna pack my patience on this one. Don't need to be first negative on this one though, so we're gonna have to be careful with this. Also, the other one that I want to mention, EH. Haven't had any trades on EH today. It's not the biggest mover either. 20% or so. It did work its way finally into that VWAP. Like I didn't want to touch it anywhere around here because it just was not trading the way that I expected it to trade. But now this is a nice look. If it can hold above this 20 3/4, let's say maybe 20 2/3, and curl back up maybe into 22s, this one is awfully spready. So you got to be ready to deal with that if you're going to trade this stock. EH, guys, I'll give you the details on this one super quick. It is a $1.3 billion market cap, almost 13 million shares traded today, 12.9 at this point. And let's bring down trade ideas and have a look at what the short float is. Okay, so here it is, about 40 million share float with a 13.68% short float there. So definitely one that can get moving, but it's got to give you the right look. Now, true to form, INDO did work up above that 5.5, but still doing what we talked about, which is lower highs but higher lows. It's stuck in that compression pattern. If my bias is that this one continues to the north side, I should be adding on the dips. I'm going to do that wisely here with not too much size so we can take advantage of this one, but I'm looking at wetting my beak possibly at 558, 559.
Ooh.
Anything you got before we set up the lesson?
No, just wet and beaks, brother. Just wet and beaks, dipping toes, and then that's all we do. No, we can head back into the lesson, Sharif. Shortly, we just have a good question. Is Disney a good buy? I mean, Nelson Peltz is no longer on the board. We don't know what's going on with Disney. We don't know why. They're spending a lot of money on streaming. And it's not really working. Disney Plus, I don't know. I can only watch Avengers so many times, and so I don't know if it's a good buy. Maybe wait for a couple good quarters of reporting to come in. I wouldn't try to grab the bottom on this one, but it is Disney. Like I guess the theme parks are just absolutely money printing machines. Yeah. So again, once they get their act together, CEO's name's not coming to my mind right now. There's a Bob Iger. There we go, Bobby I. And that's it. So, but yeah, other than that, we're off to the lesson with Sharif, guys.
Yes, sir. All right. We are talking about average true range and using ATR to basically gauge these realistic profit targets. Let's talk about it. So, ditch that one-size-fits-all profit target setup that you've been using. Today, we'll explore how the average true range, ATR for short, can help you set realistic intraday profit targets based on real-time market volatility. So let's just talk about it super quick. What's the problem with having fixed targets? If there's no problem, why look for a solution? Well, imagine setting up a daily profit goal of $100. You often hear the Katina man say, look, we're at one-time daily goal. We're at two-time daily goal. This, that, and the other. So say yours is $100, all right? Sounds good, right? But what if, number one, the market is super volatile, offering you a chance for much bigger gains? So what that 100 on the day is actually small potatoes. How about if the market is calm, making that $100 price target a little unrealistic? There are no 2 days are alike. Fixed targets, this is the problem with fixed targets. They can leave you frustrated or tempt you to overtrade because your beak wetters are not taking into account market conditions. There it is. Come to the rescue, average true range. It's got a solution. So your intraday volatility meter, that's what it is. Average true range is your intraday volatility meter. Here's how to use it to set realistic profit targets. One, you calculate your target. So instead of using a fixed number, use the average true range to create a dynamic target that adjusts to daily volatility. Here's a simple formula, okay? So for your long entry, let's just say you're trading, well, before we get to the example, let me just talk about the formula. So your entry price, let's say it's $50, okay? Let's say the ATR is 2 on that day. So it would be your entry price, $50, plus 2 multiplied by whatever multiplier you want to use. Now we're going to talk a little bit more about this multiplier, but the multiplier should take into account the specific market conditions on the day. Again, if the market is awfully volatile and you see ATR in the general market, maybe 2, 3, or 4, why would you have an ATR of 1 if you're trading a Mag 7 name, for example, that's directly correlated to the market? So your multiplier in this scenario has to be reflective of the market. Now that's going to take some experience on your part, and that's why you got to back test this entire strategy to see what multipliers work best on what days. So that's if you're long entry. The short entry, exact opposite. Your entry price minus the ATR multiplied by, your multiplier or factor, whatever you want to call it, okay? The factor or the multiplier that you choose is important. It basically should delineate your risk tolerance based on your strategy on the day. So a higher factor aims for larger but less frequent profits, while a lower factor targets smaller, more frequent gains. Let's go with an example here, though. So in this example, we just kind of gave it though. Let's say you buy a stock at 50 bucks. Your ATR on the day is 3. You know that just by looking at your ATR. So you decide to use a factor of 1 because you're kind of novice to this whole thing, right? For a moderate price target. So what would your calculation be like? It's going to be 50, okay, plus 3 multiplied by that 1, which obviously gives you 53. So if you're getting in at 50, you should be looking at taking profits at 53. Volatility, though, is important here, and it should influences your ATR reading as well as your multiplier, though. So imagine on another day, the ATR for that same stock that you bought at 50 bucks, this time is not 3, it's 1. So the market's much more subdued on that day. So this is how your entry is going to be. It's going to be 50 plus 1 multiplied by 1. You're getting your beak wet for that profit taker at around 51, okay? The target is lower due to the lower volatility, reflecting a calmer market where the bigger price swings that you would have got on that 3 ATR day are less likely. So what are the benefits of using average true range as your gauge for profit taking? One, it sets up realistic expectations. Especially if you're more new, you don't really know where, today I should expect, this type of reward or this type of, or I have to risk this amount on this particular name. You're going to get that with more screen time, but you can be more conservative when you start. So your expectations, you should set targets based on what the market can typically deliver that day, reducing your frustrations. There's also an element of adaptability to this strategy. So your targets adjust to changing volatility. So no 2 days are the same on the market. If they are, that's the exception, not the rule. This allows you to capitalize on the opportunities in different market conditions. But there's also an important element of risk management involved here. So since targets are based on volatility, they can help you avoid overextending yourself and even overtrading in these more volatile markets. So if you've got something off which to base it at an objective level based on the intraday volatility on the day, I think that helps. And remember, guys, ATR, by no means foolproof. It is, by definition, a historical measure, right? Not a guarantee. What does that mean? That means it's reflective of past price action. It tries to put you in the situation of being able to gauge future price action based on past, but we all know that never to be always the case. And you should also combine average true range with other price analysis tools and other technical analysis tools as confirmation before entering or exiting the trade. And don't be afraid, guys, to adjust your targets intraday if the ATR shifts. And you should be obviously accounting for that shift. So hope everybody prints up multiple storms and does really well. All right, so we took a bit of a piece off there, Joe, on Beautiful. INDO. We're looking for this one to break 60s because had a lot of trouble with 60s, as you can see here from the previous beak wetter. So INDO in play. SM Dang CI just found its footing at VWAP. Looking good over here. Double bottom candle at around that 46.25. And here we go with 47s again. This is the first candle to make a new high since this candle over here at a quarter after the hour. So let's see if we can get that rounded bottom. And let's see if VWAP acts as a level of support on the day for SMCI. Good look.
Yeah. Great look there, and great lesson from Sharif, because we all know that the average true range and implied volatility, historical volatility, all reflects kind of identical future price movement, past price movement, and that is really key to option selection, right? So when the ATR is on the rise, with that comes higher volatility, and with higher volatility comes increased options premium, right? So whether you're a seller or a buyer, which you don't really want to be buying in high volatile areas, but just keep an eye on the ATR because that can really, really help out your trading. So that's great stuff from Sharif. And it's great because we can add everything implying everything into options, right? So everything flows nicely. It's a nice ebb and flow to everything, and that's what we're looking to do. So guys, as you can see, the market is still kind of trading in this $2 range here, $2.50 to $3 range. There's nothing crazy going on. The semis are absolutely buzzing. We had ARM Holdings that was trading higher. Now we're up about 0.3% on AMD, and we're still at about 3.5 on Nvidia. So the semis are really strong, guys. And you know what's kind of dragging the market is XLC and the discretionaries, right? They're not overly strong, but those guys can rebound at any given moment. We're still short Amazon. We got a good thing. We got a good entry on this, and I'm just going to touch on Amazon real quick. And we're going to go over about like kind of risk to reward scenarios on why you want to do cut trades and why you always want to kind of look for a better entry and not hold on to things. So as you can see here, guys, I entered a short here, selling into support. My stop is VWAP, right? So I need a little bit larger of a move to get about a 2-to-1 or so on this trade. I look for it. I should have had this entry here, which would have been really nice. We would have been sitting pretty there. But we didn't take it. Again, we sold the bottoms, and I'm like, it's not working. It's not doing what I want to do. So stop is VWAP as well. But this is really key. And this is when me and Sharif were laughing. Third time's a charm, and it truly is. So this is why. Look at my risk to reward on this when I have a better entry, right? So like now I have almost a better, well not almost, I do have a better price. But my RVR is substantially better, especially if I'm using VWAP as my out, right? So as you can see, we took a little bit of a stab paper cut here, and then about just under an R loss here. But as you can see, we have a tighter risk to reward, which allows us to give us a 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1 on the trade, right? And that's exactly what you're looking for. So don't fall in love with any one position, right, guys? Just get out of it. If your thesis isn't planning out how you want it to, then that's fine. There's always going to be another entry, and you guys will hear me repeat that a lot, that there's always going to be somewhere you can get in and get in at a better price. All these guys know that stuff, and that's, I think, really key to some longevity in trading is just always improving that risk to reward. Hey, how can I be one, as the boys in the back say, Wayner, how can you be 1% better every day? And that's what we're looking to do is just try to become a little better each and every day, Sharif.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Imagine trading with someone else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool. And here's how it works. Complete the evaluation program by meeting the profit targets. Once you succeed, you trade the pool's capital, which gives you the ability to trade up to $260,000 in buying power. The best part is that you keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm takes all the risk. It's the ultimate way, whether you're a beginner or a professional trader. So go check out tradethepool.com. I went over to the website and it looks awfully promising. Scan that QR code on your screen. I don't see a QR code, but it's okay. Or go into the description of the link and get the link there. So shout out to the good folks at Trade the Pool. So the good look there. Keep an eye out on SOBR because this one is holding 8, and I really like the 8 level because of this consolidation area here. So we're gonna keep a lookout right now on Trade the Pool, or not Trade the Pool, on SOBR, looking for this one to hold up at around 8, work its way back into the volume weighted average price. But this is kind of breaking my rules a little bit here, so I'm gonna hold off on taking this trade. I like to look at 8, but I have a rule with these small cap gappers. I don't take them long south of VWAP, and I don't take them short north of VWAP. Going long here breaks my rule. I have one exception to that rule, and that's trading these small cap gappers as a range trade rather than a breakout trade if they are south of VWAP. So what does that mean? That means if I got in at 8, I'd have to literally get out at 9. I wouldn't be able to do otherwise. No, I'm kidding, of course, because I'm trading it as a range. So I'll look to basically weasel my way if this one can get above $9, knowing full well that by waiting to get up into 9, I'm giving up a lot, obviously, of profits. But that is my problem, not yours. So going to keep my eye out on this one. SOBR up 125%. Not a light day for SOBR. INDO, I'm continuing to hold on to this trade. Namely, for a couple of reasons. One, I wet my beak out on some profits, so I'm holding a small amount of shares on this name. And number 2, it's putting in higher lows. And it's basically respecting that 20 exponential moving average on the 5. Again, the other side of that coin is, so that's the bullish side. The bearish side is it's had a lot of trouble holding above that $0.50. And if that $0.50 is going to be, the line in the sand for the shorts to try to defend their position, well, then that probably spells trouble for me, especially now because I'm out of the money and it's coming down into my entry. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. SOBR, let's see what this one does.
Hey. Yeah, beautiful stuff. I'm just over here looking at XLC and why this market is kind of trading lower. And it's XLC, it's Google, and it's Meta that is dragging the market down. So we're down about 1% here on XLC, and that has some influence on why this market is absolutely chopping around and not doing much right. You got the semis moving higher, and then you got these other big mega caps that are bringing the market down too. So that's why you see that kind of push and pull in the market, and we really have, well, actually, sideways is the direction. So maybe for all those 0 DTE players, maybe look to play a condor on this sideways price movement, because that's what we do. We play condors when price is moving sideways. When we have no definitive direction and we can't put on a bias trade or any form of directionals, look to open up the toolbox and the tool bag and look to take into some more trades. And that's the power of options, just being able to trade multiple strategies using options, all right? So I think that's a look there, guys, on why this market is kind of chopping around, not doing too much, is you want to look at these sector ETFs and see what everybody's up to. I mean, XLF, the financials are pretty weak today too. We failed to break this top, this all-time high. We rejected pretty heavy on that, so that can have some influence on the current market sentiment as well. And here we go. Like, Google's still continuing to the downside, not down an extreme amount here. Just down about 1 1/10 there, which is okay. Still totally healthy. And they had that probe going into them. They were SEC's talking about splitting up Google and all that type of stuff, which is
man, they're going after everybody.
They're going after everybody. Yeah. So they want money.
They don't know who to go after next.
They don't know who to go after. But I mean, their pockets are deep there, right? So I think Google will be just fine. You can't really break up Alphabet like that. It's going to cost a hefty penny in order to do so. But they're doing it because they don't want monopolies and stuff like that, and that's totally fine. But hey, that's okay. But as you guys can see here, we'll pull up Google on our chart. And it's dragging the market down with it. That's why XLF is a little weak. So again, when these mega caps are really weak, just look. Don't try to fight the market. Employ a little bit different strategies here. I don't know why we're still loading here. That's okay.
Amazing.
Ooh.
That's
okay.
yours, my man.
Hey, what do we got?
That's yours, my man.
Oh, hey.
I don't have to go like
this. So hey, look. We get the earpiece now. We got the earpiece now, so we're having a good time.
It's a blessing and a curse.
I was there. But now I have Ram in my ear, I think.
Well, that's why, exactly. It's a blessing and a curse.
That's it. So, yeah, okay.
Right?
But hey, that's so much.
Ram.
She was trolling me with Blake Griffin the other day, so it was fun. So, and guys, just look at Meta here. I don't know why these aren't loading here. Maybe we'll pull up Sharif's chart while my things load. Meta. Sure. Yeah, we'll look at Sharif's chart here and just look how the communication sector is moving. It's really weak. And when you have and I've said it, multiple times throughout the day, when you have this push and pull, this is what happens, right? We chop around a little bit and we're off to a Dara.
Are we? Oh, no. I was telling Ram to point out my...
see, this is why... Hey, this is why... Look, it's in here. This is why you need it. This is why you should hook this up ASAP. I'm not too sure where my data isn't loading on this stuff, but... That's okay. We'll just pull back AMD, and
the entire market
is absolutely tanking.
It really accepts NVIDIA and Tesla.
Exactly. So again, the semis holding this market up. And one thing that I like here, Sharif, in AMD is that you can see the weakness in the pullbacks on AMD after we broke VWAP and we made those kind of hourly highs and we broke those pivots and that low volume, right? So we have diverging volume on the move down, which is really good. So we like to see that. On those pullbacks, we like to see a decrease. When a stock's moving higher, we like to see a decrease in volume on the pullbacks. That can just give us more conviction within the trade that, hey, we're going to trend a little bit more today. And that's exactly what AMD and the semis are doing. They're just holding their levels and they're holding them really strong. The market is selling. We got the Qs trading below VWAP, which is really good. Well, actually good depending on whatever side of the trade you're on, but it's chopping around. But you can see that AMD and NVIDIA are holding. I don't know why I'm not getting any data on my stuff, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll manage it. And look, it's just holding. I mean, still up 3 1/4 on NVIDIA, and AMD is holding these levels too, which we really like to see on AMD. Sharif.
Yes, sir. I'm looking the short on Disney. So we just broke above the 10 exponential. So Disney's down 2 3/4.
Okay.
So we just popped up nicely here for the first time, breaching the 10 exponential. I'm also eyeing that 20 exponential. And on my 5-minute chart, that is, not on the one. And that 20 exponential is a little bit above that $0.75. Let's see what we do with the $0.50 here. Because we did technically breach that 10 exponential, but it looks like to be a bit of an inverse hammer candle right now, or topping tail candle, so to speak. Now, if I get in here, it'd be an easy out. It'd be like the break of this high over here above, I want to say 63 or thereabouts. So I don't need to be first into this trade, but I'm definitely interested in getting short. Now the market is looking a little bit negatory.
Yeah,
We've got, you know, I think we can realistically weasel down into I believe 20,100. We're putting in lower highs on the future. The reason I'm even looking at that is I'm just trying to gauge what some of these larger cap names are going to do here. So that's what we'll look at. So right now, short Disney. Where am I short? 49s. We're going to look to, you know, get in maybe, or wet our beak, maybe at the third of a dollar, quarter of a dollar. We'll see exactly what we get there, and we're going to put the out in the high 60s. So if we get up into that position, I want no smoke on this one, and we'll look to set up a little bit differently on this one. So that is the look right now. We're gonna put in our out on said Disney trade here to get out in the low 70s, high 70s, and we're gonna wet our beak possibly at, you know, $0.25 or something like that. So we'll put that there, and we'll see what the situation is. Now let's flip back into the other trade that we've got, INDO. Where am I? I'm 3 pennies out of the money on this one, but I'm holding baby shares. The stop is already in place. I'm starting, though, guys, to see something is afoot here with this 40 penny area. How many times are we going to make lower highs but not lower lows on a closing basis at $5.40? No, this is the level I'm talking about. This is interesting because you're getting breaches of that 540, but look at that. Every single closing print north of that 540, that is, of course, after 1210 when we printed the low there. So I'm going to keep my eye out on INDO. You know, I'm not really holding that many shares for it to affect me, but definitely interested in where I could add. And the area right now that I'm looking at adding is possibly 5.25. And we're already getting a breakdown here of 540, but not on a closing basis. So going to continue to watch that. What's my Disney situation over here? Yeah, we're a few pennies out of the money, but you know, I'm not risking too much over here. So if it makes a new high, definitely going to get out without a big hit because we got in at a really good area here on Diz. But that's the situation. Also, I should let you know that Donald John Trump has found one hell of a seller at $19. How many times are we going to weasel up into 19 and then get rejected? So there's clearly something afoot here with $19 on DJT. But let me show you something else. We're putting in these higher lows so we could get that flat top breakup. This is an ascending wedge where we had that big boy move into 18, then incrementally higher low with all the while that same flat top 19-ish right there. So we'll see if we can get that break above 19 on DJT. The way I trade this is I set up on a dip. So as you can see, you know, the dips, you know, when they get a little deeper, they do bounce off the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. So if you want to, you know, possibly get into that, that's interesting there as well. SMCI right back above that $47 area, now looking to go above 47.5. We know the high of the day is about $1 from north of where we are here. 48.49 is where that look is. So I'm going to pack my patience there. We don't have to set it up today. I mean, we could set up tomorrow, because that's going to require me to talk for like another half an hour. So I don't think we need to do it right now.
We don't got to do that right now.
Yeah.
Hey, we're having some.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, we're having some people. We'll give Sharif a little breath there as we set some stuff up. But we're at a little technical difficulties here on P Pro, but that's okay. We'll get through them. We're just going to look at the sectors and what the overall market is doing here. Again, so as you can see, we're flat. We're flat on the day. The market isn't really doing anything overly crazy, and that's expected when you're coming into these big data prints, right? We know JP is data dependent, so he's going to wait. We're going to see what happens in the overall market with those, because these are some key readings that he's obviously always looking at to determine where he's going to go in the near future with the rate cut. And I don't think he's in much of a rush to cut too fast or anything, and which is reasonably so, because he doesn't want to end up in the exact same spot that he was in before. And that's what we were talking about last week too, Sharif, with the dock workers and stuff. And even though JP has no influence on what goes on with that strike. It's in his best interest to get those deals done. So we're looking at that and what the overall market's going to do. We have, I heard Neil mention it earlier today, we're having an inside day, and we're doing exactly that. If we're not going anywhere, and the Qs have been lagging the SPY. So if we get any good prints here, we get those good data prints, we can expect this market to catch a flame up under it and continue to the top side, especially if we break 493.33. There can definitely be a push for all-time highs on the Qs. So after that, we'll take a look at some more sector ETFs, but first, Adara.
Time to check back into the world of crypto right now here. Last time we looked here around 10:30 a.m. Today we're going to take a bit of a look at some other stories, including one coming out here of Europe. Actually, we heard a lot of sometimes about the SEC and crypto regulations. Today we're going to be talking about stuff going on in Europe with the European Securities and Market Authority, the ESMA. 21 Shares, which is a Swiss-based exchange-traded product provider here for crypto names. They're basically calling here on the ESMA to establish a regulation standard for incorporating crypto into the UCITS, which basically allows it to be a transferable security fund. So 21 Shares, if you're not familiar, they have their own ETF for Ethereum. They also have an ETF for Bitcoin in tandem with ARK, so Kathy Wood's ARK Invest. So interesting note there, basically saying that there is a problem that Germany and Malta allow this UCITS conversion, but other countries in the EU do not. So basically calling for unity. Interesting little EU story here for 21 Shares and for the world of these ETFs. Now, in terms of Bitcoin, usually at 10:30 we look at the daily chart. Today, I wanted to take a look at the 5-minute chart for Bitcoin. We've got a little bit of a rounded bottom forming here with some clear support at this 63.5 level. So let's see if we can continue to push higher here. Next level of resistance that I'm seeing in the 5-minute could be potentially the 63.9 area. Then let's see what we do at 64.1. High of day right now looks like it's going to be just below 64.5. So let's see if we can make a new high of day here. Pretty obvious support, like I said here, that 63.5 with even a bit of a resistance flip from earlier in the day. Let's see how this all unfolds in the world of crypto as we head into the rest of the afternoon, guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. Killing it on the crypto segment. All right, we're working down here on Disney. All right, nice. I just looked over to the Katina, man. We were having a conversation while Adara was dropping hotlines. I was like, what's going on with Disney, man? I mean, did they make the Joker movie? Katina was like, no, that's Warner Brothers, but it's a sympathy play. Because, well, if, movies in general, and more specifically, superhero movies are not being received, well, there's going to be some sympathy move with that as well. But from what I'm hearing, I don't know what you heard, Joe, if you even heard anything, but I'm hearing people were walking out of the theater, bro. I saw videos on my favorite social media platform, TikTok. People were walking out of there. There was videos of dudes walking out of the movie mid-movie, dude. About that. So I didn't say nothing. I didn't see nothing about it, but
I haven't seen the movie myself, but I heard it's kind of leaning more towards that musical aspect, like a musical, right? So some people don't want to go see a musical with Joker. I mean, what's this Lady Gaga's in it and stuff like that.
You're saying the same thing that Ram is saying in my ear, word for word. That's placed out. That's happening. What are you guys conspiring?
Yeah, maybe I don't got the earpiece in yet, but great minds think alike apparently. So Ram will be saying stuff in my ear shortly. So
we got to get to Adara though. Adara's got something for us at the big desk.
There you go.
The news on Disney, from what I'm seeing, and basically what is confirmed here by a bit of a volume spike to the downside as this news came in, we did have around 12 p.m. Hurricane Milton being classified now as a Category 5 hurricane. So Hurricane Milton heading through Florida. This is the second hurricane in recent weeks that Florida is facing. Of course, the first being Hurricane Helene, which also hit North Carolina and some of these other southern states. So that's what I'm seeing here as the potential catalyst for Disney. The Joker Folie à Deux movie, definitely not a good look for the state of cinema. Actually, the first superhero movie apparently to get a D rating from Cinema Score. So Joker Folie à Deux, also not good news. But from what I'm seeing, what's been moving Disney has been the Category 5 designation for Hurricane Milton, because we do have, of course, Orlando and that Walt Disney World theme park, guys.
Yeah, it kind of goes without saying, Joe. We're hoping everybody stays safe out there.
Absolutely.
Helene, or however it's being pronounced, it was an absolute disaster, man. I've seen a lot of stuff there, and it breaks my heart to even see it.
Absolutely.
So we're going to send our good wishes, obviously, to everybody. Stay safe, and, what else can we really say?
You know what? It's really tough. One of my buddies actually lives out in Florida now. He delivers boats and etc. And he was sending me snaps of his house in Florida after the hurricane hit. The water is he has 3 feet, almost a meter of water in his house, right? So, and the insurance is absolutely going crazy. So they're apparently, it's a whole nother world over there with insurance in the South because everything is just getting destroyed.
Can I tell you something? 60 Minutes did a hot take on this. This dropped, I think, yesterday or the day before. It came on my favorite social media platform, TikTok. So here's a look, dude. So back in, I forget which hurricane it was a big one last year. The adjuster is a third-party adjuster hired by the insurance company. They go out and they do all the assessments. This guy, he submitted like maybe a few hundred assessments last year to the same insurance company because they hired him, right?
Yeah.
And the insurance company adjuster, the internal insurance company adjuster, would remove certain things from this guy's report. Let me give you an example. This guy said that one of the insurance or the coverage was you had to pay this person out about $250,000, a little bit less, 230 something thousand. You know what that internal insurance adjuster adjusted to? 15,000 and change. Just rinsed it, and they did it with like
5%.
Obviously to buff up that.
That's insane.
The balance sheet for investors and shareholders, and that kind of breaks my heart because that's on the back of hardworking people, man. And 60 Minutes, guys. Have a look at that.
And you know what I mean with the insurance. When it goes insurance, like it's like you never use it, right, Sharif? Like you maybe need it once or twice in your lifetime or anything like that. But when you go to use it, they are giving you a hell of a time on absolutely everything, trying to short you on every absolute penny. So guys, just make sure you guys go over your policies and everything like that, and cross your T's and dot your I's and stuff like that. Hey, maybe the insurance plays. Let's go over and look at some insurance plays. Guys, so if you know any good insurance plays in the market, let us know in the chat and we'll take a look. And then we will not short those guys at all because at the end of the day, they are always going to make money. And guys, Amazon, we got my P Pro back here. And we stalled out a little bit, so unfortunately I didn't get out exactly break even, but it wasn't too far. We held the bottom here. We got out the majority of our position, and we had about 30-40% here at this point, and we cut it break even, which is exactly what we want to do. It can go back towards the downside, and that's totally fine. But we got the semis still buzzing. AMD's making new highs, so we're looking to maybe. We don't want to chase it up here considering where we are, maybe at some potential resistance, but it is lagging NVIDIA and it's ready to pick up steam and it's ready to catch up because this thing is an absolute monster and it has been a monster. Last Friday, Sean and I were talking about it, up 5%, and multiple people, even waiting in the back, is like, yeah, a lot of people are saying AMD, this thing is strong. It's going to be number 2 in the chip race. And it's still 25% off its highs, so off its all-time highs. So there's still definitely room for this stock to run. Wait for it to maybe come in a little bit if you're looking to play some long-term positions in it, or maybe look to play the all-time high break, right? So you're going to wait a little bit before you enter this stock. But as you can see, unfortunately, we're not in this one, but it is absolutely buzzing to the top side. We're now going to go for high a day.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Wow. Which is insane, around 172.70s, and wouldn't be surprised if it went high a day and then additionally higher, right? So I wonder what NVIDIA is up to. We'll take a look at NVIDIA as well. Still up on the day, about 3.5%, a little bit higher than that, 3.75% there. So this thing is strong. It's done its move a little bit already, and we are kind of in the lunchtime hour. So expect a slower grind on this one. And that's okay because if you're in around VWAP or when it double bottomed here, then you're sitting pretty, right? Suntan City, sitting pretty, and you have a really good position. So hold on to that one. NVIDIA is always a buy, and I think from a multiple standpoint, it's still relatively cheap to the overall market. So look to hold on to that one. And if you get any rebound here in the discretionary aspect, like Amazon's rebounding right here now as well too. And we'll take a look at Tesla to see what Tesla's up to because it did sell off a little heavy earlier in the session, but again, that thing can recover at any minute. It is a little bit weaker, which is okay, still down about 2 2 1/10% there, which is totally fine. So yeah, that's just what I'm looking at. We're gonna keep an eye on the overall market, Sharif, and see where we go from here, brother.
Man. All right, we're still in that Disney short, guys, about the $0.50. Wet my beak here at the third of a dollar. Now it's moving up back into the $0.50. So I'm gonna keep my eye on this one. Now, the situation is I'm kind of biased on this one, so I'm thinking, you know, this is probably a good opportunity to reload near the $0.50 because it keeps wicking up into the $0.50 and it's met with a wall of selling. Wow, and we just dropped just like that. Didn't even have an opportunity to add there, right into 40s. We go on DIS, Big Bobby I. He ain't happy today properly. All those options contracts that he's got. No, we're kidding. Of course, guys, in case you're wondering what the, I know, right? You like that?
I was going to say that. That's what I'm saying. Uh-oh. Here we go. Uh-oh. Let's
who's
go.
back in the chat? Big Spile. We miss you, brother. We miss you. Big Kyle Burdett, man. He's taking some time off. We missed you, Big Kyle, last week. I've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty, Big Kyle.
That's his go-to. That's
for whatever reason.
That's his go-to line.
Yeah,
what's up with that? You got to fill me in. I feel like it's I'm in the back burner with that one there. There's an inside joke. Burdett hasn't told me, hasn't filled me in yet. So
yeah, Burdett, he's the easy OG, man. Big Spile, we miss having you around, brother. You missed Adam last week. He was in Toronto. He was on the show, right? And he was dropping hot lines, talking about algos. We missed you. We wanted to have you and Adam on at the same time so the banter could, take place. But that's all right. We're going to still wait for you up in these parts, Big Spile, waiting for you to get those kids the requisite passports and make your way up north of the border. Just be nice to the border guards, Big Spile, because there's a big ban from this country. You know, they'll quick to ban you in this country too. By the way, they don't like.
Is he from the south? Is he from the south?
He's from Penn.
And
he's not too far away from us right now. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Bob Karen, MYTE. He's yelling at me over here. That means it's important. That means I got to do it right now. So we're going to look at MYTE. Let's have a look. What are we going to remove? We're going to remove EVGO. What is this one up to? Oh, that's the mother of all rounded bottoms. What is this?
Jeez.
Okay, let's find out what the situation is on Might. I'm going to do a pun, but Adara's right there. It would not be fair. It's not a mighty day for Might, Adara. There it is, $6.99. Knocking the door of 7 there, guys. All right, 60% up for MYTE. It's about a $600 million market cap with about 10 million shares traded on the day, guys. What's the float and the short float? We're going to shout out Trade Ideas and the crew there with the NOS Boss MYTE. Let's find out the situation. So we're talking about a 19.4 million share float and a negligible short float, sub 1%, according to Trade Ideas. So number one, I want to see what we do, $7, because there's been multiple topping tails rejecting off 7. Now let's do our due diligence here and look at the daily on this. Okay, so obviously we're coming from these higher situations during the pandemic time, September 2021. We were at $30. Obviously, it's been rejecting the 200 exponential. You'll see that on the day. Now it's above it, and it's been above it multiple times in the recent past. I was going to call this a former runner, but it's not really. This is like the biggest outlying day it's had in multiple years. Let's go to the weekly here, quickly here on this one. Yeah, so we're coming from multiple highs, guys. We breached this high over here. So this high is around 6.25. We're above that. Now we're looking at 7, obviously, because it's a whole dollar. But if we get above 7, I'm looking at 7.75, possibly even that 8.5 to take into account this area over here. So MYTE just found its spot on my side chart over here. So we're going to keep this in focus, see what we can do with the Mighty Might. Let's flip back over here to see what Diz is up to. We're still south of the $0.50, and I'm unsure how to play this here, whether to add to it or to wait. So I'm gonna think about this one for a sec. Day trader cut, Fed Bowman at 1. All right, we will have a look there. Obviously, Adara at the big desk. She'll bring us anything market moving. No question about that. You can rest assured. What are you looking at, Joe?
Hey, we had actually our day trader cut mentioned AYT, and I said in the chat it's a big no on AYT. We don't like that. It's like a nickel stock. Do you guys say nickels in the States? I'm not sure. So a nickel. On that one, we don't like that stock really. But I just want to point something out on AMD here, which can lead to a potential top And you see how this candle is isolated? And it's kind of pivot, kind of put in like a reverse hammer, whatever you want to call the doji, kind of around these highs. So if we break this to the top side, then yeah, I can see us go for a push for around 172 and try to make a new high a day. But also be aware of these candles for potential pullbacks as well too. Those are really key in the volume price analysis signals. So when you correlate volume and price, the good thing about it, there's no isolated volume signature on that. So we really like that. So again, this thing has been absolutely strong, and we're going to assume that it's going to continue its strength. We're not going to go against that or anything, but that's just a good look there on AMD, I think. So just be aware of a pullback if you're looking to short it. I don't know if that's going to be an entry for you or any form of signal, but there's just something to keep an eye on. And guys, it's the same sector that's kind of just dragging this market down here, and that's XLC. Meta is weak, and I mean, Meta has been really strong for the past couple weeks too, so we can kind of expect this, and this is nothing crazy. It's not even down a full % right now, so essentially it's nothing on the overall move that it's been doing, and that's exactly what we want to see, right? So it's been a healthy pullback here, and we can see some continued strength in Meta, right? Because we got the Orions out now, coming out soon. Am I getting yelled at? To Adara, and I am getting yelled at. So we'll go straight to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport.
Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, WorkSport, great stuff from Adara as always there. We love it. So here's just a look on Meta here from a daily perspective, and you can see the massive bull run that we've been on here since their that's an earnings. So against a dividend payment, and I remember Mark a couple quarters ago implemented a dividend payment or increased it either or on the stock, which absolutely sent this thing skyrocketing as well too. So paying back the shareholders, we always like. And you know what, I'm looking for a split on this stock in the near future. We don't want it to get too expensive, and we would like to get our hands dirty or wet our beaks on this one because we like Meta, and Mark's just always going to be on the top of his game employing groundbreaking technology like he has with the Orion glasses, right? Those things are absolutely phenomenal, and it's only a matter of time until companies like Apple is what I'm looking for. They come out with something groundbreaking as well too, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Apple has on front of those, get those Oculus a little bit smaller maybe, I think, on Apple. And who knows? Because Mark's teamed up with Ray-Ban, so who knows what the boys over there on Apple, Cook, Timmy C, and the other guy, I forget his name, I can't think of it right now, are going to cook up, right? So always expect them to do something because what Meta's done with the Orion is absolutely fantastic. So we'll continue for this stock to rise. Just be aware that it may be pricing these things into perfection, and then you can see coming the next report, if everything doesn't live up to its expectations, maybe you can see a potential down move on the report. Just speculating at this point, right? But keep an eye on for that because when we do price things into perfection and we get a slight miss, kind of like NVIDIA on the last report, you do see some pullbacks. And with these strong stocks, you absolutely look to buy into those. What do you think, Sharif? You buying dips on little weak reports or anything like that with the strong boys?
Right now, I'm not buying any Mag 7s. So I've only got 3 Mag 7s in my portfolio. The largest one, Apple, far and away. I have some pre-split NVIDIA that I haven't added to, and I have some Tesla from the, well, I'm not going to say, I never say my price, but I have some Tesla. It's by far, far, far smaller than my Apple, far and away my biggest position by far. So I'm done. I'm done. Yeah,
but I mean, pre-split NVIDIA, let's go. That's big.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
All right, I'm just gonna tell you exactly how many shares I have. I have 5 shares.
But now you got 50. Now you got 50. And now you got 50. So
I have never added, never removed. I've totally forgotten about it, not touching that.
Good. That's good.
But what I'm looking at adding, though, Joe, are these non-Mag 7 names. So now I'm looking for electric vehicles because the EVs have just been beat up so much. I want to pick up what I feel to be good EV plays. I've picked one up.
Like BYD and stuff.
No, I wouldn't touch BYD just because there's so much political headwind.
Warren
the
dabbled
best.
in that too, didn't it?
Yeah, it was Charlie's play. But yeah, it was
Charlie's
Warren.
play. Yeah, it was Charlie's play.
In any event, I learned my lesson with Li Auto. Only because I still think Li Auto is a fantastic company, but it doesn't really matter what I think, man. The geopolitics are what they are.
Absolutely,
so
absolutely.
That's the situation.
And that's the name of the game, right? So Elon's fortunate that he's been classified as more than an EV guy, like more of a tech company and everything, and a software or data collection company, right? And that's kind of what they refer Elon. And I remember when Tesla was selling, there's a little bit of weakness in Tesla that like, oh, is he just a car company? No, you never underestimate the man. He will always have a trick up his sleeve. He's been about robotaxi and autonomous driving for a long time. So yeah, just look, he's doing good. So look to own Elon, absolutely.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm a big Elon fan. All right, guys, I think I'm going to get out of this Disney trade because it did take 92.50 decisively. So I didn't add here like I was anticipating, but here we go. If it breaks above 60, this is the area crest. And we also know that this is an area resistance level. We've tested it twice so far, and here comes the third attempt. But now we're putting in higher lows and kind of an inverse head and shoulder on the one, albeit is just on the one. So it could absolutely be nothing, but I'm going to keep my eye on this one, looking for a possible move back into that level. What's the situation over here? So I did get caught in a downhaul. Fantastic here on Sober. It is not my day, so it looks like we did break down 8.11 over here. I got a dip trade at 8.50. That's not going to work well, so I'm going to caught in a downhaul on this one right now. Definitely need to be careful with that one. Once it opens, I'll be looking to get out of that. So keeping my eye here on said Disney because it's working above that 60 penny area. Again, I think that is going to be my line in the sand. Don't want to really deal with the higher high situation. In fact, if it does work its way above there, I'll be looking at 60 pennies as possibly support now. That's if it takes it on a decisive basis. So we'll keep tabs on that one. MYTE. I'm not sure why it's not updating on my chart. Let me just update it over here. MYTE, there we go. Okay, so now it's updating. Let me bring in the side chart and have a look at this bad boy, because this is still holding above the 10 exponential, even though, we kind of got into that $7 area, found a lot of resistance. So I don't want to be quick to look for shorts for this. I think it's probably a pay for short type situation, but if it does find its footing at the 10 exponential, maybe around that 6 2/3, 670, give or take that area, I'll be looking to take it back north. But good look right now on MYTE. Not one that I had eyes on, and for whatever reason, it's not loading up on my scanner. But I did change some of the settings on my scanner today, so I think I might have screwed something up. So we'll keep tabs on that. INDO back above holding. I should say that higher low situation, breaking above that 550 again. I did get stopped out for the remaining amount that I had on this one. We'll keep tabs on INDO. SRRK is the biggest percentage winner on the day, but it's, awfully consolidative. Give or take a couple of moves over here during the midday. So that's my look on that, guys. SMCI looks maybe like it's destined to come back into the volume weighted average price, kind of putting in around the top at that 47.75. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successive red candles on the 5-minute, each with lower highs and lower lows, except this one over here. But good look. I'd like it possibly around 46.25, maybe 46. SMCI has been holding VWAP awfully well on the day. Good look for them. But I got to go back into this sober position and manage it because it's not a good look here, Joe, because this thing is halted to the downside. And I'm long 55s, and we're halted at 11s. Let's find out what the tap is on SOBR. Currently, the tap, 8.11, exactly where we left it off. So nothing's changed there, but I'm going to be looking at getting the hell out of there once it's open, guys.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, those halt down, those volatility bands, you know what I mean, when they get triggered, hey.
Oh yeah.
See, that's part of it, right? So unfortunately, that's just the way it goes. Kyle Burdett says, Sharif, I've seen a bunch of Rivian trucks. Yeah, I've seen a couple of Rivians, and I mean, they look nice. You know
like
what
them.
I mean? So they don't look too bad. I mean, it's a fancy looking vehicle. So yeah, good. And guys, I just look at this, right? Like we're gonna look at the overall market, and we're just gonna look at this sideways movement, right? Like this. So if you guys have put on your condors or anything like that, congrats to you. Hopefully you collected some premium throughout the day because the volatility is starting to pick up. We're starting to sell a little bit here, but Meta is absolutely tanking and it is sending the market to the downside. Something is going on in the communications today and we don't know what it is because these things are selling. Even still down on about 0.7% here, about 0.8. But it's moving. I've emphasized before that it's healthy and it's not anything to be overly too alarmed with. But you can just absolutely see this sideways price movement down about 0.5% on the Qs here, and we're just trading in this $2 range, right? We got the semis. Like AMD is making new highs, right? As Meta's tanking. So talk about moving in totally opposite directions. And with AMD moving higher, I'm assuming that Nvidia is moving probably higher too. So guys, stay away from the overall markets if you're looking to trade the Qs or TQs, maybe because it's just chopping around and you're not getting that breakout that you could potentially be looking for. And that's totally fine because with that becomes, and we've been talking about it all day, is you can play something else like the sector. So XLC is to the downside. The semis, I'm sure SOX L. Actually, let's take now that I mention it, SOX L, and I opened this position because in my long term, because I seen that this thing was down about 54% off its all-time highs. And I'm like, why is this thing down so much, right? We got Broadcom in it. We don't know why is it AM? Yeah, there we go. So its top three largest holdings are Broadcom, Nvidia, and AMD. So once those start rolling, then absolutely that thing's going to be looking strong. So as you can see, the semis, this 3x leverage derivative, so 1% move equals a 3 on this ETF here, and it's pretty strong, right? And reasonably so. We got Nvidia and AMD moving strong. But we have Meta that is still making new lows, and it's continuing to make new lows. Let's see if it holds the bottom. And Sharif, like I said, I don't know how many times I'm going to say it. It's nothing to be alarmed about. It's totally healthy, and we expect this. Stocks need to breathe, especially strong stocks, if they want to continue to move to the top side.
No, agree completely with you on that. So I did get stopped out for a 50-penny loser on SOBR. So tough look there for me. I did okay on it initially, now highly negative, but now it is holding 8, funny enough. So we'll keep an eye on this one, zigging and zagging at that $8 level. Let's see what Disney is up to. So it did break that 60-penny area. Let's see if now it defends 60. So that's going to be what I'm looking at now. On DIS, it was whiffling and waffling at 60 with no end. So I was of the bias that there does seem to be a possible level of support here. We'll see if that is the case or Disney wants to bleed a little bit more. It did work its way into the 20 exponential and is finding resistance here. So I'm not going to give it that much room. So that is the look there. What else we got? Let's bring in some big tech names. Haven't looked at too much of these today. Obviously, the king of them all today, NVDA, with that NVIDIA AI conference starting today. And we'll have, I guess, speakers speaking tomorrow. By the way, today I did get the headline that CES Consumer Electronics Symposium, or whatever the hell it's called, in January. The keynote is going to be Jensen. Ooh. So Jensen obviously getting some love from the community there, and you know that I'm really unsurprised by that. So we're going to keep tabs on NVIDIA, like we've been doing all day, because it is in place. So nothing really for me, to be quite honest with you, with these large caps right now. So gonna let that go. Looks like we are holding around 60 pennies here for Diz. So I'm gonna add over here on Disney and see what we get. And I'm gonna move my stop a little bit to account for that ad. So we're gonna wait at around like the high 40s or something like that on this bad boy. Not been my best trading day today, but that's all right. We'll look to do a little bit better with every trade that we take. So I see 60s as possible support. The market may not agree with me, and if that's the case, we'll get stopped out, Joe.
Hey, that's it. Yeah. So guys, you know what? We're gonna try to catch the falling knife here on Meta, and it seems to be working out a little bit. So we don't got too much, nothing crazy size-wise on this one, but this thing has just been slowly grinding to the downside. And then, hey, maybe now's the time that we get a little bit of a pullback. But as you can see, it's a steady, clean staircase pattern on this asset here that's continuously moving to the downside. But again, it's not like it's absolutely flushing. So there could be a little bit of a pullback. And if any form of bid steps in on this stock, it can absolutely recover back to VWAP. And when we take these trades, that's exactly what we're looking for, is we're going to look for this thing to recover back towards the volume weighted average price. That's just our style, right? So if it doesn't, like we have a really tight stop on this, and if it breaks that low, then we're not going to try to fight this trend, right? We're catching the falling knife here on this, but it's not absolutely waterfalling. So we're looking like we can recover a little bit, hopefully, on this stock. And if we do, we're going to absolutely be a part of it, and that's a good thing. One thing I want to point out on the daily here, now that I'm looking at it, sorry, let's just see, like, look at this here, you know what I mean? And look at this up move that we've had on the stock. It's been absolutely a banger. It's been such a strong asset. Take this off here. And we're following this trend line here, right? So it's just a rough estimate of what the stock can be doing, forming in this maybe upper channel and stuff like that. So it's up here. So if you're looking at the Bollinger Bands or anything along those lines, you probably see that this is a healthy pullback within Meta. And now we are off to Adara.
We're going to take a look at the US dollar one more time in the afternoon. What I like to do is take a look at a different chart. So we looked at the daily chart this morning. Today we're going to take a look at the weekly. We know this was a pretty strong week for the DXY last week, breaking a 5-week downtrend and actually obliterating all of those moves to the downside. Let's see if we can hold up. Right now, starting this week on a slightly negative note, a couple things to note here with regards to the overall economy and the US dollar. Some things that I'm seeing economists and analysts note that could be a good thing for the DXY or the USD here is, unfortunately, we have the escalating conflict for the Middle East. Because of this, there are people viewing the DXY here, the USD, as a safe haven, so that could fuel some interest here in the US dollar. We know that we had 5 straight days to the upside last week as we had this conflict and this tension escalating. However, there's also some notes with regards to the overall economy. We had Larry Summers saying on Friday that the Fed made, quote, a mistake with what they did with regards to the 50 basis point cut. We also have David Roche of Quantum Strategy this morning on CNBC saying that there's some instability that could be caused by this cut, saying that the economy, quote, does not need rock bottom interest rates. We also have the chief global strategist of JP Morgan saying that investors should be aware of risk in the current environment, saying that it's increasingly queasy that we still have a soft landing being priced in. So some concerns about the overall economy, despite that great look for the DXY. We know oil pretty strong here as well. So let's see how everything unfolds. But certainly an interesting time for these markets and for the DXY, guys.
Shout out to Adara. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate
Always,
that.
yeah. Great stuff always from Adara. We need that. Yeah, we need that. Those news inputs all the time. For sure.
Absolutely.
So, yeah,
guys, INDO is headed back to the north side here. This is an important area for Indo. 560 it's had trouble with all afternoon. It's been where I've been taking the outs out. Now we're working our way back there after holding that 5 1/3 area. Generally, I mean, like you could kind of make that the informal bottom of that area, so we'll pack our patience there. I got into Donald John Trump over here because it got into VWAP. I got into alert that it did weasel into the volume weighted average price. I'm not going to give this that much room. We're long 54s. We're at 50s right now. Let's see if this one wants to hold up at the volume weighted average price. DJT up 12.12, but certainly off that 19. 19 was a hell of a short for whoever took it because we kept whiffling and waffling at 19 to basically drop a nice 50 pennies. We'll see if VWAP wants to stop the bleeding. We last time around stopped at the 50. VWAP and the 50 right now are conflating. They're basically the same level at this moment in time. So we'll have to see if that is the level off which this wants to hold up. So keeping an eye on this one. Got stopped out of Disney again. Tried to take that 60 penny hold as a level that was formerly support. Now, what I gauged to be, was resistance. What I gauged to be support. Didn't give a you-know-what about what I thought. Stopped out. So tough day trading for me today, but that's all right. We're gonna keep going here, looking for this DJT area to hold up at around VWAP. So that's my look right now. I'm also seeing SMCI Unsurprisingly, coming into VWAP again, we were talking about the rounded top that was taking place on this name when it got into that 47 3/4, and now I think we just dipped into 46 3/4. We're still well off the lows that we put in. Well, not the lows. I mean, local lows. They're at 46 1/4. About 50 some odd pennies, a little bit higher than that. So we haven't worked down to VWAP quite yet here on SMCI, but it's been a hell of a day for it, man. Wow. Looks like investors are awfully bullish on this name, dude, because, you know, there was the whole hit piece with the Department of Justice,
the
this,
probe,
that, and the other.
the probe into them, and
Yeah, so that's the look there. What are
That's
you looking
it.
at?
Hey, man, we had to get out of this meta trade here. Unfortunately, we took a bad hit on it because it just continues to sell here. And you know what? There might not have been some bottoming signals, but I'm like, hey, meta's strong. Maybe not the best entry either. So unfortunately, we took a bad hit on this trade, but that's part of the game, right? We should have got out a little bit earlier, but that's okay. This thing is just continuing to leak to the downside, and there's no really specific news on it. It's just something that's healthy, and it's been my narrative of the day, right? We got the semis that have been really strong, and then we got the communications that are absolutely weak and causing this push-pull sediment in the overall market. So I think day trader, somebody in the chat said that, yeah, just not a day to be playing the breakouts on the indices, and he's totally right about that. So maybe stay away from them. Look for things that are trending. We have AMD starting to pull in a little bit here in a healthy pullback, so nothing crazy going on from that. I don't know if we're going to look to take a second entry here on Meta, but maybe actually we are here now, I think. I'm kind of liking it. Well, I'm not, I think. We are. So, bang, we're in this. Maybe we were just a little bit earlier, but if we can get any pop towards the top side, we'll see if any buyers step in here, and then we can get that move a little bit higher. And there's Randy. Yeah, he's good. There's Randy. But yeah, no, good stuff, guys. I always like to have a little bit of fun there. So they're getting ready. They're getting ready to hype up for something. No, we're good.
No, it's just an ad read.
Okay, just a little ad read, and that's it, guys. So we're in this meta trade here now, looking for this little pullback. I mean, there's been no buyers stepping in on this stock, so for me to anticipate that there is going to be some may not be the best look. But again, I'll put my money on some of these big boys any day to catch any form of bid and start moving to the top side. Sharif.
All right. Not a whole lot going on with me right now, watching as Diz comes right back down. MYTE looking to work its way right back up off that, let's call it the 650 dip, working its way up into 7. We know that it did have a bit of a resistance level with 7. I hope you have the animations because I don't. Okay. So trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about e-signal. Charts that certainly change the game. You can customize and analyze the markets faster and your way, not the way that others show you. And there's better backtesting and scanning. You can predict the future by understanding the past. You've got to do charts analysis with that. Reliable real-time data as well, vis-a-vis e-signal. Up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. It's got everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code. Whoa, it's nice. It's on the screen. And check out the link in the description. Shout out to the good folks there at eSignal. Sean uses them and has been using them, according to him today, for the past 20 years. So if he's been using them for 20 years, there must be something they're doing that he likes. So shout out to him and shout out to eSignal. Absolutely killing it right now. All right, let's load up MYTE because that's the one I was talking about super quick before we jumped into the ad read. MYTE, which I do believe trades on the NASDAQ, and I am wrong. That's okay. MYTE. We'll see if it's on the New York. It is. All right, nice. On the New York it goes. So this one did dip into about 6.5. On my chart, I've got a couple of bottoming tail candles into that 6.5, but we'll keep an eye on this one. I got to tell you, I'm not really too exuberant to jump into this just because the volume is a little light on this one. You can see the volume certainly started coming in the later time of the day. I mean, what is that? What time is that? It's 12:20. Prior to that, we were, barely trading. You can just always look by the candles. You can see how sparse the candles are here and how, they don't really complete one another. Then when the volume kicks in, looks much more akin to what we're used to seeing on the chart. So keeping an eye there on MYTE, simultaneously got stopped out of Donald John Trump as it broke below that 1840 area. So DJT not holding the volume weighted average price, but I gotta tell you, it didn't do it last time either. So we're still putting in higher lows. Last time we dipped into DJT, it was that 50 exponential, having me feel a little bullish here that VWAP and the 50 were intersecting, but it didn't really matter. Price action continued to come down. So let's see what it does at 18. Get it, Adara.
Watch it here for SNAL. This company trades on the NASDAQ. Their name is Snail. I'm not seeing any news on this, but this one is a small cap, just over $50 million market cap here. Float of around 7.65 million shares. And it's worth noting, insider owned, apparently 79.2%. So we know ARM was a 1.90% insider owned. So companies that have a larger percentage of insider owned are always worth watching. Again, we have almost 80% insider ownership here for SNAL as it makes new high of days with a relative increase in volume. Bit of social media attention, but again, no news. Also worth noting here, just a reminder, Feds Bowman started speaking at 1 p.m. Did not see any comments coming through from Feds Bowman, so I guess nothing market moving there that we've seen thus far. However, in about 10 minutes, we'll have comments from Feds Kashkari set to begin. Feds Kashkari can and has moved the market before, so I will definitely keep you posted if any comments come out there, guys.
All right, looks like the crash man is going to come in hot. I like that. Okay.
What did he say? He said something about when everything just dumped. What was it that he said? It was something.
Oh goodness, I forgot.
Yeah,
there's so much.
Yeah, there's so much. Who knows what he's up to? Anyways, guys, Nvidia making highs of day, now up 4%, almost 4% on the day. This thing is just continuing to grind higher, and you know what? I'm back in Meta, and this is going to be my last attempt here, right? Because I don't know what's going on. We got Nvidia moving higher, and we got Meta selling off a little bit. So that's a little bit alarming. I'm looking for any form of rebound. As you can see, the spread on it is pretty hectic, right? So, well, actually not right now, but before it was pretty wide. So, hey, it's been a tough look here on Meta for the day, but that's what happens when you're getting into these higher price stocks. But Havana Woody in the chat, I know they have a position on DJT, so I've just been looking at DJT on the daily, and they want to sell some calls on that, so good luck. I mean, absolutely collect some premium while you're holding on to the long leg of the stock position. That's great, especially if I don't know if it's working in your favor or not, but even regardless, you're selling premiums all the way up here at 30, and you eventually keep selling them, then maybe you'll have enough, you'll collect enough premium where you can grab another handful of shares on that. So anytime you hedge your position like that, I really like those hedge positions, like callers and stuff like that. So a little bit more complicated when you're talking about callers, options callers and stuff like that. But really good look there, Havana, on the DJT and selling those premiums. We really like that. So keep doing what you're doing, and those things work. So here, Joe W., what are your thoughts on CCL for a long swing? Very bullish above 19. All right, Nick. We'll answer your questions, buddy, because we know that you're always in the chat. And hey, swing. I mean, if you're long on that, beauty, right? So always look for Carnival Cruise to, and it's not too far off the all-time highs, right? So a couple percentage points, double top tier. So it's not too far off the all-time highs, which is okay. So yeah, look for that swing there. I mean, if you break this pivot low, then maybe look to get out of your position. But if you continue to the top side and can potentially break this pivot high here, then you're sitting pretty in that position. So CCL, a nice cheap stock. I don't know if you want to leverage the position because it is relatively cheap, but hey, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're looking long on this, hey, I can agree with you on that one. What do you think, Sharif?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I agree with everything you had to say there. Joe, SNAL is really going here. Here comes 69s. 68's printing now is the high of the day. Dara just brought this to us. 62, 64% really going here. Good look for this name. I don't even know what the deets are, so let's just
Snail
find out.
ink, yeah, and it's not moving like a snail at all.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, that of course. 7.6 million share float and negligible short flow. It looks like 0.5% of that is shorted. I want nothing to do with this stock until it comes down to 150 and holds up there. Neil's admiring my straw count over here, guys. And Adara was admiring it too. She's like, why do you always seem to have a full batch of straws? Like, you know, they whittle down to like 1 or 2, and then they'll get filled up.
And then you restock.
Yeah.
That's it.
You know who we have to thank for that? Ooh. Tim Hortons right over here.
Oh, Timmy
Good
H.
people.
Good old Timmy
Good
H.
people.
The good people over there at Tim Hortons restocking
They don't
Sharif's
give me
honest.
bad looks at all when I go and take a handful of that bad boy. All right.
Oh, guys. Jeez.
I'm talking smack. No, I took another long here on Donald John Trump. Wet my beak 10 pennies. Let's see if this one wants to work up a little bit. We're long 40s. Here comes 55s. Where's VWAP? VWAP's right here. So this is a bigger position because I kind of tilted a little bit. So we're going to take a little bit out there. So I'm still holding quite a bit more. So we're going to see if we can weasel up a little bit more over here on Donald John Dang Trump. Let's see what the 65 penny, 60 penny area has to do. I mean, we did reject a little bit off there a couple of times. So I'm anticipating more resistance at 65s. Right there is your first area trough, another area trough over here. So we're going to keep a look there. Wow, that camera angle, Fabian and Raymer, and bro, you don't even know. They can get anywhere in this place. You know, anytime Neil's limping, they're getting him. Anytime, Rob's cleaning up or doing something, there you go. They're showing you their prowess right now. Right? I know, right? Say hi, Dara. You're kind of a little on cam there. There you go. There's you and I. We're doing the absolute moves.
The place is on lock, so there's no hiding. Like, we don't even know the angles that they're getting us from. So hopefully they're getting our good angles, Sharif, because they're all over the place. So
take it easy over there. Look, Neil's
got
Neil.
Come on, I didn't do him dirty like that. Dude, Neil's dirty like that, guys. Come on.
There's Brendo a little bit there, but they want to keep their job, so they're not going to get Brendo on the shot there. That's all good. No, I'm just joking, of course.
You're just going to get Brendo. You got a fresh cut today.
Yeah, he did. Brendo's got a fresh cut. Always just like his thing.
Always clean.
Neil backing that up too. He's always got a fresh fade. Yeah. All right, we're moving nicely here on Donald John Trump. We just took VWAP, guys. 65s incoming. This is the level that I was waxing poetic that we could reject at, just owing to these 2 area troughs over here. The breakdown area was at 65. We originally found our footing at 65. I could take it out here, but I'm just too stubborn, so I'm just going to hold on to it. Adam likes what he's seeing right there. Camera for a camera. LOL. Shout out to the main man, Adam DeLuce. We miss you around here, brother. Very happy to have met you, to have hung out. Arsenal did fantastic. What do you think about that, man? We went down 1-0 ski, come back 3 unanswered. Okay. I was kind of happy about that on the weekend. How'd you feel about the Leafs this weekend, bro?
You know what, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
My heart is still with the Leafs, but I cannot stand to watch them anymore. Until they get it done, I will not be watching too many games. I used to be a good 60 game plus a season guy, but I've just had too much heartbreak. It's like keep running back to the old girlfriend over and over again, and they keep breaking your heart. So we don't want any of that.
I totally get that. Yeah. All right, we're gonna get back from Adara, who's now sitting with Randy.
Hey.
Randy and I at the news desk here. Right now, we have the S&P 500 pushing near low of day, down about 0.5% right now, seeing quite a few comments in different areas of the world. Apparently, we have an intensifying Hurricane Milton here, so some more intensity coming for Florida's second hurricane in the last few weeks here. Of course, Hurricane Helene was the first one. We also have comments coming out of the Middle East. Apparently, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, intercepting, quote, a barrage of rockets from Hamas and a missile from Yemen. We also have apparently Prime Minister Netanyahu vowing continued military operations. We also have comments from President Joe Biden of the U.S. on the war as well. So just some updates here as we get a move lower on the S&P 500. Guys, you have 2 minutes left to vote for your ticker of choice to see if that ticker can be covered on the afternoon show. ! Join, space, $, and your ticker of choice. Randy and I bringing you that news story here, guys.
I was talking to Randy last week about the Nautilus, man. Some of these Lincolns, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to see some of the new Links out.
Oh, no,
Dude, the entire screen from the side of the driver to the passenger, it's one contiguous screen.
Yeah.
And so like it's an everybody screen. You can see from the back, the passenger can see it. They can interact with it. Randy, it's touchscreen, right? You can see it from space.
You can see it from here. You can see it from here pretty much.
Fantastic look, yeah. And like, we smack talk Ford all the time, and rightfully so, because they get to get their ducks in a row. But when you look at the division, Lincoln specifically, I'm liking what they're doing.
Yeah.
And Randy, some of those engines, like we're talking serious horsepower. A lot of it's not naturally aspirated. Fine. There's turbos in there, which is fine, because not everybody can be an NA beast, right? Anytime I hear talk from my serious car friends, it's always talk about NA, naturally aspirated. It's become like this word where anything that's not naturally aspirated is bad. You got a supercharger in your car? You animal, get out of here. You know what I mean? Like,
the twin turbs. Yeah, hey.
Yeah, that's the look there. I mean, like that's what the situation is. So shout out to Randy. Guys, we're still holding a piece of Donald John Trump here, as it did reject 65 Ram, but it came into 55 and did find a little bit of support. So I want to see if this one pops back up. I'm going to pack my patience. Rob Winters, turbo sucks. Sure, I don't like turbo lag. I'm like everybody else. I want that quick, response. You get that from superchargers. You also get that from these mild hybrid engines, which a lot of these cars are coming out with. So they got like this tiny little electric motor, not a plug-in hybrid, but it's actually recharged by the movement of the car. And it helps in those low RPM situations so you don't get that weak response time between that 0 to 1200 or whatever until the turbo kicks in. So I don't know how you feel about these mild hybrids, but anything that adds more power, I like. Maxi J, he wants that nitrous. He doesn't want to talk about mild hybrids, bro. He wants NO.
He wants the nitrous. NOS.
EPA rules for better EPA. Yeah, that's the situation we live in right now. Guys, we have too late to trade. Too late to vote. I was about to tell you guys that we had one more minute left.
That's it.
It is.
Votes are in, sealed and done deal. Day trader cut. Joe, swing straddles usually play out well right before CPI. If CPI was tomorrow morning, what strikes would you buy going into CPI for a straddle tomorrow? Hey, I like that question. You know what? I really like that question, because if you're looking to put on a straddle, usually try to go at the money, right? You want to be at the money. That way gamma's at its highest and the deltas are relatively the same, around 50 or so, something like that. So don't get my numbers exact. But if you're looking to play a straddle on the CPI prints, that's not a bad look. The only thing is with that is that if the volatility isn't sustained before you close your contract, or there isn't a specific direction and it doesn't hold that direction, you can be caught holding two options really directionally against each other, where the volatility isn't enough for one to outweigh the pricing of the other, all right? So straddle, I like that. So the straddle's good. Also maybe look to put on like some out the money strangles as well too. That's kind of already biased towards the direction of the asset. So really good question, because straddles, and I've been reading a little bit more up on straddles and when to play them. And you know what? Maybe I might do this, Sharif. I might wet my beak on some earnings straddles and see what they go with, right? Maybe we'll do them in a spread format where I can protect some downside to either one, or maybe not. We just buy out the straight out directionals. But I really like the straddle look. Those are really good. Great question, day trader cut.
Absolutely. I love all the car talk there in the chat, guys. I love it. No great gas mileage on my Trax Turbo, only 30 miles per gallon. That's it? Dude, you should see how many miles per gallon I get on my car. It's like low teens, and that's on the highway. Hey, what, Randy?
Hey.
Gallons per mile. What am I? I'm getting like 15 max on the highway, 14.
F-type.
Yeah, it's
F-type.
V8 supercharged, man, 5 liters.
Oh, the big dog. He's coming heavy.
Yeah, bro.
Watch out. It's
a monster. All right, I took my last little bit there on Donald John Trump on 70s. So that's a 30 penny winner. Not bad, but I think I'm still negative on it. Let me just double check that. I bet you I am, marginally negative on it, but got out of some trouble with this trade. Good trade, but obviously still negative on the day, so nothing to really pat myself on the back about. But we're going to continue to look to see what else is moving. So VWAP, not really, I don't want to say it's not factoring in, but it doesn't seem to be acting as any area of discernible support and resistance, especially even on a closing basis. Let's see the 15. Maybe the 15 is sort of, that I'm reaching here, to be honest with you. Certainly the best part about this trade today was the 19 top. I think that would have been the area where I could have built in and definitely taken a short. However, that would have been against my rules because I would have been shorting a small cap gapper style stock north of VWAP, and I probably would have done that. So I don't feel too bad about this one. But it's working its way back into that 70 penny area. Be on the lookout for 19 as resistance. If you're long on DJT like I was, definitely 19 is a level I'd be very worried about just based on the amount of touches we had in that 19 area. Nothing closing above that. So you can get the feeling that somebody of note was selling up a storm. SMCI right back into that high. So we were talking about SMCI possibly coming into that volume weighted average price at around 46 and change. That doesn't happen. It's looking to take out these highs over here. This was a candle of indecision right at 1, and the high there was 47.75. We are now at 65, 10 pennies away from taking out that local highs, knowing full well, though, that it was really that 48.25 that was really, not even 48.25. It was more like 48. We got above it, but 48 is definitely the level of note here on SMCI. If you want to really peg a whole dollar level, that's where I'd be looking. We got above there, obviously, on the day, but not for all that long. Let's quickly look at MYTE. It's still continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows in respect to 10 exponential moving average on the 5, but it's still yet to take out that $7 level. Exactly $6.99 is the high of the day. But this, it's obviously reeling with whatever resistance we have here at 680, 675, owing to that not even the IB high, bro. That printed at 910. That was in the pre-market, excuse me. So that's what I'm looking at there. What else we got? Nothing doing on those. The 130 level, though, okay, that's come and gone in NVIDIA. And NVIDIA's rocketing up. It's up 4.25. Here it is, 130.29. This thing's been a dang rocket ship. People buying this thing hand over fist in anticipation of, I guess, all the speeches we're going to get tomorrow. They did start that event today. I'm talking about the NVIDIA AI event, but my understanding is it's a workshop-only day today. There's really no speakers to talk about. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have more for you, but not like NVIDIA needed a catalyst today. No. It was already going. So speakers or the lack of speakers didn't make a difference today for NVIDIA. Just to finalize some thoughts here before we throw it back to Joe. Wow, this is a sell program here on Google.
Absolutely.
This is disgusting here on Google. It could not even take the 10 exponential on any closing basis. I just want to show this since 1040. So the better part of 2 hours, and every pop into GOOGL has sold off. I don't want to say it's the worst performing. It's not even close. There is the likes of Tesla and Amazon that are much or underperforming Google, but definitely Google having, I would say, the most directional day. Meta and Google are having quite a directional
communications,
day.
Man, XLC, man, absolutely.
Good call on that. I didn't even think about the XLC call.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep my eye on that a little bit more.
Yeah, it's great. Always good to look at the sectors and see why we're doing what we're doing and stuff like that. So it's a great look on Sharif's behalf. Hey, so Mateo C. I don't know if that's Mateo in the back, but it will answer his question. Joseph, how often does the delta respected once it expires? For example, 0.2 delta, do you really get on an average 80% of the time the option expiring out of the money? So I think he's just asking, is it really like, is it in conjunction, is it always going to be 80% of the time? Unfortunately, that's not the case. Like if it was 80 or 90% of the time, depending on the delta selection, then the game would be a lot easier. And unfortunately, it's not. But it is used as a metric, kind of like a rule of thumb. A general idea is, hey, when you combine the deltas with the current location of the stock and where the price is actually trading, you can use that to gauge, hey, that makes sense. by X amount of days or whatever your expiry is, that this asset will not expire in the money. So you have to gauge from current price to the delta as well. So that's a really good question. Unfortunately, not everything is 100%, even though it says 80%. It's just used as a metric, right? Like even when I write my spreads, and we were just talking about Google, I set my orders out on the weekend and I got filled for a bull put spread on Google. So it's absolutely breaking my heart. So we'll see what happens with that one. If we get stopped out of the position, then that's absolutely fine. We're not going to worry about that, because that's exactly what we do. We always put our stops on our positions, and we'll continue to do so. So there's not much time left, guys. If you have a question for Sharif and I, hopefully Mateo, that answered your question. Other than that, man, it's been an action-packed. Time flies.
Man,
Time flies.
it
Absolutely flies. So yeah, AMD looking to break a new high a day. NVIDIA up 4.5% on the day, and what we don't really know, it doesn't need anything, and we say this time after time on the show. This thing does not need anything to catch a flame. It could be a technical breakout. It could be a whisper of something going on with the Blackwell or anything. It doesn't need much. So last question of the day, Aussie flights. Do you consider the IV an open interest before getting into a contract? Implied volatility, absolutely. I don't want to be selling premiums when the implied volatility is low. Open interest isn't one of my biggest factors, because I'm using a delta strike and correlating that with support and resistance zones. So great question, Odyssey Flights.
Absolutely, and I want to leave you guys with this, man, because SMCI just got a great little bid there. Here we go. We're like less than 10 pennies away from the high of the day. We took out that 47.75 like it didn't even matter. We took out 48 like it didn't even matter, but we're still a little bit south of that 48.49, technically the high of the day that we put in at 1140, but this is quite close to it right now. This candle's high is 48.39. We know the high is 48.49. Here we go again, looking to take this level out. Good look for SMCI. Good look for the chips today, guys. Have big movers on the chips. I'm looking at my side chart over here. There's not too many chips that are negative on the day. Intel barely negative. 0.18 for Intel, so essentially flat. ASML, I guess the worst performing of the bunch. That is that big Dutch company that makes the ultraviolet lithography machines. They're down 1 1/3 today. AMAT and QCOM as well are negative, but the majority of the chips are positive, guys. So I'd be looking to those going to the afternoon, Joe. It is 2 o'clock. Any final thoughts before we send it to the Big Kahunas?
No, great session, man. As always, great stuff talking with you guys. Great option questions. We loved it.
All right, Joe and I will be back tomorrow. Be same bat time, same bat channel. Get it, Big Kahunas.
Oh boy. No. Yo, NVIDIA is absolutely flying this moment, as everybody knows. Story doesn't matter. Catalyst. Look, they got the event, but I don't know that anybody expected this kind of velocity in all of the chip names. And I'm talking to you, SMCI, but NVIDIA 4.5 points now. It just broke the 130 level maybe 10 minutes ago, or actually maybe closer to 7 or 8 minutes ago. Super strong name. On the verge, though, is AMD trying to break out. So this is trying to catch up. I just want to make sure the things that are imminent we go over. So AMD opening range high already broken, but this 172.50. Okay, a second ago it looked like it was going to break out those tops. But super strong day for some of the chips. It is not all good. As you heard Sharif, Joe talking about, you got Meta and you've got Alphabet, which have been dragged down this whole way, barely bouncing off of some of these lows. So certainly the reason why you have the NASDAQ, which is a mixed bag and essentially in a pretty tight range all day long, is because you've got some super strong runners in the chip space, and then you got some of the big cap tech, Google, Alphabet, and Apple, that are not participating in this move. I haven't checked Microsoft. I
haven't looked at Softy.
Yeah, I'm kind of assuming Softy's probably down, and it's like all the chips are up, and these bad boys taking it on the chin just a little bit. Oh, and Tesla, of course, as well, losing the bid today. So it's a chip rally kind of day, and SMCI, to my surprise, has been leading the way. Remember that 48.5? It just double tapped 48.5. Shorted earlier off this level. Feel like I'm not going to do it the second time through. The fact that it got back to this high is ridiculously surprising to me. Definitely a big time move, SMCI. Cash.
I mean, when we were here, Patrick was like, yeah, man, we got this short on Apple. And I was like, yeah, it might not go, dude. It might not go. Yeah, about that right there. Apple now $1 and $2 in the money as we still have our 10% left on this one as it continues to make new lows right now for Apple. HKD's popping off apparently right now as well. We're still in. I mean, oops, HKD is an NY stock. We still have a lot. I mean, you can see the positions. Palantir, we actually brand new position there on Palantir. It's not the way you may think. It's short. That turned out to be a really good trade short. Here's HKD. It's not moving. It just, I guess it was just popping there a little bit. Here's the Palantir. Oops, that's still HKD. There is the Palantir play right here underneath the 50-period moving average. Waited for it to do something, had sort of stars align right there. Nice downside pressure for Palantir. And we'll talk about the futures when we get to that level as well. But right now, there it goes, man. Yeah, buddy, look at this move on Palantir right there. Shorted right there twice. Boom to the downside, taking out lows. Right now, Apple trying to do the same thing here as well. And then we'll talk about the futures when we go. So we're just getting all set up, and then we'll go do over the rundown as all the stocks that you guys have gotten ready for us to answer. We will try our best to analyze them. We might not have traded them all, but we'll have a look at some of the names and keep it in the chat. Shout out to everybody that's there for us or with us right now in the chat. It should be a great afternoon as I'm short everything right now. We're short Apple, we're short Palantir, and we are short the NASDAQ, which is really starting to go right down to the lows again for the NQs right here. Yeah, buddy, look where we're short. Now, we lost here. I'll discuss all of this when we go, but nice move down in. We better put a bid down here. I was waiting for 71s. Let's just put an 81 now, cancel our 71s and take like whatever the 40 or 50 handles here if we can on the downside of the futures. But all right, looks like he's back, ready to go. You let us know there, Ramin, because we can throw it over to Sharif at any time.
Sharif is ready.
Gonna welcome everyone to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where they decide what you talk about we decide what you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean are locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So get into that chat during the midday and vote for your favorite ticker. But it is a subs only chat, guys. So make sure you are liking and subscribing to the video. Here's a look at the triple Qs today. Yeah, awfully consolidated, but in negative territory. We're down about 0.5%. It's essentially the same look on the ES. The ES and the NQ both down around 0.5%. The Dow faring a little worse, actually 0.75%. And then the Russell taking on the chin today down about 1% as people remove or get out of that rotation trade. Let's look at the first ticker though, as decided by you, NVIDIA. No surprise there. With this, the AI Summit taking place in Washington, it started today. It's going to go to the 9th. We didn't have any speakers today to report to you guys on. Looks like they're doing workshops, but hopefully that'll change tomorrow. So NVIDIA will be in play all week.
I mean, as long as I'm here all week. Yeah, look, I mean, we had AMD today long and we wound up losing on it. I don't have any NVIDIA trades. Look at Palantir. I just put an 8 bid there. Hopefully we'll get that. Wow, was not expecting that. Okay, so we'll talk about NVIDIA real quick. I don't have any trades on it. We actually looked out on this today. We looked at AMD 170 and 172. So I could talk about that, but if we're going to look at NVIDIA, why not? There's a nice push, obviously, today up 4%. This is the only name that I bought recently. You know what, we bought Berkshire, but like with any sort of oomph. And it was down there a couple Fridays ago where we were able to buy some of this. I really like this name. I think with all the conferences coming through this week, we have an event with Lisa Su Wednesday, I believe, with AMD, and then more coming out with Jensen right now. And okay, so we do get that Palantir fill right down there, man. Nice trade on Palantir. Wow. Okay. Anyways, there's NVIDIA there. Look, I think we should just never leave this name, especially when it's 10, 11 o'clock and we start to get little bases like this. That should have been traded down there at 125 or 126. There's the take through VWAP. So if you don't have it there, then now you got to wait, right? And so I think it's going to be a waiting game, and I'm fine to do that. But for right now, NVIDIA is just cooking, man. It's cooking. We love the stock. I love the stock. It's one of my favorite names to trade, and you guys know that. I just haven't got my way into it today. We have big trades on. It's just not NVIDIA. Should have. There it is, going back to the 26th. So you're going all the way back 2.5 weeks or so, or was that only 1 week, to where we had this high, and that's sort of what I was talking about, that 126, 126.50 area. That was a good enough spot. So could have played that, could have, would have, should have. Nice move up there on that one. We'll get to SMCI and AMD and all that, I'm sure, soon. But for me, NVIDIA was maybe a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, look, it was a missed opportunity for me. I just got into Micron. Throwing in the chat, I'll show you guys Micron reversion in a quick little second. But NVIDIA I like the 125 quarter breakout, but at the open, rather just missed the fill. We took the breakout at 27 into the 27 half. We dipped into VWAP into 27. We had the long above 27 again. It was right at, it is what it is. Like it held on a trend. I threw up the trend line, did not re-enter on the trend, and missed the last part of the move because it broke the trend down. So NVIDIA, super strong name today, gave up on it, I think a little bit too early. And then let me just quickly come to Micron here because this had a breakout of 102.5 here, double top there, break of the trend here. So I'm short underneath 104. If it gets back above like 104.10, then as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of re-engaging the trend line. I think there's room to 103, if not even VWAP on the way down. So the chips were all super strong and just chilling out. All of a sudden, I think you turned a little bit of a corner there. That was the biggest dip. If you don't consolidate here and break higher, I think we can go lower. Stair step to the downside in the futures is continued, but for the first time, the chips starting to give it up a bit.
Tesla next. Obviously, we know 10/10, October 10th, the robo-taxi event. But according to some analysts, that's not the biggest thing that could actually be announced. They're actually saying there could be a more important catalyst. What could that be? Possibly more information coming out with respect to what we've labeled the Model 2. But it's essentially a cheaper version of, or a less expensive version of the Tesla car, not the Model 3, obviously, a little bit smaller than that. So we'll wait to see if there could be more Model 2 or so announcements, as well as some others. So we'll keep an eye out today on Tesla, but already, guys, down 2 2/3.
Yeah, rough day for Tesla. Just the sell before this event continues to happen at this $250 level. There's nothing else to say about it except for, like I was ready for a 251 breakout. That was the plan of action. 251 was the high after delivery numbers. Oh, you guys can't see because my head's in the way, but a way to, I'll just,
there you go.
Yeah, so on the deliveries numbers, when that came, you had this 251 right at the open, and then underneath 250, and then 251 again. On Friday, you had 251. It just felt like a 251 break because higher lows going into it was going to be the name of the game. It just, at the open, instantly rejected underneath 250. Like, look at this. Look at the last wick at the open, like right here. It breaks down and then just holds 250 at 921. Hold, dump off the 250 level. So it's still apparently it's still a sell at $250 on Tesla. I thankfully didn't do anything until it retested that double bottom at 250, 245, basically played it into 46, and that's the only trade. So I think we're going to be a broken record. 250 is a sell level on Tesla until proven otherwise after the event. At least for now, it seems like the support at 242, 243 has been holding on. Underneath that, it did bottom at 238. I think those can be in play. Maybe a VWAP retrace this afternoon, something along those lines. But Tesla, the 250 selling, it feels like it's been like Amazon. You just need to have it almost every single day. But no, I was looking for that 51 break. I thought that was going to be an easy breakout trade on Tesla. Just never gave it to you.
Yeah, I had the same ideas here. I was just trying to show that to you guys. It was basically, those feels of the 250. Like, I thought we liked that trade, and I think we did like it, the 250 long breaking out through to 252. But that never came through today. Over 6,000 or 5,000 of you checking out the sticky note. I want to thank you for that. But yeah, so for right now, I feel like it's just the same stuff. That's TQQs right now. We're getting a little low on that one. We're almost... So on TQQs, we have about 20% left of that position. Palantir, we have like 5% left. We're going to have to get into some more trades. But yeah, there's Tesla. So there's the two. Like, when it was dropping today, and remember when we had Michael Noss, or just before we had Michael Noss on, I was like, Tesla can move like multiple dollars right off the open. You got to figure out what it's trying to do. Well, when that came into 247, we had a great trade back in there to 248, 249. But the problem is, and you guys remember if you were here at 8:30 when I was trading it, we tried. We had another offer here. We got a little bit greedy. Like, we're long down here, guys, 246.50. It goes to 248.50. That's $2 in the money. Now, we took about $1.50 on some of those plays, but we definitely didn't get enough in down there. Well, we got enough in, but we didn't get enough out. And then when it came back and lost that same level again, we're out. We always got to play off of past support and resistance. Once it broke it, we were gone. Looked foolish there, but now looking pretty, now looking pretty good as Tesla. has made its way into those bottoms one more time. So yeah, man, I mean, I love the stock here, Tesla. I actually am with Sharif on that. I think that there is going to be something else. I think they'll talk about, I mean, I'm hoping that they'll focus more on sort of the data that they have and all that collection and how much ahead of Waymo and all these other companies that they are. And then we can sort of reprice Tesla as a data company and an infrastructure play rather than just a straight up like sort of EV name. I know we all know that there's more to Tesla, but a lot of people don't. And I just feel like we need to prove that. And Elon's going to have to show something in just a couple of days. And I think he will. I would be, I mean, not financial advice, but down 30% here. I think Tesla's higher than where we are now come Friday or October 11th, whatever day that is, after this. So I think we go upside from here on TSLA.
It was Thursday.
Whatever. I don't know. What day is the 10th? Friday. Yeah, so Thursday's the event. So I think by Friday close, we're higher than 244.
Oh, you meant after the event. Okay.
Friday, I just mean Friday at close.
I wasn't sure if you meant when.
Yeah, it's always like a what have you done for me lately kind of business, Sean. I definitely agree with you there. All right, AMD, we saw Joe trade this one on the midday, did real well with this one. Also, another name that's positive today, most of the chips are, but Neil mentioning that they're pulling back a little bit. Cantor Fitzgerald analyst CJ Muse chiming in today with respect to AMD maintaining his overweight rating and the same price target, $180, guys, keeping this thing afloat.
AMD, sure, I can take over this. We
just
are.
give me a second.
Yeah. Some of our level 2 sometimes is crashing. Okay, so we so I shouldn't say, I always say we, but I wrote down 170, 172 here for AMD. And again, like it's just what happened off the open was a trip, basically. We came in here, we were hitting the longs, and we liked it. We were doing good, until eventually it lost 169. I say this all the time. If you're going to trade AMD, SMCI, we'll probably get to that throughout this afternoon show. As we go, and you're going to trade these names, you're going to have to sometimes get a little aggressive with what you're trying to do, right? And I just thought waiting for $1 was pretty good. I mean, look at this, 169.30, bang, all the way up there, 170.30. Those are dollars. And eventually we lost its way. We are still up on AMD, but clearly not up enough. There's our 170 break. So the only thing that I think I can do better, and this is why I have the sticky note here, and I'm always trying to look at it and just keep it up here, lean it on Josh Allen or Connor Brown here or something. I try to make sure that we can rewatch some of the levels. So Tesla won't get back to 252, but AMD right here is around that 172. So I like this level. Seemed like it was bouncing around here in the pre-market. Maybe we head to the downside. No surprise that's where the 50-period moving average is. I like AMD, but I like it down at VWAP. So let these things cool down a little bit. Well, we will get to SMCI. It looks like Neil's charts are everything's back, but at the end of the day, I still like AMD. I just, it's had its move up, and NVIDIA being up 4%, AMD only being up half is something, and then SMCI might have some more juice to it as well. So we'll get over that in a minute. The event starts at 7 p.m. California time. Okay, so October 10th is a moot point.
Yeah, it doesn't matter then. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, because unfortunately, we cannot trade during Robotaxi event. Chef Joe is like the biggest guy I know. So
Blue Ocean.
Take his, but we...
No, we're not going to, obviously we're not going to be like live, but there'll probably be a few traders that trade the overnight markets on Blue Ocean, is my guess at Real Trading. But so, obviously, I'm going to go to SMCI in a second. AMD had a good rally. It's where it eventually bounced. When we were talking about it in the morning, there was this nice level at just underneath 169, right? Like going into Friday, that's where the secondary bounce came. This resistance level that that got stalled at the open, consolidated, broke out, looked there for the dip buy. If there was a mistake, so there's a bounce off that level, but then the second time, it liquidity grabs underneath and bounces off the level again twice. So there was a chance to go over to AMD. Why was I not trading AMD when that happened? Well, because I was on SMCI. So if you stick with AMD, right off the same dip buy, you get it twice, and you could just be going long. But SMCI, at that point, I was looking mean reversion on SMCI. So to make a long story short, that's once, twice, 3, 4. The fifth time was a charm, but what's different about these is, and I'm not going to bother, you know what, I might as well if I can zoom in here and show you the trend on SMCI. So if you look at this bounce, essentially this gave you Like the first trend line, okay, it broke here, so I don't mind that trade. We took some profit. Bad reload, I think, because I could have waited for the top. So at that point, we've lost like 4 times on it with like 1 profit take. But then we wait for the last trend line to break on SMCI, where, remember what we talked about? There were 2 levels on SMCI. I wrote them down. The first one was 46.30. That was right in here. The first time it tried to reverse, the other was $48.50, the 485 level on the daily chart. So it broke the upper trend line. Basically did what I think you should do, is like hit it and quit it from there to there.
Hit it and quit it.
So I did hit it and quit it. I'm flat on SMCI, basically because the 5th time worked. And
Costco.
But the truth is, it should have just been maybe only this trade and then only this trade without a reload there. Like, that's discipline. Like, wait for your shot at a reversion. When you get it, take your shot. Don't need to be adding to it. Like there, I trailed out of it instead of, a lot of times I'd be adding there, but who cares? SMCI is on one. It's squeezing. There's no question about whether this is squeezing or not. Like 16%. And it doesn't need a huge short float to squeeze. Remember, there was a short seller report here. Exit liquidity for them. So they got a little bit of that today. For whatever reason, it decided it was going to go 16% up. If it takes out 48.5, I think the shorts are in even more trouble.
I'm just saying that Hurricane Milton strengthened to a Category 5. Now we hope everybody stays safe down there, especially in Florida, guys. All right, Costco up next on the rundown. You see I have an Amazon headline here because the retailers are all moving down in sympathy with that Amazon downgrade. You'll see Costco today faring better than Walmart, but down, 0.75%. Walmart did get downgraded today by Wells Fargo from overweight to equal weight, bumping down that price target from 225 to 183. You'll see the likes of Walmart as well, also down about 1.5% here near the lows. And Amazon, the one that actually got downgraded almost at the lows, guys, 3% for these retailers right now.
Someone just asked me in the chat about Amazon there. I think it was Nick W. about are we at support for Amazon? I said, yes, we are, but I'm only going short. I don't want to play longs in any of these names today because I already thought Amazon, I told you we were having dreams and nightmares, I guess, about Amazon. There will be up on it today. It's fine. But at the end of the day, Costco is a name that we talked about earlier as well. It's so funny that this is on the list because I just got off the phone with my wife who is at Costco right now, wondering, she said, oh my God, there's no more toilet paper here. What? I said, oh God, cough, cough. It's COVID all over again, baby. Yeah, so that's the best. So we buy, just throw it in the garage if you have to have lucky enough to have the space. But they have really high quality tissue paper, Kleenexes, everything. No, honestly,
it's legit. I mean,
it's the best stuff to buy there. But anyways,
and it's not like you have to worry about storing it too long. Like
yeah, it has a shelf life. Yeah, that's the best part. Okay, so anyways, on to the next. So Costco, I think it's a buy down here. And as Sharif said, until I find out the story here, what exactly is wrong with retail right now, I think it's fine. I think it's just maybe a little bit of a reshuffle as some of the different sectors are starting to get hot again. We'll talk about Caterpillar breaking through 400 and some of the industrials starting to go now a little bit. I still own some Costco. I haven't bought any of this in forever. I think it's almost time. I like to buy names that are at the 200 period moving average. So Costco just reported last week, 2 weeks ago. And yeah, it's been holding out pretty good, right? Trying to bounce off of this 875. I like the long here. There's not too many opportunities over the last couple of years that it's really faded off the 50 period moving average. So if you get something like 840, 850, 860, I think it's a buy because I'm not sure how much further down you'll get. I guess the more I wait for this, the 200 period will load up. But as you see, it's going to be this nice upward slope. So I like Costco here. I think it's a win. I think it's a win for a long time. And you just got to keep on hitting that name. I would start averaging in at the 50 period. I think it's a good spot to start buying. It's not really a name that we'll trade on here too often. The liquidity, although it's pretty good, 1 million shares is nice. I didn't even realize that. It's just, it's in between too much for me with the spreads and just all these dark pools. And we can't trade sub 10 shares here. So sometimes when you're seeing 1 go off, 2 go off, 5 go off, it's not really liquidity that most of the day trading community can hit. So I'm not, again, we'll hold off on trading some Costco, but I like the name. And after Neil's done with this and we go through the rundown, we can talk about Walmart maybe.
They got to split it. No, I mean, you already went over Costco. There's not much to add. That 50 period's holding. I'm a buyer of Costco at the 200 period moving average, although you just reminded me. I had a stink bid like last quarter, or maybe it was 2 quarters ago, and I have to adjust it to throw another one in there. I'm going to go ahead and do that. But Walmart, I think, is going to be a value as well. This broke the low today and is consolidating under it. So it's moving a little bit more. This is allergic to the 50-period moving average. Costco's at it. Whoops. Adjusted. I think you got to get all the way down to 75 even. It's broken a few times. But I think you've got some support as this is trying to break back in to the mid-70s. Again, I think that's an opportunity. You don't want to sleep on names like this, but the pullback is certainly happening finally on Walmart. There haven't been big dips in this stock. It's got a great trend going on. There's no point drawing a trend line. You can see it just goes right through it. So just wait for the major moving averages. I think your dollar cost average on a name like this or even like a Costco. Walmart is more tradable, but if you're not already short, it's hard to, I don't like shorting lows of the day in a general sense. Like a stock needs to be pretty special to short the low of the day. It is consolidating under last week's lows. I suppose that means it could pop into maybe 79.90 or the 80 level, give a consolidation and then kind of resume back into the downside. But yeah, probably not an afternoon trade for me, I don't think. Netflix. I was trying to figure out why Disney was so bad. And then we looked at Netflix.
Yeah, there was a kind of double commentary on it today, Neil. One, obviously, Barkley chiming in, downgrading it to or from equal weight to underweight, maintaining that same price target, though, of 550. Then you had TD Cowen maintaining their buy, but raising the price target all the way up from 775 to 820. So Netflix has been a rocket as of late, as you guys have seen. But I want to add into the Walmart talk there, guys. Walmart looking at basically taking on Amazon's drop shipping business, that fulfillment by Amazon FBA. They're looking to undercut them by around 15%. So bringing a lot of drop shippers their way. So something to take into account of.
Not smart. I don't think it's like, even if you're Walmart, I don't point the gun at Amazon. And I like Walmart. I think there's a lot of opportunities there. But I obviously think that they have such an advantage over the bricks and mortar because Amazon doesn't have that. I think if they stay in their lane, they'll be fine. But I do think going after Amazon, nothing wrong with that. I mean, Walmart might be the one to do it with the logistics and everything there. I would say, who knows what to think about that story. But yeah, maybe if you guys like it. All right, so here's a 20-minute chart here on Netflix. The only thing that I was thinking about is, wow, it's over $700. That's amazing. And that continues to hold. And you could just see here, look at this 700. Although we've wicked below it a couple times, and it looks like early this morning you'd have to really, or is that even, no, that's not this morning. This is a 20-minute chart, so that was a couple days ago. We went down below at 695 or 696 was the low down into there. But other than that, man, we just keep on bouncing off of 700. Like I said, the content is king, and Netflix just keeps on, and Amazon, keeps on coming out with new shows, the international flavor there, all of these, like, I don't even know where the blind date shows. It seems like it's Dubai, Bling, London, this and that. Love is Blind, Love is Blind, China, Mexico.
Why does no one say stuff like The Gentleman? I finally watched The Gentleman.
Yeah, well, The Gentleman's great. Well, yeah, it's because it's a couple
Guy Ritchie,
6 months old. Yeah, it's a good one. I told you that when it came out. So that's what I'm saying. There are lots of good opportunities.
But that's how much content is on Netflix.
Right, exactly.
Is
so
that like
I like the stock.
You mentioned it to me, what, a year ago?
I said 6 months.
No, I added it to, okay, well, it might have been a year ago. I added it to my list. I didn't even get to The Gentleman on not much.
People like you and I don't have that much, honestly, I never watch a movie anymore. Like whenever the kids are asleep or whatever, it's like I just falling asleep myself. I might watch the first 30 minutes of a movie.
Well, that's why I do shows now. I can get through like a half an episode of something, and then I do like a full episode every couple of days. Movies are impossible. Netflix has the great content for it. But this $700 level, the only thing I want to mention here is A, Disney sucks. B, I mean, you guys have seen the chart. Obviously, they were talking about it on the midday show. It's not very good. But the 700 level on Netflix is going to be the key. They grabbed that today with a bit of a breakdown, but resistance to all kinds of support here on Netflix. This is what I mean by the grab. Right at 9:30, it was a plunge. Look at the turn. A lot of times, if you're like, let's say you're trading Netflix, what you want to see here is it closes, kind of opens up underneath, lick grabs the bottom. It's like the break back above 700 that you want. Like if you can get this breaking back out above 700 on that quick little liquidity grab there, like right in here, like it breaks down. This is now a 3-minute chart. See, like it's underneath, it tries to break, and then right there is where it takes it out for good. And then you can be long at like 01s with a 700 stop, and it just kind of trends up. So that's what we call getting it on the other end of the trade. Like when it's, you can also buy it on the way down, but then where's your out going to be? But if you wait for it to finally break out above and then get the consolidation trade, especially when you see that support there on the daily chart. So Netflix, I know it's down 1.8%, but still, I think that was a pretty good recovery off 700. Maybe you get that chance a couple times in the future. And then as we mentioned, Disney, taking it again on the chin, like almost 3% to the downside. Not much is good here, except for it holding on to most recent support at $92. I think it's simple. If 92 goes this week, we're going to see the 50-period moving average. That'd be like just over $1 away here on Disney. Outside chance it breaks that. You already bounced off it once today. I'm not really sure it's going to have a chance to do that. In Mara again, but that was like a bit of a lower high play on MARA. So Bitcoin made the rally above 64,000. It kind of lost that on the way back. Mara was the only crypto name that I looked at that was not green was Mara. So we've been short. I missed one chance to short it in here, but now short underneath the 16 level on MARA. Sean James, not the Sean James that beat me in junior high in the 100 meters. The guy was a beast. But Sean James in our chat, why is Google tanking? So sometimes you don't necessarily need a catalyst. And we showed that like Alphabet and Amazon and Meta and Apple, and I'm going to assume, but I haven't checked, and Microsoft. We made the assumption that Microsoft was doing this too. All of these names are weak today. Money is coming out of these staple names. And I feel like sometimes it's just money moving from one place to another. And you saw how strong NVIDIA was, and you saw how strong some of those chips were. And all of a sudden, the money came out of everything else in the Magnificent Seven today that wasn't a chip name. Got to bleed. So it just feels like it's the group going down. Alphabet as to why it's worse than the rest. I don't have an obvious explanation as to why that would be true, but it's actually bleeding through the lows here once again. So there's Google. 62 looks like support, and then you got the 50 period down here on the daily. That's where Alphabet would seem to be a buy, because right here is last week's low as we speak. Alphabet bleeding down again.
Yeah, not a great look here. Oh, now here goes the market right now. What are we even doing right now? $2 now in the money right here on Apple spinning lower. The TQs is absolutely crashing. There has to be news or something on something right now. The market is it's a tank city right now. I'm going to put some bids out right here. Get some bids. Let's go, man. That's $1 quickly on this move. The market is really coming in. There has to be something. I don't hear anything in my ear, unfortunately. I wish I did. I'll check out our platform. I don't see anything, but it is a nice move down. Wow, Apple downside. TQQ's downside. Look at this trade right here. Guys, this is 100 and I don't even know how many handles in the money right now. More than 100 as we continue to go downside right now in the market. Wow, what a crack right there. Okay. Wow. All right. Wow. We just...
What did Kashkari?
All right.
Kashkari. But I didn't hear anything. I heard something from Kashkari, but like everything just absolutely tanked. Let's go to Adara for the news.
Yeah, so we have here just to kind of recap what we have had happen so far in the midday. In case you missed that session, we did have a brief move down in the market just now. It looks like the S&P 500 trying to recoup most of that move to the downside as of right now. A bit of a bottoming tail candle forming on this 15-minute chart. Fed's Kashkari just saying here that the reduction in rents giving the Fed confidence that housing inflation will come down, and they're not seeing signs of resurgent inflation. So not sure if this is what the market is reacting to. We've also had ongoing updates with regards to the situation in the Middle East throughout the day. Apparently, there were some missiles coming in from Lebanon earlier today in Israel. Just some updates there. Also worth noting here on Google, just got this story coming through. Apparently, there's a U.S. judge here, according to a court filing, ordering Google to open up the App Store to more competition. So more antitrust concerns for the lately very embattled GOOGL when it comes to antitrust. In terms of other stocks making moves in the midday, DIS here, the Walt Disney Company, just bouncing off of day's lows, still down about 3%. This one got a bit of a volume spike, a relative volume spike anyway, to the downside after we did have news that the Hurricane Milton now being classified here as Category 5. Of course, we know Disney has the Disney World Park in Orlando, which could be affected here by Milton coming through Florida. So that's of note. Also, more comments coming here through from Fed's Kashkari saying that supply chain disruptions Labor shortages are another source of housing inflation, as is the rise of working from home. Also, apparently, this could be what we had to move down here. Just seeing this coming through now, though, saying, quote, Fed's balance sheet shrinking has a long way to go yet. So apparently still some time for the shrinking of the balance sheet from Fed's Cash Curry. Apologize for the wait there. Just saw that comment coming through right now, guys.
So just very quickly, an update position-wise. I was on the bid at the low of the day just because it was the low of the day on Mara. This was the volume spike that just came into the market here. This is the biggest volume spike since it was at the low at midday. So I was already on the bid at 88, then bid 78. I'm just going to jump right back in on the offer on $16 there. On NVIDIA, however, NVIDIA just grabbed, if you were on this one, 129. So on that move, it just came into the 29 and bounced back. It's going to be a key level to hold. Anytime you get liquidity events like this, the levels that get made where the algos decide to make a market again, I think can be pretty important. That's where I'd be looking if there's any strength to be had in anything at this point. Like, it has to be off that 129 level. I do want to jump over. I was in Intel, and this happened. I went to jump back in. As you can see, there's the wick out. I quickly offered, and it dumped into VWAP. I'm going to short this one back into VWAP. We're short most of the day on the stock, but after getting that wick out, did not get to fill. Going to look to jump right back in underneath the 50 level and then just play scalp mode on that name. So yeah, the market with that little bit of a dump, but I think anything that was already strong, I'd look to maybe those bottoms. Saw NVIDIA hold that level we just showed. 171 held on AMD, so that's not too bad. Like, there you go, like 171. There's a good hold on it on AMD. Relatively strong name. If we're going to get back, if that was just a liquidity grab underneath, I only want to even think about longs in names that are strong, above VWAP, have been trending this afternoon. Really, that's just been the chip name. Everything else has been not good.
Oh, man. Boy. So we're over combined over $4 right now in the money on all of these trades. And I mean, I feel like it's getting bigger and better. The trading is anyways. Like that was a huge move down. That was a huge, like we're 250 now in the money on Apple. And again, like this is a trade that we took earlier on. And we talked about it, and it's still continuing to go to the downside. We want to try to be able to hold, well, not try to be able to hold this. I am holding this for hopefully a little bit of a mover, even more than where we are right now. I mean, it's just been a great day. Palantir just went all the way. I mean, I'm still going to hold and see if we can get a breaker on PLTR, but I think we can get that trade as well coming through. Apple, SMCI, Tesla right now, it's still going lower. And this is why when Nick W in the chat was like, yo, man, Amazon is near those levels, and you were talking about this 181 and change. And again, I'll be right sometimes and wrong other times. There's no doubt about that. But as you can see, I feel like this time we're right. We were already short, and I even posted it up there. I know Neil's just got Mara, but we're Apple, Palantir, and the futures right now short. So we've got like a lot of sort of invested here into this trade. So I like the short. We've been going short, and the last thing I want to do is sort of change up my opinion just because a stock is sort of at a level. That's how I lose, and it's being stubborn, and it's not trusting sort of the instincts. And right there, I mean, this is like a 200 handle. We're huge in the money right now. So if you guys are trading the futures, hopefully you have something short and not long as you're at the low of the day right now. And I mean, if we're going to look at and do a little bit of a look at this and where the TQs could possibly go or where this NASDAQ could possibly go, I mean, right into here, 69. This low right there is 69.50. I feel like we can get caught into there. We're underneath the 50, we're underneath the 200, and we continue to go lower. That little wick bottom is 69.70. That could be a trade if you want to get some out or look to maybe for a possible bounce trade or something like that. But honestly, I mean, I was talking about 20,000 earlier. Looks like that might come into play one more time down there. NASDAQ, 20K. Palantir, for those of you asking, I did not want to reload the 200 period. Maybe we should have. I was actually going to wait for a VWAP trade again, as I thought, okay, we picked the bottom there almost perfectly, right into the past support. If you go from past support back up to VWAP, that's normally an indicator of where stock could go. And this time it only goes to the 200 and then flops on its head again. Palantir, huge move over the last little while. We want to stay long this stock. But for now, all the shorts coming in. Apple, 250 in the money, man. I mean, That was a good drop area right there. So 223.40. Maybe if we can get out at 223.50 stop back out. We're short at 225.60, so we can't take anything less than $2. So I think that a $2 win will be pretty good on that one. I don't consider a win when it's just a trade. These are trades that we plan on winning anyways. So we put those on hoping that and thinking it's going to win. And when it does, we have to have something on to be able to capture and take advantage of that. So yeah, man, so far so good. I feel like we're just kind of repeating ourselves here. Uber, good dip buy opportunities. I mean, I'm just trying to think about waiting for a stock now that we've done this damage, waiting for a stock to come back upside so we can reshort it instead of trying to catch the bid. So I would take a bunch at 226.22 there
Apple?
for Apple.
222's been a level.
Oh, 222. Yeah, same. I mean, I'd like to take that level as well.
Remember, this is also for Apple. This is the 50 period on the daily right here. Like 222, like 3/4 is the 50 on the daily. Look at the liquidity. Like it basically just bounced off the lows. This is why I don't like shorting stocks at the low of the day at this time of day. I'm looking for a short pop. I already mentioned Intel at VWAP if we were able to even get that. There's SMCI as well. Oh, that level on the daily, that $48.50 level, you've already tested it a couple of times. Now you're getting some lower highs. I'd like to see it maybe do one liquidity grab above 48. Try to break 48, fail that. Don't even get to 48.5, and then try and play that back into the short. I think that could make a little bit of sense. But overall, I mean, this market, it's been slowly grinding to the downside. The only thing that hasn't gone yet is like chips off resistance levels that are, some of them are strong, or wait for a pop to be able to fade. Like that's what you have to do. Like anything that's weak, I don't want to be short at low of the day. I feel like that's usually trappish, but to each their own. Certainly not the way I like to go about it. I think there is some strength going on here. I'm just going to quickly pull up. I mean, oil's been strong, right? So if you're looking at oil futures, which would have just closed probably, you're at the high of the day on like a USO's up there. XOM's having a good day. I look over at that Indo stock, which generally speaking is usually pretty good. Like if we were to continue to break highs somehow in oil futures, even though they're going to be closing up, this holding VWAP and kind of retaking the tops, it's a good squeeze name when energy's going higher. So that's at least something that can get played to the long side if it can come back in. But like everything else, it's stair-step down. I think you got to be really, really picky if you want any longs anywhere. Like I was watching AMD just now off that 171 level on a pullback, and there's no strength in it yet. So it caught the bid, liquidity grab there. Now it's trying to hold the higher low. Let's see it hold the higher low. Put in even like one green candle or something to show that there's some strength to set up some kind of an entry here in AMD. And that's a strong stock trying to hold green. And it's struggling to even put in a single green candle.
Yeah, look, I'm trying to get a little heated up here because I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but we have over 4,000 right now, 3,900, which is not over 4,000, but close enough watching as we speak. And we have under 200 likes. Let's get this like button going, man. Let's get this up to 500 right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you haven't done it yet, I don't know if you're on your mobile or what you're on, but please, guys, hit the like and subscribe. We'll check back in this in a couple minutes. Let's get it going a little bit, because if you do hit it, then you get the siren, and then all of your trades will hopefully continue to be profitable here. And if they're not profitable, as long as you hit the like and the subscribe button, then the chances of profitability actually skyrocket. So that's the thing. And this has been proven, but not tested. So, all right, 281 right there. Good. Thank you so much. We almost doubled the likes right there. We need a little bit more. So let's go over 4,000 watching. Let's get these likes going. There it is, 400 likes. There, it's almost a triple right there. So thank you so much for that one more time. And thank you for hitting the like button. All we're trying to do is tell YouTube that you guys have now found the best trading show, and you might as well support it by simply hitting a like. We do have a membership, $5 a month. You get these little cool emojis on here. And I want to thank everybody that's here right now as well. Kaglar, Barrett, Zenod, Alaric there as well. Neo, Rob, everybody. Thank you so much for hitting the like button. And there it is, man. Almost a triple, more than a triple. There you go, Ramin and Fabian. We get tripled up right there on that little idea. So there it goes. Thank you so much. From 185 to 620 and still going. Thank you so much. they like the show, and hopefully you guys are liking the trades today. And let's just keep them coming. Thanks so much for hitting that like button. Means a lot to us. Just keep it coming. Make sure you hit the share and that little bell notification, whatever that right here. I'm already subscribed. Do that. Get the updates whenever we're on there. And there, oh, Fabian, look at that. We have the transcripts there as well. So thank you so much for that. And, pretty soon, once we get Spanish going and all that, then you'll see some crazy Spanish trading where it'll dub over my voice. And you'll hear me going, what is bang? I don't even know what bang is there in Spanish.
Instead of like
Bong?
Instead of a chicken dinner winner, you'll get El Pollo
Loco dinner. Yeah, it'll be like all of a sudden we'll get
Why
Breaking
not?
Bad happening.
I only thought of that because Gus is in The Gentleman.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
okay, no. Giancarlo Esposito.
Yes.
is
Well,
in-
I might rewatch it.
I'll tell you this right now, though. Whenever you mistake
700
an actor's name for like the character they played instead of their name, that just shows you how iconic they were playing that character. It's never an insult. Like when people say Dwight instead of Rainn Wilson, I mean, to me, like it's one of the more ultimate compliments there. So it means it's an iconic character. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Finally, some strength. All right, we'll tempt fate. There's one of two names that's not like an energy name that I was at least looking for a bounce play, but here comes AMD. It does puts in some strength. There's the green candle. Now what I want to see is hold above 171.30 in here. 27 was on the offer. Like kind of said the wrong thing there, but need to hold above 171.30. Like give me something above that close, and we'd look for a long, but it's not really giving it to you just yet. Intel did not go back up to VWAP. I can tell you it's actually consolidating underneath. So quick adjustment to plan. You want to trade it where it is, not where you want it to be. So you're getting a consolidation underneath. So I was shorted up here, then I was shorted there. Well, it's showing you the same level from earlier in the day at 222.45 as a bit of a short play. Tomorrow, we're just going to have to hold. I don't even know where we're going to be able to get a dip or a rip to short the pop. I thought we would come right back into 15.9, but instead it's just making fresh lows. So it's going to have to show me a consolidation or a pop back into the prior low to try and reload this trade again. So Mara taking it on the chin. There might be some crypto names maybe that we can catch that have not participated. I'm thinking of you, Riot. Yeah, like Riot underneath VWAP, it was running all day long. Now it's in a downward trend. We have free locates on this. Check here.
Riot?
Yeah, we have free locates. Actually, I haven't traded in a
pay
while.
for Mara either, do we? I don't.
There was a point where we used to pay for locates on Mara, but we don't have to do them yet. So you know what? I'm going to look for VWAP on Riot. But before we get to that, I want to shout out to Worksport here, introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. Ticker WKSP. It's Worksport, a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under ticker WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. And hey, you know what? Clean energy matters. One of the least talked about things when it comes to, everyone always says, okay, EV this, EV that, solar this, solar that. There's so much more when it comes to clean energy. And the other thing to consider is how dirty chip business is. Well, what's dirty is the market heading back into the downside. You could have just, 1560 is coming in on Mara. I got to go to the daily chart to show you. Here we go. If we get down here, this is the prior support at 15.5. I guess that's where we're going. Right in here to 15.5. I'm actually going to get the bid in now. That's going to be the out. I want to jump into Riot if I can get that in front of VWAP. Just give me something that hasn't flushed yet.
Guys, 140 handles now in the money as the market is just really coming in here again. So just be careful with whatever you're doing, but what we're doing is just really doing a little bit of this because it's still coming in. I mean, we talked about where we wanted to get out of Apple if and when there was a problem, but I guess 99 problems, Apple short is not one. We were talking about up here. I might just get out at 223. I don't know. This is quite the move down here for AAPL, and I like it. So, yeah, we'll just keep on chugging here with this name and go over to Adara, find out what's going on.
We have the S&P 500 now down over 1%, as is the NASDAQ. This comment coming out a few minutes ago, but just worth noting in case you missed it. We did have Fed's Kashkari saying that there is now, quote, huge uncertainty around what the neutral Fed funds rate is. We've seen a couple other Feds mention this as well. Fed's Kashkari saying that he now sees the neutral Fed funds rate as close to 3%. We know previously the Fed was looking for a neutral rate of 2%. So interesting look here. Not sure if that is what is moving this market to the downside, but worth noting. We also just have apparently here the Israeli military here issuing a new evacuation warning on specific buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs. So new evacuations as we get more updates on what's going on in the Middle East and a volume uptick to the downside on the SPY, guys.
Good thing when we hear like negativity happening in this world. But I mean, as a day trader, we love this volatility. I mean, this Apple trade right now is $3. $3 in the money off this hold. And again, I took it to heart, man. You guys are texting me all the time, sliding in the DMs. You want longer trades. You want to hold these things for longer. You want to have some ideas for futures trading. You want to have all of this. Well, now we are 200 handles in the money now on this futures trade. I don't know what else to do. We basically have the top of the day as it continues to make moves down into the bottom of the day right now. And it keeps going lower. That little quick take right there was like, wow. And now we continue to fall even lower. Now Apple is all over itself right now. Look at this Palantir trade. I mean, this is what we're doing here. We're trying to do this for you guys every day. And just, there's another trade. It's Palantir. It's a good one. It's some downside love right there for PLTR. Now 50 cents in the money. We have it combined. Remember before I was like, okay, we had $1.50 in the money. Now we have $3 on Apple, $3.30 on Apple, $2 on the NASDAQ right now. So that's $5, Neil, plus another 50 cents. $5.50 right now in the money on these trades. So let's go, man. Let's just keep it going. Good trading over here. I know you're looking to get into something. I had talked about not going long on anything, so I feel pretty good to have stuck with our guns here and just absolutely nailed trading here today. So again, man, Monday, day it ends in Y. Let's go. I mean, this is what we do here every single day. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for everything. Thank you. Let's go make sure you follow us all on socials.
Exactly. And I got out of Mara. We talked about 15.5. So this was my level. This was the bottom last week. We basically played the range, and this was in the note this morning that we liked it for short because it was relatively weak. And just to give you an idea, like why did we like it short? Simple. It had failed the 50 period already once. It had wicked the 50 period on Friday. All of crypto was relatively strong. It tried to break the high when everything else in the crypto space was able to. It failed the top, short once, short again, did miss that short the reload. And now it's 15.5. So last move, a couple of points. Overall, this won 7% from the highs down to the lows. And if you see something trending, you want to try to find entry points along the way. It was a little trickier. I think there was a really good shot in here. Mr. Deleuze would be like, why didn't you take this one? I agree. That was right when we were looking at SMCI for some fade trades. But it goes right into target at 15.5 when the NASDAQ's trying to bounce off 20,000. So I am jumping out of the trade. I don't mind shorting pops, but it just made the move we're looking for from the last vestige of support all the way to the bottom. I did jump over to Riot and want to pick it up in the bottom of this range if I can, because it's trying to continue to go as well. Not nearly as weak as Mara was. And that's why we're on Mara pretty much the entire day. Obviously, Intel, like it is what it is, but look at the rollover that just happened. Like this just cratered to the downside. So this is another one. Like I was shorted all day, but that's just an epic. Not happy with it. I got wicked out, didn't get back in. But as long as you're looking at the right names, I think you're going to be good to go. So if we get any kind of a pop, this name, forget about VWAP. It's now back to $22.30. That's going to be from support to resistance. So there you go. Any pop back into 22.3, and this is what we're going to work with over here. So pretty much all day long, like the only short I had all day long, I just jumped out of it because it got the target. Now it's just going to be on to the next. Next is going to be shorting pop, Intel, short pop into VWAP in Riot as that's continuing to follow along with the rest of its crypto brethren.
You know, it's a riot here. We posted this earlier, right? I mean, and this was a very, very simple play for us. Off 3 hours ago, this was my very first talk here on Apple. We started saying, okay, guys, we're shorting here. We talked about this. So if you're following along, that was at 10:30. Then we updated it again at about 11 o'clock as it started to fall in. And we were just saying, okay, we're taking some pieces out right here. But we've taken nothing else out. since then, and there's the move down now. So there's our last talk about getting it out, and here's the move right now, down over 350 in the money right now on Apple, and I'm going to play the other way and just hold on to these things. We have our stops. I mean, like I said, if I get out, it will be on a force out. Like we'll have to get stopped out on the way back up at some kind of level. And I'm even just thinking right here, these are already almost 200 handles in the money, and we can't get too greedy. Well, we can, but we don't need to. So 69.80. Why don't we just get out that 69.70? I mean, we're almost here right now. It's not like this is a huge movement here. We can actually go over to a 5-minute candle and have a quick little look. That would be all the way up here at 70 prior bar close. I mean, we could wait for that. I mean, we could do that. But let's just do that. I mean, our stop on this trade is literally 71.60s. So our stop on this trade was 30 cents. So the fact that we're in the money now at $1.90, I mean, that's not bad. So why don't we just put a stop here in case this market does want to continue lower? We'll put a stop. We only have 5% left anyways, so $70. So there we go, $70.01. We'll just put a stop there. Just trying to use a little bit of a larger time frame right here on that stop out. As far as Apple is concerned, I mean, wow, we keep on changing our stops. $223.50 now. This is almost $4. Well, we're $3.50 now in the money, and we talked about where we had liked this trade in the past, where we like it now. And yeah, what about that little wick higher right there? $222.60. So now let's change where we were getting out on Apple, $223.50, and move this name to $222.60. So a little bit of a stop out on Apple there right now. But hey, we're just cruising. Like I said, we're almost $6 in the money total positions, which is got me doing pretty good right now. Palantir, again, we have that 10% left. I mean, all these outs, right? I got to take an out there if it comes into that low again, right? So that was something that we had to take. The reload, I did actually think about that reload, did not take it, should have. There's the drip on Palantir here into the close. So it's only 254. We're not even in power hour yet, and we're holding on to all these monsters. Maybe we'll get stopped out, maybe we will not. But at the end of the day, I like the short, and I'm going to try to stay short. So 241 now coming in for Tesla. Wow, that name wants to break lower as well. It looks like we're trying to gap out right now, like through that 242.50. That was a hell of a trade there if you're able to grab that one for Tesla. But, you know, that would have been a good spot to get short. Now we look to maybe buy 238, 239. So if we can get into that area for TSLA, I think you might be happy with it. So that will be an area to look to buy some weakness. But honestly, man, we're just sitting back on our hands right now. We'll be fine doing what we're doing, getting ready to go. My wife said I need to get apparently the new Apple Watch beta, I guess, iOS 11 is crazy. It's telling people like well before they're sick that they're not feeling well. So I'm trying to download. I think it just updated, but I got to activate that part on my phone.
I'll tell you right now,
that's
a godsend because like my Whoop like when I wake up in the morning, like if there's certain readings that I'll get with my recovery, and if it's bad enough, like if it's a low enough score, like little things like, hey, maybe taking a little extra vitamin C or make sure you eat really well today or get a bit of extra rest because clearly something's off. Respiratory rate, it tracks that, resting heart rate, all these really fantastic metrics. I'm telling you, those products are amazing. And I'm glad my parents both have the Apple Watch. It's like that peace of mind, man. That peace of mind that I think is fantastic. Great products. They're taking it on the chin a little bit today, but let's be real. If you're at the 50-period moving average, you're doing okay. Going to get to Riot, but I have to pull up Snowflake. You mentioned Palantir, and I forgot to talk about Snowflake today because Snowflake. So Riot just curled off of $8. We're looking for something that was playing a little bit of catch-up. So opening range bottom, $8. It curls off 8. Bounces here, tries to break through at exactly 8 it holds, got 97 on the way down, stop over $8, bids into the pre-market low. Now we're at 91, and then we're going to be in the 80s. But while the market bleeds here, Snowflake, load, here we go. I know it's at the low of the day, but there's the daily chart. So only 1% down. I actually feel the fact that it's not rejecting off this resistance, which has been here for a while at 116, it's really not that big of a rejection today to only be down 1 point on a stock which has been terrible. So holding up here, and even if it can hold on to a higher low again and not retest the 110, I feel like the breakout still can be this week on the stock. But I got the eyeballs on it, not because it's breaking down or that the chart's poor. It's more the fact that this market is down 1.1% and a trending down weak stock is basically the same as the NASDAQ. Well, I think that's possibly a good sign that the breakout is imminent on Snowflake. That said, you should be shorting 115 as a day trader, but that's not the stock that we're interested in trading. So we jumped over to Riot because Mara, we felt it hit the bottom right in here. It just wicked the bottom and is trying to come back up. If this were to bounce, I think it's a short right back in at 1590, 1595, something along those lines. I would love to get back into that one at some point. I pulled up Microsoft and to look at, I've done this so many times. I wanted to check out what MSTR was doing, and I pulled up one of my level 2s to Microsoft. But this was, I was looking for crypto names that hadn't maybe given you the flush. MSTR is super strong. This was up, I feel like double digits at one point, or at least close enough to it at its best, maybe 9% up. It's lost VWAP, consolidating underneath. This is no different from the Riot trade and the consolidation. I was kind of hoping this would be at VWAP for a trade to the downside. Yeah, what goes up must come down.
Yeah.
Every Page's thoughts on Back to the Future. Back to the Future is a fantastic and underrated movie. The nuances of the time travel storyline they have there are fantastic. Like, there's so many continuity stuff that they really thought about ahead of time that are fantastic. Team PJCT VIX move higher.
Team Project.
I mean, yes. I think.
Wait, what?
No, without even look. Because here's the thing: like, without even looking, you're getting some bad headlines. You got Kashkari, waxing poetic. You got the market moving up. So I'm going to pull up UVXY because that's the way we can trade it here at Real Trading if we'd elected to trade it. And it's a bit of a consolidation, but it's just stair step to the upside. If we take out a fresh high, that's just more confirmation of the trade.
Oh, God.
It should be shorts until it's not, right? Like, you look at UVXY, and if you want to find something to the long side and you don't want to trade like a reverse ETF for the market, then this can be the thing you go into. I've dabbled in the past in this. I don't remember. I feel like we couldn't short this for a while.
So we
can't. We can't short UVXY.
We can, right?
No, we can't.
I think
You have to pay for locates on
Yeah,
it.
that's fine. It'll be cheap. I think you should try to look into it for sure. Okay, so we made the mistake of trying to go long on something, and here goes Micron. We will get, it looks like, stopped out here of Micron. I was waiting for 102.25. Looks like it'll be a 25-cent hit here. There it goes on Micron. We'll have to hit fail. I was sitting here like, I don't want to go long anything. And then how does that taste, Micron? It goes right into the long, and we get stopped out. The reason why I liked it, I just thought we were pulling back into this 102.50 area. It looked pretty good to me. Below VWAP, though, and then there's the 50 period. The show has now concluded. No, that's our conclusion.
It's like the wrap it up
sound.
Music from like.
Yeah, that's like the that's
the
what I'm saying.
Oscars.
Like, yeah, the
Wrap up your speech.
American Music Awards. There, get it over with.
Oh,
That's a wrap.
yeah,
The market is over with now. But okay, so just I want to talk about that because I thought this was a good opportunity to try it. Here, being a day trader, we don't have to. Like, we shouldn't get into something if you don't really like it, but I didn't mind that trade. Again, I thought the 50 period here on the 20-minute could have held, but it does not. And this just goes with sort of some of that stuff that I was trying to think about earlier was why bother to trade against the market? And we say that all the time. We don't need to, because I can cancel my Palantir order at the top. I don't think that's going to come in. We don't need to trade against the market. And right now, the market is clearly doing what we thought it would, and that's go short. And we had talked about that today. Earlier, we put on that Apple trade. We put on a lot of these trades, quite frankly, hoping for this result. And it looks like we are getting that result now to the downside. So again, on our note, right, we tweeted it out earlier. It's on our watch list as well. You guys can go get that. We had Fed talk happening all throughout the afternoon. So let's go find out what the story is with Adara.
Not too much of a market reaction here, just continuing to push lower, but just to note, we did get the consumer credit change for the month of August coming through here at 3 p.m. 8.93 billion was the change. The forecast was 12 billion. Previous was $25.45 billion. So again, actual number here, smaller than all of those, coming in at 8.93 billion. SPY just continuing to chop lower with a bit of a volume decrease, but just in case that was what that number was there, guys.
Here, so I want to get back into Micron.
NVIDIA's at VWAP.
Is
I
it?
feel like, AMD never really set up
Right,
that
small
171, so it didn't look very good. But NVIDIA is holding the morning range top. So when it broke 127, you can see like the top here was 127.80 or so, and it just held on to 128. So I think you've got a nice little opening range resistance turning into some support here. If there's something to this and we get back above 20,000, I can't think of a name that I'd rather be in to the long side than NVIDIA. Not going to reload Riot down here. I feel like if it just breaks 8, we're just going to get out. Mara, if we get to that 16 level, I look over, Mara's like 8 cents off of the low of the day, so there's not much of a pop happening there. But I'm going to look at this 128, see if we can't catch a bid off VWAP on NVIDIA. It's one of the strong ones today. I suppose you could look at SMCI as well, but the way I see it, SMCI was right at that resistance on the daily chart. I just don't like the long when it was so parabolic, when like 15% up, right into monster resistance on the daily was a squeeze name. That's not what I want in the unwanted. I'd rather pick up a more stable name, for lack of a better, and it's not lack of a better word, it's just true. It's more stable by the dip in NVIDIA than SMCI, in my opinion. Like, which one do people actually want to hold? My guess is I answer a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I think that's just about the stock price, I think. But SMCI is good. We talked about that double bottom. Or triple bottom and that sort of that base. Talked about that with Danielle Shea and actually said, I think it's a buy down there. And she said, sorry to disagree with you. And it's just fine. Different people will do different trades, but shout out to Danielle Shea. And we wish her the best of luck, and she'll be back with us hopefully end of November or so. All right, so we got back into, probably maybe later than that actually. We got back into Micron. You know, you might have heard me say, like, let's just give this a try, see if it wants to go back up. I'm going to give it a little bit more room. And, you know, I like the stock. We talked about sort of maybe why we're in this. Again, it's strong on the day still. They had that good report. They're falling back in. You know, I don't mind the name. Talking myself into this when we probably shouldn't be into it at all, and that's going to be Micron. So we're going to have to wait now, as it's still trying to go upside now, Micron. But, you know, for now, it's just chilling. We'll see if it has any love there now for an upside play here with Micron. But that's what we're doing, just waiting for that, just getting some orders set up here. Palantir, I was waiting at 50s for MU. Maybe we got to go just a little bit lower on that one as a possibility there. But yeah, that's what I'm doing here. Micron, it's what's on my mind. That's the only trade that I have on right now, as opposed to Apple. We already sort of have our stops. We talked about where we were looking at for that one to come through again on Apple. But yeah, that's it right there, breaking that top of 222.55. I almost think it might be worth something else. We might be able to take a little bit of an advantage here of a push higher, and then even go long on this if it does break. But for now, I like the position that we're in. It's starting to make a little bit of a move here. It's Apple looking to take that out. So just so you guys know, 222.61 is going to be our out. You can even go a little bit higher or right now, but I'm going to give it that. The TQs are out on this one is 70 flat. Maybe we can even adjust that right here in case we go. How about just a 69.50 end the trade, man? Take your 150 or whatever the handles are right now and get out of that one. 69.61 as an out right here, just using that little shelf break right there as our out. So you might as well do that. We'll put an offer in there to get some out. But yeah, this is what we're doing so far, and it's been pretty good. So maybe we'll have an opportunity to get some more shares in. But who knows? I don't know if you're looking long yet. You got
only NVIDIA.
So I like that trade. I think there's something here. We're still long on Micron.
Well, the reality is
not moving. But
everything, all Mag 7 were down except for the chips. So if you're going to go long here, it should try to be a chip name that look. Well, I mean, that's just my opinion. And I was looking over, and we got a question from Matt was asking. You just said ARM with a question mark.
We're out of Apple.
I don't know if that was with reference to, like, is that a buy the dip? It's under VWAP. Like, NVIDIA is here. Like, NVIDIA is at VWAP, up more. ARM is just turning red or trying to not stay red. So strong move. You're holding a key resistance from the morning as a support on NVIDIA. That's why I like it. ARM's different. It's underneath everything. I think if it could have broken out VWAP and you're above here, that looks great. So you got 140 that sits out there on ARM. That's not a big level. 135 is the bigger one. So I don't really see a heck of a lot that I'm in love with on ARM for long. If anything, like it just feels like that should be a short under VWAP if I was playing trend back in, losing the opening range. I think this is my 2 cents. I mean, if you're a long ARM, it's had a great rally, no question about it. But yeah, it looks a little bit weaker relative to other names today. And remember, sometimes you see that go the way of Apple recently. I know, there's been a lot made about the technology, ARM's technology being a big part of the expected boon in Apple sales. So if Apple has demand issues and ARM isn't as good, maybe that's why it's relatively weak today when the chips have been so strong. But that's just a guess. It's under VWAP. It's not as strong as NVIDIA or AMD or insert chip name here. Except for Intel. Yeah, I mean Intel's.
We're not inputting Intel's
Yeah,
name.
Intel's different.
Okay, yeah, Intel different for sure. All right, just real quickly, I'm going to get out of Palantir if it breaks 39, not 40, $40. That was an out right there. We do conclude our other trade. Bang. What a trade this was, man. This was basically shorting rate up here, 2,000, 20,160 out, basically on the break higher now through 20,000. So 160 or so handles right there on the out for the TQs. Let's just put a bow on that one and wrap that thing up. That's, again, for me, I can't do much else. I mean, I like that trade. Try to hold it. We could hold more, but at the same time, I feel like it's a good little level there. And look what's happening right now. Let's go, Micron. You can do it, baby. We'll take a 57. I was going to wait for a 60, but there it is. We take a 57 and cancel our 60s. All right, Micron. Yeah, buddy. Well, yes, sir. All right. We'll take a small hit early, and now we'll make that back a little bit here as it goes back into the 60s. Now a 35-cent winner here on Micron. I mean, we did get out there once it broke through 27s. Remember, our average long was like 38, 39, so 16 or 17 cent hit. I can double check exactly after this, but there's a nice upside play for Micron. I know you've got NVIDIA, so that's great. We talked about looking for something that we could flip around, right? Ooh, wow, look at Pfizer. Pfizer all the way at the bottom again. This was used to be my number one P&L name there, as we had a great trade for Pfizer early. This makes me think, man, maybe we should just be doing this. Take our big trades early, which we do, and then just get out. And then if they reload, we can reload them. And we should maybe be doing that on Pfizer right now. The only problem is it's not setting up, right? I mean, it's underneath the 50, underneath the 200, underneath VWAP. So for me, puff, pass right now to Pfizer. All right, nice move up for this name here. What's getting high right now might be Micron, as it's going to the high side, and we'll take a 70 deucer right there. Can we get 40 cents? Yes, we can. And there's a nice move right there for that one, and we'll spin some more on that. Look, I mean, there's the trade right there. I'm glad you got NVIDIA, but we got Micron right now, and it's, as the kids say, or they do not, it's lit.
Is that what
Past
they say?
tense.
It is. See, I feel like lit was one of the ones that
Sigma trade.
used to get said. Yeah, Sigma gets said way too often.
Yeah, I never get said in my house anymore.
I think
that was like a pre-summer thing.
I think the grade twos, my daughter's in grade 2. I feel like they're a little bit like behind the trends. So like I get all the stuff that's
just a little bit
way behind. Oh shoot, I was about to get. I had it in the chat that I was going to answer a question. I'll try to find it again. No, it was DayTrader Cut. Said not to fight the NVIDIA trend. I don't know. I don't think I'm fighting the trend here. I kind of waited for it to hold VWAP, lick grab under VWAP, make a higher low. So once it reversed that, made the higher low, did that off of VWAP, it's trying to pull back in. If it can hold the higher low at 128 and a quarter, I think it's good for resumption up to 129. All right, Mara's starting to come in here. So while this is going down, Mara's going up. This might provide an opportunity to get back into this. It's about 1580. That was the prior low. So once, twice, thrice. You guys can see it there. That liquidity grab on the futures move to the downside was also at the 15.8. I want to get on the offer and see if we can't get back in tomorrow. If it breaks 1580, then I want to be out of that one. So just jumping on the offer to grab Mara as that is bouncing higher. Bitcoin's well under 64,000. That was one of the rules I had for myself. So we're back in there. NVIDIA is trying to hold on to this higher low, but I don't want to reload it on weakness. I want to reload it on strength. We still have 50 minutes to go in the day. There's no need to rush it. If it's going to trend off of VWAP, then I want to see it show me that strength entry, not the one where we're catching the falling knife. Tesla in here feels like it has made a bottom. You know what? 241. This was the low. Yeah, this was that low on the delivery number day. So 241, look at it the next day. Resistance, support, 241's where we're bouncing right now. Tesla might have made a bit of a bottom here. I know you don't want to be fighting the trend, ever looking for bottom picks, But if it's a very key level, the one that you had to wait all day long for it to get there, those are the kind of spots that are worth taking a shot. Make sure it's on your terms. Make sure it's at that really big level. It's kind of like the SMCI short. Wait for it to get to the big level on SMCI. Into Mara, looking for a reload on NVIDIA. Just want to see it hold up some more strength. Tesla, I feel like you already had that bottom. Buying it $1 off the low, not my cup of tea.
All right. Okay. Wife's. Okay. Oh, nothing. All right. Send me a tweet. Okay. Yeah. I don't have really. Not like we're speechless here, but nothing's to me. We've sort of just need to calm down. I mean, we're coming in here into Power Hour. You know, and we sort of have the trades on. We can look at what's coming through for earnings. I mean, we have Pepsi coming tomorrow morning. That should be an exciting print coming through for Pepsi. Again, been really beat up over the last little while as some of the consumer. We talked about that XLC. He was talking about some of the consumer names earlier was Joe. And here it comes down in for Pepsi. So a nice move down right now. Again, decent dividend, pretty stable, obviously. And Pepsi, not been a huge winner or anything, but pretty stable. Like we said, yeah, actually, if you've been holding this all year, you've been pretty upset about it. But you can't be overweight everything on tech. If you have been, congratulations, especially the last 20 years. But Pepsi right here, just coming back into its year, I don't even know, it might be flat on the year. I mean, you're up just a couple points right now on the year from 165 right into these levels. So nice downside push into 163. I think you could probably buy that. Remember, they did get hit, of course, and that's in the rear view now, but all those GLP-1s and things like that, and they really absorbed that quite well. And if you're looking at a more higher time frame, there it was 198 just before. That's basically last year, summertime, it had its high. And this was, I believe, the GLP-1 scare, which brought it back down into 158, 160. So if you get a dip for Pepsi, which I'm not sure what their earnings will be. I mean, I have no idea, but I feel that if they're anything bad, you're going to get a test back in here into 158. And I think that's worth buying. You want to buy great names on discounted prices. I mean, and that's why when NVIDIA went down into 104, 105, it was like, you know, the Cookie Monster down there. You'll take as many shares as you can. It's reminded, and I just think it reminds me, honestly, of Meta back down there when it was near 100 and we break 600 today. The same thing was with Netflix, that went down to 100. All of these names, as we can talk about it over and over again, will have. Apple has at least 2 or 3 20% drops per year in that stock on Apple. No matter what the market's doing, it has those drops. And so does NVIDIA. We talked about this on the after show with Joe there on Friday when I pulled that guy on. And it was just like, hey, these stocks, what goes up must come down. And it doesn't mean that's going to come down in a straight line or anything like that. But watch out for Pepsi earnings later on. I mean, even a stock like, we can talk about how much we like ARM and how I think it's going to be a great investment. And it has been a great investment. I mean, it's IPO'd at $50 or something like that down here, right? And so there it is. Look at this move. But then look at the trade, like, look at all the ups and downs. Like, sure, you don't have ARM at 50 where it IPO'd, fine, okay? But if you're shorting it, I mean, it went from up here, 163, just even that, the one move down, that's 60% in like a week. It went down there. And then it comes all the way back up, makes that 60% right back in another week, travels 120% back and forth there in a month. Back in the beginning of the year, then drops all the way down to 87. So then it gets cut in half from 160 down to 87. Then it goes from 87 to 190. Then it goes from 190 down to 110. It dropped 70% of its values or so from there to there. Like, so these roller coaster rides continue to exist, man. You just got to make sure you're there for them. Pick up good names at valued prices. And that's why I put on here, this is just for myself. This is what I do. This is why you capture some of these trades at the 200 period moving average. So that for ARM would be a dip down into 125, which we could get tomorrow. I mean, who knows? But that would be a good little opportunity there for ARM to buy some of these dips. But that's why you want to keep it going, man. If you're in a long-term game, you either want to buy indexes when they dip down or these higher quality names. That's what I've been doing. It's been really working out. Last buy, of course, we bought some Berkshire. We talked about that. But the last real reload was something on NVIDIA. And we were actually lucky enough because sometimes you don't get the opportunity to sell at the highs and buy at the lows. I often find like when you sell stock, it's hard to get back into it. And I remember we sold some NVIDIA, again, 128, I believe it was, up into this area. And we're able to somehow buy it down here. We tweet these out when we do it, down there to 105. So now we'll take advantage of this move back to the upside. Watch what happens here at 130. But I really like NVIDIA. It's a long-term hold, although I'm talking about my swing account there. The 200 period Piper on the daily is what I really like.
It's like the gold level for a good stock. The way my whole thing with the 200 period on the daily is if it's not a place that you would add to a position you're looking to add to, or it's not a place you'd buy a stock that you're looking to get into, then you don't really like the company. Right? Like it's looked at on it's looked at in the higher time frame by a lot of institutions. It's a great support level. If you're holding underneath it, usually you're a really bad stock, trending really bad. And if it's underneath the 200, I'm really concerned. If it's underneath the 50 period, maybe not the end of the world. So this silver stock, and good call to anyone that mentioned this, it was halted multiple times this morning to the upside, or I guess this like early afternoon. It just halted again with a VWAP break. And admittedly, this was brought to my attention when it was underneath VWAP, and I was like, hey, maybe I should take a breakout in this. Elected not to, mistake, and now halted at 972. It's indicating 973. It was actually indicating a higher tap, and then by the time I looked at it again, it's indicating a flat open, but it's worth a watch. Back above VWAP, if it can hold on to this support area here at the 3/4, maybe even the 50 mark, decent chance that it can rally. These guys have that breathalyzer technology. It doesn't really matter. It's just a low float runner, and you can see it breaking out. Although it was a dip, a big dip off of those highs at $12. I like the VWAP hold here in the afternoon with some time, but not a lot of time for it to make some more entries for the long. I think VWAP is a good place, 950. We'll see it open up in, I guess, 3 minutes because it just halted. But yeah, be careful. I don't like ever trading these if you get past like 335, 340. Never want to get wrapped up in a halt and then it doesn't open back up until 4 o'clock. So you want this to open, give you an entry off VWAP, and maybe one shot it along into the highs, at least for myself. Intel back in here. It just got to the low of the day. Well, sorry, not the low of the day. The prior low, or tried to get to the prior low and rejected. So 22.25. Really, it was 22.30, but it's adjacent to it. So it took the curl short on the pop. 22.21 here. We'll give it to the 25 level. NVIDIA is trying to hold on to VWAP. We're in it for the first bounce. It's still trying to show some more strength off of VWAP here. You're holding 20,000 at least for now. I want it to bust back out above the 50 levels. I think there's a chance we can see the 29. I just want to see another green candle, and then we'll jump in. Mara, since re-entry, has gone sideways. So I took the 74th with a stop at 80. It's high as 77, and it's just kind of consolidating here. So the right spot, I think, to look for a reversal, but it's not exactly dropping off the face of the earth like it was before. This is the most green candles that Mara had been able to stack up in a row in quite some time. So we're back into it. Right, NVIDIA is starting to go now. It's going to get through that 50 any second. Like it's going to want to punch through this 128.50 level with the NASDAQ holding on to 20K.
Are you out of NVIDIA? You're out of NVIDIA, yeah. So I feel like the same thing here. A little bit of a back and forth situation happening. We're still fine with everything. I mean, Micron I did not reload it, but at the same time, I'm not in it either. So, I'm still in it, but not reloaded it. So that's what I wanted to get over with. We did get some out there. We got a lot out. I don't know. We got 60% out. So there's 20, 40, 60. It came up to VWAP. I still like that level. I still think it's a good one to trade. Let's just see if it gives it to us right now. Micron, nice upside play here. If we're able to, that would be pretty sweet. So we'll see about getting that right now on Micron. Nice upside move. Palantir, I thought we were getting stopped out at a 39 break. I don't know what wound up happening there. Oh, it's because I actually put 40. That's hilarious. Remember when I was like, oh, we're going to get out on a 40 break? Well, that was wrong. We wanted to get out on a 39 break. So let's just put a bid out here on Palantir. We're on another screen. We'll put a bid and get that out. We'll bid O's, see if we get an O fill on Palantir. We meant to get out once it broke there. So a couple good outs, man. If we could just review some of these. Apple gets out right here, right where we're at. I mean, it does go upside a little bit. Bounces off. That was a real nice move off the 50 period. So we could look for maybe that to happen one more time for us again. Our futures trade, again, out right here. Basically the same level. I don't mind that position. Maybe we could get it. Maybe we can't again for the futures. It's right here, right now. I kind of like where we are there. The only thing that maybe we could have reloaded, and we talked about Pfizer, is right here, right now, near those day lows. This could be a long, but for me, we don't need to be looking anywhere long. Oh, we got Palantir there breaking through O's, so that looks like that'll be a good trade right there. We got filled at O's. I don't know. We're out of it. We wanted to get out if it broke, so we'll take that fill right there. Anyway.
That Sober reopened.
Okay, did it?
Suffice to say, there was not a test of VWAP on Sober. It opened right at actually break even on the halt, pretty much to a dime. Broke $10, got to 10.40. It's still holding above. So SOBR up 167%. I was looking for maybe it would like lit grab underneath VWAP and give you some kind of an entry there off of support at $9, but you're not going to get that. It doesn't seem. And if you do get that, well, you probably don't want it. I think it needs to hold the halt price now, or maybe lit grab the halt price, get back above 980. When I say lit grab the halt price, I mean break 970, hold 950, come right back, retake 80. Then you can go 80 long with a 50 stop or wherever the heck the bottom would happen to be in that moment. All right, so unfortunately, no entry in that stock. If it's going to run, I don't want to grab it off the highs, not this late in the day. Tesla is not going to give you 41s. I feel like, yeah, I thought Tesla was actually moving, but the answer is no, it's not. So NVIDIA did break that 128.50 level, going right into that prior resistance here at the 75.80 mark. It's going to take some out there, although Intel just broke the quarter, so we're short at 22s, out when it broke that 25. So we're shorting this consolidation to get out right there, and NVIDIA is going up. So it was about 3 cents on Intel. NVIDIA needs to punch through 129 this time. So I think this is, it's holding on to VWAP. Sold off at 129 before. 20,000 just got held. If it can break through 129, I think we can see that 130 test one more time. Just looking for that last rush here on NVIDIA, try to do what it can for the rest of the market. Doesn't feel like if it loses 129, it's going to be a good reload because we'll be at like 330 at that point. And if you're losing VWAP that late in the day, I'm not going to want to fight that battle. Not a hill I want to die on with the market. What it did in the afternoon. It needs to break 129 and do it within the next 5-10 minutes.
All right, we're being a little patient here with Micron and just giving it some room. I was looking at Starbucks. I mean, this has been a real strong stock off the bottom. I mean, the last hour or so, there's nearly a red candle there. 95.40 to the downside, up about 50 cents, just straight up from, I guess that's not the last hour. That's only the last half hour from 3 o'clock all the way up here. Wow, it's 3:30 already. Okay. As that's making a nice move higher, that's Starbucks. And again, off of VWAP right now, still underneath it. So that could be something. But I was really thinking that this stock might be one that wants to eventually go higher. Starbucks breaking through 96.10. So if you are thinking of a long right now into the market, what about Starbucks? That could be something breaking a little bit higher. I also think Uber, we had some news about Uber, I believe, today. Somewhere anyways, and that was, I can't remember what exactly the story was.
I don't remember.
But again, I know that we're looking at Uber because of the robo-taxi, so there is something there about that one. But again, robo-taxi news, Uber, nice little basement there at 73.80 there for UBER. Again, a name that's fallen down and just stronger than the market. What's up, Adara?
We had both Cantor Fitzgerald here and Truist with positive ratings here on Uber being maintained. Cantor Fitzgerald maintaining overweight here with a $90 price target. Then we had Truist actually raising their price target from $88 to $99 and maintaining a buy rating. So not one but two positive analyst notes for UBER this morning ahead of the robotaxi event on Thursday, guys.
Okay, so that makes sense. So there you go. So I mean, a couple upgrades there, a couple morning notes from Uber. And again, like, look at that move early. So if you're thinking long on this stock, you get exhausted once the market sort of slows down, but wow, what a good move early. And then this is why I'm looking at it, right back into this level. So if you like the longs, you're in and around some rough area there. Uber possibly for that long, back into 73.80 or so. So we'll see what winds up happening there for Uber. But again, like the long, but it has to come back in. I don't really want to chase any longs here. So I'm not going to do that. We're in Micron. We're just going to give it to that bottom again, see if there's any work there. But so far, so good. Just sitting here, waiting and being super patient. I almost think like we should be reloading the futures here, maybe for a downside push into the close. Can't break the 50-period moving average. Have a little top there at 69.80. That could be something. A little bit of a risk spot as the futures could bounce because we're at 20,000 right now. We actually we called this 20,000 move. That's why we were able to cover our futures. And here it comes. Maybe we go a little underneath it now. Maybe we could short the TQs with 80s being a top. I don't completely hate that trade. If you want to try it, we can try it. I'll put a little bit on here. Triple Qs, that's the futures right now. Short, as we dance around 20,000, maybe we don't hold, right? And if we break lower, that'll be good. So 69.80, small little risk spot here for the T triple Qs.
Yeah, I want to shout out Pretty Panda in a second, but we just failed to hold that 128.5. We got the break at 128.5, right into it. Best prints were up at 85s on NVIDIA, but then it lost it. So it's almost 3:30. I want to have a look to see if there's any early look imbalances, but I want to get to sober for a quick little second because it was a really good point they just got made. And I don't disagree with it. Like for stocks like these, let them pull back, give you consolidation to trade off. That's always the preference. When I was describing like the liquidity grab trades, once it goes into a halt stage, about the only other trade that I like is something that you can structure off of the halt price, which it almost did here. As I was over on NVIDIA, remember I was saying like it tries to break the halt price down, makes a bottom in front of 950, you take it back up. Like that's a trade that at least you can be in 80s with your stop would end up being at like 58. That's 25 cents worth of risk, which the only way, the other way you're playing something like this with 25 cents worth of risk is to trade it down here where you can get the consolidation long. Then you can be long at like 850 or 860 off of one of these lower highs. Like that's a reasonable trade. You know, so I prefer the consolidation, but I wasn't looking at it until the halt price. All I did is go over what I saw on the halt reopen idea there. So Mara, we'll slap our first L on it, shorted the first available pop that we got, which was into 1575. It just broke out that consolidation, so I'm going to jump out of that one. Maybe wait patiently for something else to set up. Ivana Woody said DJT is remarkably strong. Yeah, but it wasn't strong enough to get to 21. 21 was where I was aiming on DJT. Got to 1960. It is up 11%. It's holding close to VWAP. I don't remember if we had a reason for why this was up today. I'm going to make the assumption that no, outside of the rally the rally over the weekend and Elon jumping around. So if that was if there's nothing else, I think you just play it by, hey, the big level's up at $21. You catch something early like a DJT while it's squeezing, great. But on the way back in, like I couldn't think of any reason to be looking anywhere but deep into the 17 and a third on the way back. It ends up holding $18. That's not really any kind of a level that I would have been interested in. And I would argue outside of the initial parabolic move, it's been in a pretty clean decline at this moment. So yeah, it's up 11%. I think that's a little bit deceiving because all you had is a lot of strength for the first hour of the day. And since then, it's been very steadily selling off on DJ. Managed to bounce off 18 into 19, but it's right back at 18 even. Let's go to Adara. I believe we got a sector watch.
This is a very red sector board. What we're going to be doing today is taking a look for the last time at some outsized movers in the S&P 500. I like to have a theme for this when I can, and today's theme is going to be names that are reacting to the hurricane situation we have going on in the south. First off, we have DUK. This is Duke Energy. This whole utility sector is sharply to the downside, but Duke Energy particularly weak here. Their Florida segment apparently preparing for over 1 million power outages, mobilizing roughly 10,000 resources. So DUK continuing to trade lower. Also lower is Disney, DIS, having a bit of an impact here. We know they have their Disney World in Orlando, Florida, and we do have Florida residents currently facing evacuation orders due to Hurricane Milton being categorized as hurricane or in Category 5. So Hurricane Milton Category 5 on watch here for DIS. Of course, they were also recently hit here in Florida and in the south from Hurricane Helene. And last but not least, actually a name pushing into new high of days as we speak on a hurricane-related catalyst is Generac Holdings, GNRC. This company trading higher initially after the Hurricane Helene. They are a manufacturer of these power equipment generators. And it's also worth noting, despite a catalyst that they apparently have sold out of generators in response to these recovery efforts, still pushing even higher. So GNRC absolutely on watch now, up more than 9% as Power Hour pushes to the close, guys.
Oh man, Neil, I don't even know what to do anymore. I mean, I know what to do. It's called trading, but I mean, there's the TQQs. There's another 30 handles We just put it on. We just talked about what we were trying to do. I don't see. I was going to ask you what happened to the Nvidia because Micron went down, but there we go right now.
50 cents ago.
Okay, nice trade. There goes. Look at the TQQs right here, man. It is a smooth one, smooth operator right now on the futures as it just makes that move down. We are out now of 70% of this, and all we're doing is just topping it out. We're just topping these plays out here, and we took another one. We talked about where our stop was. So again, this was 15 cents worth of a stop to now be in the money 30. So far, so good here on those trades. But again, you know, it has to be fitting your risk profile. And the futures don't fit everybody's, but for me, I like it. And we'll just continue to sit here and see if we can put some more damage on the board now. And it looks like the TQs, hopefully we can get a move down. We don't want to be long. Anything. We had that long in Micron. That came in and out right there. Again, we took a nice bid and then it broke higher. We got something out at 30s off of a 15 bid, but there it goes right there, breaking 102 flat, which turns out to be a mistake because as you can see where it's going now, a downside for this name. So yeah, not great here as we go, but Micron, we got stopped out there. That sucked, taking that 20-cent hit, but the futures is a good one. We just battled Micron. We said we didn't want to go long. And so far, the only thing that's been wrong have been the longs. So we missed that on Micron, but we made some money back, but then gave it back again. We'll just stick with the futures right now, 30 cents in the money and about 30 handles. So far, so good here. Adam, you're welcome, man. And I know because you are here, you know what real looks like. And there it is right now. Thank you so much. Real sees real. Congratulations to you, Adam. I hope you had that short as well. So I'm glad you made it back. And thank you for visiting us here in our offices. It's another gorgeous day in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
Exactly. And it is a gorgeous day, but this is why we got out. You asked about NVIDIA, break even. So we wanted to take it on strength and higher lows. So we got the higher low breakout, went into resistance. It did not hold on. We jumped out at break even. It's that simple. I like NVIDIA. It's relatively strong. I could be just, let's get more. But no, it's now losing the bid in here. So there's no reason to fight it. At the end of the day, like you got to be able to preserve profit as much as you want to make it. So it was making higher lows. The second that trend broke, we jump out of that one and we do not want to fight the stock. I want to go Tesla. Tesla's right back at that 241. It might not hold on to the 241 level. We are past 330. I did promise I would look at the individual early look names. Oxy stands out a bit at 1.8 million to the sell side. NU seems like, I feel like Bank's there every day now, and it just doesn't really matter. I think Oxy at 1.8 million to the sell side, about the only thing that's significant. TRP, don't really care. YMM, again, like the cheaper names, it doesn't really matter as much. Occidental, like everything in the oil or the energy space, I should say, has been on a bit of a tear. But this is what just happened at about 3:30. I don't know if that's the moment that 1.8 million to sell hit the early wire. But the hefty volume spike there, of course, oil futures moving around a bit as well. So going to be watching this at VWAP. If I see it pop into VWAP and it's a bigger sell or a sell as expected, Occidental is going to be on the radar. 1.8 million to the sell side when it's done 9 million shares in the day. So about 20% of the day's volume is the current imbalance sell side on Oxy. Generally speaking, energy has been pretty solid. Given a little bit back today. X1 made another fresh high. Did it hold? Now, X1 was underneath VWAP, but it made another all-time high today for XOM.
Randy, loving
Consolidation day for XOM is double-checking. It's way above that 120.75. It's been such a gold long in energy recently. But sideways day, consolidation days are good, the way I see it. When you're trending up, consolidation days make the next step sometimes even better.
All right. Yeah, look, I mean, you guys know we love some energy around here. You know what else we love? Money. I'm not going to hide it either. I mean, this is why we're trading. We talk about that all the time. And there's a nice move down again for the TQQs. So this is another 50 handles. So we had a huge move earlier on this name, and then there it goes right back in. And again, and I think this is what Adam was meaning. Like, I'm just really proud to have talked about this trade. And it's where we liked it, where our stop was, and then to be able to hold it back down to the downside and be able to take that profit where the profit was lying, and it was lying right there, and we took it. So, I mean, that's the trade that I'm going to be looking for over and over and over again. We are now out, unfortunately, of 80% of this trade, looking to get a little bit lower now on the TQs, and we take that bid there. I'm going to put a bid now at this low. We've bounced off of there before, 69.15. Let's see if we can get something down there. Hopefully we do, but it's a good short, man. We're short at 64s. This was about... We talked about what our risk was, 81's breaking. That's where my stop is. I think it's maybe 82. So it's about 20 cents to give us at the lows 60. So 3 to 1 or so at the very bottom. But for me, I don't count trades like that. But if you guys are, that's good. I have no idea where they're going. I just kind of scalp it out as we continue to go to the downside, and then try to hold for that big move, right? Because I'll make more on this last 10% when we take 150 handles than obviously getting out of 30% of it right here, or like 20 handles. So the math is simple. You just got to do it and get it all figured out to see what works best for you. GameStop, sure, we can have a quick look at GameStop right now, just because someone in the chat there asking me, we're not doing it. It's 337 right now. There goes GameStop. Yeah, nice move. So 2080 right there. Nice bottom, nice move up, trying to take out VWAP. But we talked about this. A lot of these names starting to go back up now to the upside. Like Apple, again, retraces back down. Maybe some of these bottoms are in right now. We don't have very many earnings reporting this week, but the banks come Friday. So that's where it all goes. I'm just hearing right now that FXI, and I forgot to sell Alibaba during lunchtime. Hello. Maybe we'll get a better opportunity now, because look what FXI is doing right now at the high of the day. Shout out to Fabian. I know that he was on this one. And again, this is what I'm talking about. There's a lot of people that will come on and they'll be like, I like this stock, but we don't know if they're actually in it or not. You know, and that's part of the problem with this business. And I think that's why, again, appreciate you, Adam, and all the traders out there as well that talk about, like, you're actually putting on the trade. You know, it's one thing to come on and say this chart is looking like a great long, and then this is where I'd get in, this is where I get out. But you don't actually know if these guys are in it or not, which is why it's really important to note that we have the ticks on our chart, where we're in, where we're out, and you can ask us at any time if we're up or down on a name, and we'll gladly tell you. But obviously, that's something that's important to us. And I just wanted to say FXI, for those, I did not get out of Alibaba, but wow, what a move up here. I think it's overextended, but isn't the Chinese government, they're supposed to be coming out and having some sort of a talk about all of this?
So holiday's over tomorrow, I think.
Well, either way, it's up 4%. I mean, I think it's time to sell it. I'll probably sell Alibaba after hours.
I just feel like, you know what, sorry, I forget what the holiday is.
I might just sell
in China, but I think it's tomorrow they open back up, whether or not it's the day after the 8th or it's the actual 8th itself. But yeah, that's my concern, is that you do the rally to the upside on all stimulus talk, and then during this holiday, it's just bleed, you know, gap this, gap that. A lot of the names trade ADR. Some of them trade in Hong Kong, some of them trade here, the ADRs, but I do figure there's going to be a bit of a reversion on those. I just want to quickly, because it was a good question about, like, Mara, like, why did I like the short? I'm just going to show you what was in my head there, because sometimes I'll say this is the level I'm getting in at, and you'll see the entry in the trade, but I might forget to, like, I didn't mention the trend line, and that's my bad. Like, yes, I was shorting here to there, right? So there's your short, there's your exit point. It broke out that, I stopped out there. But there's also the day-long trend line. You can connect all the dots. There's the trend line. When it broke out above it, it was kind of like confluence is a word, right? So there's a reason it's a previous low, so I like the short. It's trending to the downside, but my out was the other side of the trend line. Now, I'm not reversing because it's so late in the day. Oftentimes, this will be a reason why I would want to go in the other direction, break out into a long trade for a VWAP retracement. In this case, it would be a VWAP bounce. And we did this on SMCI, is the same thing. Like, I feel like these were really bad trades. You know, well, it's only really bad, like, not because I held it against me. Like, I had tight stops on both of them, but it's bad because it didn't fit my entry criteria, whereas this one did. It broke a steep trend line there, and we shorted that. It couldn't really break through to give you VWAP, and then here's another reversion trade there on SMCI. So there's your higher lows, did the reversion. This one shorted, added to it, looked really good. It bounced very hard off $47, so I just got the heck out of Dodge when it bounced off 47. So it's just a mean reversion style trade. I think you can play the trend in either way. As I draw that trend line, you could have just been I mean, heck, you could have been long off of this trend once it established itself. You could have bought that dip in there. You could have tried to buy that dip. It just happened to work for the short. It could have continued higher and gone to 50 bucks for all I know. So I find when something's gone parabolic or has trended for a long time, I like those reversion style trades, but you got to be particular about your entry. When I take that one, getting the breakdown, and then I just give it to that prior high wick, so suddenly I have a defined amount of risk in a stock which is just going up, 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 up. You don't want to be making up levels to try to get out. You'd rather just get out of Dodge when your trade strategy tells you to. So only 8 minutes to go till the imbalances come out here. Havana Woody, you're saying your comments on DJT about the strength is on the rest of the week, not necessarily before the close of today. Okay. Yeah, I don't necessarily... Oops, I'm on SMCI still. I meant to go to No, I don't necessarily disagree that DJT has been on a nice little upward trend recently. Today I didn't really see much, but yeah, if you're talking about on the higher time frame, I mean, 15-minute looks gorgeous.
All right. Just do it again. There it is. So, so far so good here. I mean, there's another, again, this is now 50 handles. So we'll take another bid right here at the low of the day. Wow. It's just like, these are the markets, man. These are the markets. These are the markets that you want to trade. Very, very trendy, very, very simple. Pops getting faded over and over and over again. Monster trade on Apple there today, taking out all of the profit on that name as that just came all the way. Like, we have the short, we have the high of the day and the low. Like, this is what I'm talking about with markets. Sometimes you'll just get sideways action, right? Those are fun markets to trade too, but these are even better because you're getting these huge moves. I mean, even just on the futures, we talked about this again, like there's the move right into the close, right? Play the 50 period. Look at the 50 period right here. You know, so this has been a good trade there. We'll just continue to do that, and hopefully you guys are able to take advantage with us. And if not, I mean, find your own kind of style and find your own kind of stocks. There's lots to trade out there. Oil, we talked about that a little bit today as that's moving around in only a couple minutes right now into the close. We can look at Tesla again. Some people talking, I see on the chat there a little bit about Rivian. We can look at that. Rivian's probably not about to pop, trust me. 241. So I already talked about where I like Tesla, 238 right there coming in. We'll check that out tomorrow. We'll probably be on, no doubt. We'll be on the sticky note. I mean, again, we've always put on here major cap tech names, right? I mean, and right now it's what's happening and they're hot. So we're going to have to keep on looking over there and seeing if there's anything going on. All right, TQs. So we got out. So that's a good fill. Now we only have 20% left. Or I'm not actually sure how many shares we have. Let's just say 10% about left. We don't have that much. We were really happy to get that low of the day, which is why we hit that bang button. We talked about where we were sitting. Now, if it can collapses in, great. But I'm not putting on any more positions. I actually just double checking, make sure all the scripts are canceled, which they are. We only have one left. And this script left right now was to get out here at 80s. So we could just keep that on, man. That's a 15-cent hit. Now 3-1 in the money for this trade. So we like the trade. We like the stock. It's the futures. It's the TQs. We'll just keep on it until the close. And I don't think we'll be in anything else. Right now, TRP, of course, that's TransCanada, isn't it? We'll see about that one. TC Energy, right? Changed its name. TC Energy now, not TransCanada. So that's TRP. Used to be the old name. And then Oxy downside right there. That's oil, so that's strange. I mean, I thought Oxy was left for dead down there at 50. Goodbye if you're able to do that, of course, on the recent strength of oil. And then there's Palantir with a sell as well. So feeling some pressures into the close. But yeah, I'm going to get rid of broker. And then at 350, we will see the updates right now coming in. And then we can trade those accordingly. But yeah, everything all good, man. SMCI, we were back in and out of that name here. Shorts and longs at the top. The good thing about SMCI is we didn't actually trade that until there was a defined top, and we actually should have shorted that 48.40 again. Not going to do it now, but we'll wait out for SMCI tomorrow. I just messaged Danielle Shea with a little wink emoji there because we did talk about going long on this name at $40 just 2 days ago. So congratulations to anybody that followed that. Who has a question? You do, Fabian?
I do have a question.
Can everyone hear it?
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Did you like and subscribe? So
I
don't miss a single notification.
Yeah, I mean, so there you go,
guys.
man. You heard it from the man himself.
Waiting,
there.
especially
Did
you,
like and
John.
Subscribe.
I pity the fool
yeah,
that
that's
doesn't
right,
hit the
John.
like and subscribe button.
You know what? Last time we did this,
Clubber Lang, baby.
we were at 185 last time. And now we're at 878, this time with over 4,000 watching. Last time we had 39. We went from 185 to 700 last time. Let's get this one over 1,000 likes. Thank you so much, Fabian, for that. And I'm sure we'll get there in just a matter of seconds. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much, beautiful gate right there. Great trading. I do appreciate that, beautiful gate. I'm sure your gate is very beautiful. Yeah, thank you so much for that kind talk. It does mean a lot to do that, because I could sit here and put the trades on, but it means a lot that other traders are acknowledging this, because it's not an easy job. And we'll sit here and put these on for you and try to do our best to explain them. So it means a lot that some of you are taking them and recognizing that. So again, we see you out there as well. Thank you so much for the liking and the subscribing and for all of that. We're now over 1,000. So thank you so much to everybody for that.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone in there. There was a lot of great comments in the chat, so I just want to reiterate that as well. We appreciate you all. There was several times today I was asked about Generac, and we're trading, we're talking to you guys. We get a lot of questions, and I feel like I know I missed this one in the middle of the day, or late in the morning, and certainly missed it this afternoon. So apologies there. We do not ever intend to miss your questions. I know we always do the super chats because it's easy and we see them up there. But just to address Generac, I don't know what else to say other than when you're up 9%, that's already good. But on the weekly chart, and again, like, this is not a stock that necessarily I'm in, but the things I look for when you talk about rounding out a bottom and breaking, on the weekly, this is the 200 period that you're now opening up above and breaking out on the weekly chart. If it holds on to like a 169, 170 this week, then I think it's like a new upward channel for Generac. 9% today, obviously a day trade. There isn't one. Why is this on Rivian? Okay, it doesn't matter. I was going to go to Rivian next, but switch to Generac. This should still be on Generac.
Oh, someone asked about Rivian. Maybe.
No, I know. I was gonna talk about Rivian next, but yeah, Generac. There's not much to talk about in the afternoon, but that weekly chart looks gorgeous. A close above that 170 on the weekly, I think, is incredibly bullish. Rivian. You want good news on Rivian? It's up 1% with the market down 1% today. It broke $10 on Friday and then held. Now that one's on Generac. And then held $10 in a higher low here today. So that's the good news on Rivian. It's a liquidity grab underneath $10. It held the line. With Tesla dying like a quail all day long, Rivian held the same low as the afternoon support. I think Rivian might be a very cheeky long trade if you can break out 1085 tomorrow. That's what I knew I was forgetting something, but that's a setup for tomorrow. I'll probably just jot down 1085 on my iPad. And if we break it tomorrow, then I should be long on Rivian. Relative strength. I mean, it's bleeding. The market's bleeding. Tesla's bleeding. Rivian, bull flag. If you look at the last couple of days, holding out the high. It's at the high of the day right now. I don't know if there's going to be a trade. I mean, you wouldn't touch this at the high of the day, but yeah, it's at 1080 looks pretty good for an opportunity tomorrow. We have less than 20 seconds till the imbalances come in. I'm just going to have Oxy up. It's still 1.8 million. The early look to the sell side. If it comes out any kind of size, it might be worth it. Nothing else really stands out here. You might get like an NVIDIA or something. That's the usual suspects, I should say. So that's what I'll be watching out for here. It'd be either NVIDIA or maybe Oxy in a couple of seconds. So imbalances come in. Oxy is pretty much as expected, slightly smaller. That's not going to get, that's not juicy. Apple and NVIDIA are both buys of 1 million. However, 1 million shares on NVIDIA is nothing. It already just paired a little bit down to 900,000. Apple 1 million, Intel 1 million. That's pretty meaningless. It always pairs off. So NVIDIA and Apple 1 million, but those are not gigantic imbalances, unfortunately.
Yeah, the imbalances are now out. New sponsor here for the show. Make sure you guys grab it right now. It's a charting software that I use for the last 20-something years. It's eSignal. So make sure that you grab that. Trade smarter, not harder. I mean, that's what we're trying to do here every single day. I don't know if it's loaded up. There it is right there, eSignal. Make sure you scan that QR code right there. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, foresee profitable opportunities with this platform. Look, man, the reason why I like it, I mean, we'll run through this commercial, but I can show you after that. It's great backtesting, great scanners, reliable, real-time data. That's the one thing that I really like about it. Is that it's real-time, and we can scan many, many different. Here's a 20-minute chart. Oh, it's on right now. That's okay. We'll get that going. But thank you so much to eSignal. But this is the kind of stuff that I'm using, right? Easy to see, easy flowing through, high, low. You could put markers. It actually has the marker on the background that a lot of you guys like, the watermark. So it's eSignal. Make sure you scan that QR code below. I don't know if there's any discount. What is the discount on it? We'll figure it out. Right. Just grab it is the whole thing right now as they continue to sponsor. Sign up. Let us know how you like it. We could share some layouts with us as well. That is eSignal. And you saw Mark here the other day brought us all those donuts from ICE. So I like eSignal. Very, very reliable. We get out of our last trade there. I do not wait for 80s. We get out at 60s. Donuts. End that trade right there on the Qs. So again, as those imbalances come out, I was reading that and didn't get a chance to look. Was there anything exciting?
No, it was, look, there were 2 buy imbalances on Apple and NVIDIA, but there were only 1 million shares. So like the market did bounce on that. NVIDIA does make a bit of a jaunt to the upside through VWAP, but it's not, I'm not going to take a trade off of a 1 million imbalance on NVIDIA nor 1 million on Apple. Apple bounced off that, 222. So it did get there. It got right to 222. You're getting a little bit of a bounce going into the end of the day on AAPL. I like the fact that it held that, but unfortunately, barring another press, this might be a close underneath the 50 period on Apple, although it's right there. Like, it's not terribly bad, only 2% to the downside, but you lost support. You might close underneath that 50 period on the daily, unfortunately. I got to remember, we're going to have Michael Noss on in the aftermarket show. And we were discussing SMCI. It wasn't a swing idea. I think it was along the lines of, we were talking about the whole, well, if you buy strong stocks, is they're going consolidating underneath highs, and the same premise, you short stocks when they're off of those lows. I think that technically it sounds the same, but they're not the same in practice. Because the market goes up in the general sense in the long term. I think that's what gives it that juice, that you're buying things right off the highs. I actually think shorting right at something's low can be a dangerous way to go. You usually want to get some kind of a pop. SMCI gave you a pop, that's for sure today. I'm going to double check to see where it is. I don't think there was nothing on the imbalances worthy of a trade, so there won't be anything new. Wow, SMCI just got to the high of the day again.
Yeah, man.
Triple top 48.5, 17% to the upside. I think this is what happens when you have, you had the short seller report. You obviously had some shorts that were leaning on the stock. This is not split adjusted. So when I say that 48.5, we're just talking about this resistance here. Like $485 right there. It was support to resistance. So it shouldn't be that much of a surprise that this is where we're tapping today. Like I said, the only mistake I made on this was taking trades that were not optimal setups. But when it gave you the trade off to 48.5, that's the one. If this breaks it out, I'm kind of hoping we don't break this level today, because breaking it tomorrow could be very juicy, or at least getting the trade off of it tomorrow. Ideally, we can set up and be right back here at 8:30. My guess is SMCI is going to be either like $1.50 beneath or $1 above. You're not usually lucky enough to trade at the exact same level, which showed you its significance the entire day the day before. Market's not that kind, I don't think.
Remember the MU long that we liked at 102? Wow, that was a couple minutes ago, and now it's at 103. There goes Micron. Again, we tried to buy this name. I feel like we were pretty good with where we were in on it, but obviously, losing on the stock means you're not that good at it. But there it goes, 101.97. Next time we got to give it just 10 cents more. And we have this play, but we'll end the day on a high note anyways, 355 right now. NASDAQ's still down that 1%, so it's not a great day for the NASDAQ, but it's not horrible. We'll wait to see what winds up happening with Tesla tomorrow as we get closer and closer to Thursday evening's event. Remember, Thursday evening, we will not be able to trade this live on the show. We kind of went over that already. So Tesla will be coming out there later on. We can have just a quick look here. Disney as we go into the close. Yeah, that's why I want to look at it. It was a bad stock today, Disney, but a nice little move back upside. I was really surprised when we looked at this last week that we had gotten this high on Disney, almost approaching $100 again. So I thought that was really unique. And I was like, for what reason? But today, obviously, and we say, not really best of luck, because I don't think luck has, I guess luck has a lot to do with it when you're dealing with the weather. We hope that the tornadoes and hurricanes and all that are going through
Can't
Florida
control it.
right now, and North Carolina and all of that. Basically, the East Coast there can come up with, luck. I
Everyone
guess,
be safe.
and
That's all.
avoid it.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter how much you prepare for it, you get nailed. You get nailed. So we'll hope that for speedy recovery for those of you that have, and best of luck for those of you that are trying to avoid it right now.
I'll tell you this much. Before I head to the desk for the aftermarket show, we get emails. We go to spring training in Clearwater, Florida. Well, it's Tampa Bay area, Clearwater. And we're always there every single year. There's a 100% chance we're going there and we're going to spend, man. Because I saw some of the pictures of the damage. And when you see such a beautiful place like that, people's livelihoods. I remember we were down after Katrina.
Yeah.
For a friend's bachelor party, and look, man, you're gonna go anyways because it was New Orleans, but you feel so much better knowing that you can at least contribute back. So find a good charity. Make sure you help people out. If you're down there, be safe. I'm gonna mosey on up to the desk. Great trading day today.
Thanks.
I don't know if you have good luck in your fantasy matchup.
I'm 1-1 already. Nothing I can do.
I basically just need minimal points from Worthy, Mahomes, and Kamara to go 2-0.
That's good. Minimal.
But one injury, and you know what happens. As long as those three don't get hurt, I should be good to go. But that's fantasy 4. I don't want to talk about the Bills, so we're not going to. I'll see you guys at the desk.
Yeah, I don't blame you. 3-2 now off a 3-0 start. Still can't win that big game, but I'm hoping they do because I want the Bills Nation to start ripping it up, man. I mean, there's no better than going to a Bills game. So hopefully they're going to make the playoffs. That AFC East is turning out to be the worst division in football right now. It's always nice to play in that. Well, I think we might be in one of the toughest here with Detroit and Minnesota and the Packers. All of those teams, I think Detroit's, did they lose yet? Detroit did. Minnesota, I don't think did. And of course, Green Bay 3-2. All right, only 2 minutes left. Again, thank you so much for watching us. There's Disney. I don't know what else you guys want to look at. Palantir, man, well traded. One trade there today. Apple was the apple of this guy's eye today. That is for sure. Because look what Apple wound up doing for us. Just a $3 at the end of the day on that last 10% for that nice little win there for a minute and a half before close. But look what happened to Apple. Whoops, all the way down there into the downside and just keeps on trucking lower and lower and lower. Yeah, we did it, man. We did the futures today. Though these were some great trades. The purples are shorts, so we definitely ran that short into the close. Pfizer, what a great open it was for PFE as that name just kept on going higher and higher as well into the close or off the open, now into the close lower. We'll wait to see that one. Palantir, that SMCI, wow. I said that we'd be trading this name a little bit more now that it's $40. I think we got to stick with that and get back into SMCI. First couple trades here off of 48 didn't really work. We will be red on SMCI today, but all right, I got to get ready to go. The countdown's almost on with only 40 seconds left. Thank you so much for watching. Definitely means a lot to us. Thank you for hitting the like button. The current like count we have is over 1,000. So I want to say thank you to everybody for that one right now. Now I don't see where it is, but it's on here. Believe me, that's the chat. I want to thank everybody for becoming a part of our chat. You can do that by hitting the like and the subscribe. Look, I'm here tomorrow. So is Neil, so is Brendan, so is Adara. We're all getting ready to rock and roll. Make sure you join us tomorrow. But for right now, there's only 10 seconds left, so we will hit the countdown. The countdown brought to you by Worksport. Go check those guys out. WKSP. Right now, 3, 2, 1. All right, we are now dunzos for the day. Thank you for Adara. Thank you to Adara for ringing that bell. As you can see, NASDAQ finishes the day down that 1.1%. It's Bitcoin finishing the day at 63.4. It had its dance at 64,000. I think Bitcoin goes a lot higher from here. I like BTC. Thank you so much to everybody for watching. It's 4 o'clock. We don't have a huge rush to get over there. Of course, there are no earnings tonight, but we start off tomorrow with Pepsi. Then we come through later on this week with bank earnings, JP Morgan, BlackRock, and Wells Fargo firing those cannons off Friday morning. So, hey, it's been a good one. You had Michael Nosh this morning. I can't even remember what names he was talking about. That's how long ago it was. But we made a lot of trades today. We had some good ones. We had some bad ones. But at the end of the day, hey, it's day trading. Lick your wounds if you have them. Celebrate victories if you have them. But definitely come back tomorrow. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I'm always just waiting to be told to throw it. So you let me know when we are good to go on that one. All right. So, all right. Then we're good. Thank you, everybody today. Thanks on the board, Ramin, Fabian, Andre, and all the work that everyone's done. Thanks, Randy. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Let's go over to Neil. Ciao, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much there, Sean. It's the market recap tonight. We're going to have Michael Noss come through for some trader talk as well, but I feel as if it's a weird one today because how often does China go up? Well, just China go 4%. Depending on, it just really depends on which one of the ETFs you're talking about, whether it's 4% or 4.5% or 3.5%. Doesn't matter. Yet you didn't need to trade them. I don't know what else to tell you. The chips were on an absolute tear this morning. Everything in Mag 7 land basically trended to the downside. You had all of the crypto names trending to the upside with the exception of Mars. So there was so much to work with that you didn't even need to jump back into the party in FXI. Now, I only have FXI up here because it's leading my ETF watch, as you can tell here. It was a weird day. You know, the market ends up to the downside, but really kind of an inside day. 1% down. You're consolidating off highs on the NASDAQ. Like, I want to call it like a ho-hum inside kind of day there. That was a weekly chart. I wanted to put it to a daily chart so you guys can feel it. Just get it right back to normal where I'm looking at a daily. So you're consolidating off of the highs at previous support on the NASDAQ in here. Overall, the market on the 3 with a late day breakdown. For the whole day, you were talking essentially inside day, and then we broke it down. Why? Pretty simple. Apple, trend down 2%. Meta, which has been making every other day, or at least a couple of days in a row actually last week, it was just fresh all-time highs in Meta. Meta trapped people above 60. Meta down 1.9%, which doesn't even tell the story because it made that $10 rally right off the open. This is actually more of a sell-off than it looks like there. Down at 585, that was down. Microsoft was down as well. Amazon was down as well. It was Alphabet. I feel that a lot of people are like, hey, why is Alphabet so weak? I don't necessarily know what was particularly going on with Alphabet. However, what I do like about this move is I think it's giving us an opportunity, and just going to talk about Google in particular. I mean, Mag 7 dragging us down when the chips went up, and we're going to get into the chips, no questions asked. But if you look specifically at Alphabet on this dip, you got the 50 period and the 200 period converging. I love that for a possible jump off spot. If you got a stock or a company that you like, that you think is going to win, that you think is good, then hey, 2 moving averages are better than 1 the last I checked. So if you get some kind of a convergence in here off the 160 level, set up like a higher low to trend off of it, I think that'll be absolutely delicious. Because Google, I think, is going to be fine. And ultimately, when we say buy and hold like good companies, why do we like the 200 period moving average? Look at the 200 period on Alphabet. It got underneath and it was an all-the-world buy at 150. It bounces off of it this time here back in, that's March, and that was the run back into the highs. So one of the few names that's underneath that August panic day bottom for a little bit. I think it's got that for a little bit of support, but obviously not looking too good. I see Robin Sandhu thoughts on Apple. I'm going to get to the chips in a second here. But thoughts on Apple, give it a beat. I understand it broke the 50 period moving average on the daily chart today. So the first thing I'm going to do after this breakdown is not overreact to it. The second thing I'm going to do is stink bid the 200 period moving average. I don't know, because anytime one of the good names loses the 50 period, I kind of think that's usually like the day or two after. I like to stink bid the 200 period in case it trends down into it. I know I already have a bid there. No, but all you've done is close pretty much at a support, barely underneath that 50 period. Let's see how it reacts tomorrow. If we consolidate under and break 220, then maybe you're trending back into the 215 level, which was previous support. It was trend down today, but what happens if we gap right back above that 222 or even the 23, regain the 50 period and just have like a slightly update tomorrow? Then all of a sudden this was for naught and it's a bounce off the 50 period moving average. Take it day by day. I don't think it's a clear trend in either direction off of this level yet. It's a clear trend to the upside in the long term, but I don't think we have a clear short-term trend, or new trend, I should say, because it already trended back into the 50 period. Now it's broken it. It can set up a new one and we can go short for a couple of days, but it has to be underneath that 222. Just because it closed 20 cents under that price doesn't mean that it's going to be there tomorrow morning. I think we all know this. It happens all the time. What was strong today? What was strong today? Now, SMH, you can barely even see in here, only up 0.2%. We already talked about FXI and all of the Chinese names that were super strong. So where is it? No, I want SMH, not XMH. You can barely see it. 0.1% to the upside. It was a very strange day for the chips. And I say very strange in that NVIDIA did pretty much in the morning what you would have wanted on a breakout trade, which was go past, we go into prior highs, and I guess I need a 15-minute to show you guys this. Go into the 15, we go right into some prior highs and break them out. It was a pretty clean move through 120, there it is, 125 and a quarter. That was Friday's high. And then we go right into 130. Okay, well that makes sense. It doesn't hold on to the bid. AMD looked pretty strong as well early on, although granted with AMD, it kind of gave up the bid, barcoded in the afternoon in a real sense, held back the 170 level, and ended up exactly flat. What was crazy about today in the chips was the squeeze that happened in SMCI. And I understand, okay, it's only a 2% short float. Those are estimates, those are updated sometimes monthly. Maybe that's a different number. But the reason why I'm going to call it a squeeze, it's not just the fact that there was a short seller report, that's part of it. But when you have so much bad news piled onto one stock and being driven down, usually anybody that is short is like, okay, well, how much worse can it get when all the bad news is in? And when a day like this happens, they're running to the exits. And you can see it broke a big consolidation at the bottom, down here at about $43.50, and it went right to resistance on the daily. And I can't say this enough. And I say this as a mea culpa. Like I had 5 shorts in SMCI. Before the last one of them was like kind of profitable, and even that one I ended up getting stopped out. So 4 of them ended up stopping out eventually for losses. One of them was a slight up trade because I had taken some profit out. The issue is we had mentioned 48.5 as the big level on the daily. When a stock is going parabolic, 10%, 12%, 15%, oftentimes, and it takes a lot of patience to do this, you just wait for it to go all the way. You want it to go all the way, you let it go all the way, and then you take your shot at it to the south side. So it came right to the level you wanted. I don't think I was patient enough with it. It wasn't DWAC level for myself where I was short like 23 times. It was this way back when DWAC did its first move. I had 23 shorts out of 27 trades, and then the last one got me green because I was red on it the entire time. This was a little bit better than that, but certainly there is a possible breakout happening on SMCI after this bottoming pattern. You got to watch out for these. You know, like it's been bleeding. This gave up the entire year's move, more or less. Entire year's move. It was a triple up to nothing to a potential break. Like this can go. Give it some credit. It doesn't need to be GameStop for it to break this sucker out. Trust me, it can certainly go, and I do like the look of it if it does make that break. I see Nick W in the chat asking about Datadog. I promise, I didn't get to that one today. One I do want to go over at some point. I do want to point this out, is while we're looking at some of the strength in some of these sectors, you had a nice up day in the solar names. So a couple of points to the upside. I bring this up because the bottoming pattern that's been happening here, you're rounding it out. It was another test of the 50 period. I'm not here to tell you that it was a successful test of the 50 period because you can see the wick right into the 50 period on the daily and then a pullback on 10. If you're trading these things as a day trader, this ETF, that high that you would have seen today corresponds with the 50 period on the daily. Like if you wait for it to go parabolic into it, let it pull back in, I think those are the spots that you look for those mean reversion type shorts. Now on the daily, what I'm looking for this, and I've mentioned Snowflake and things that are in a bottoming pattern, hey, close above the 50. Wouldn't that be nice? Close above the 50, set this up. If you take a long after it closes above the 50, somewhere in here, and you end up stopping out underneath, at least you knew you were joining a trend instead of trying to make a trend at the bottom. Because if you sit there and try to make a trend somewhere off any of these bounces or consolidation levels on the way down, you might get lucky every once in a while. Like you get lucky here, maybe you get lucky there before it breaks the trend line. But if you've been doing it the whole way, you took so many L's that it's completely irrelevant because the bounces haven't been big enough. Let things make a bit of a rounded bottom. Then you can jump in. So good update today. Do not love the fact that it rejected the 50, but plenty of time for it to close above. Want to shout out this. Berkshire was down 2 points today. I have not bought this stock in a hot minute. And by that, I mean when Sean and I had our own trading floor, I think I was in it for like a little bit and then got it. It was like after the pandemic. Not the pandemic. It was after the financial crisis. I remember buying some and then selling it. But it's bouncing off the 50-period moving average. And Sean mentioned he got into it. It's piquing my interest because we've been talking about buying things you like off the 50. And this is about to retest the 50 at 450. So the 50-period moving average, 450. Berkshire looks a little bit interesting as well there. I do believe, I know it's not 415 yet, but I do see him creeping over in the corner there, Mr. Nas. So how about it? I mean, it was an unbelievably wild day. What better day to have Michael Nas double barrel to get a little trader talk coming in? Oh, it didn't work. My vaunted trader talk button let me down. Where's the fail so I can, does this work? I'm not going to hit the fail there. Michael Nas, welcome to the Market Recap Show. Michael Nas from Trade Ideas. Wild day in the market today. Yet a little something for everybody. SMCI with a bit of a bottoming pattern squeeze. Didn't break out that level on the daily chart. Kind of got right into resistance. The chips were all incredibly strong and trending. You had China going again. You had crypto. You had Bitcoin and some crypto going to the upside. Obviously, there was a lot given back late at the end of the day. So there's a lot for a day trader. I don't think, if you were a day trader, if you didn't have anything to trade today, then you should probably be A, watching the show more, and then B, examining what your strategy is. As a swing trader, however, what did today give you? Because I feel like there were a bunch of almost breakouts on the charts I'm looking at, but like they got there and didn't quite get there.
Well, you know, I was in the morning talking about XLE and more importantly CNQ, and I did buy some of that off the open. That had a great day. But if we take a look at my chart, this is just the market not doing anything. And to be blunt, for us swing traders, I've been kind of talking about this for a long time, and I'm still in the camp of the closer we get to this U.S. election, the more of this kind of chop back and forth we're going to see, because the less institutional involvement I think we're going to get. I think we're going to get more retail involvement. We're going to get more of this, which is great for day traders because retail involvement is generally more choppy. I mean, they'll buy into one stock in the morning and they'll be out of it in the afternoon and cause a lot of this back and forth action, whereas institutional involvement is a little bit more trending. And as long as we're seeing this in the overall market, you're right, there's not a whole lot for me to do. However, that CNQ was pretty nice, getting some of that off the open here, had a nice pop up, and on the new trade wave indicator that we have over at Trade Ideas, actually triggered a buy on the weekly chart for this first one. So that put a little bit more oomph in my trade and in my analysis to potentially take that trade going forward. But yeah, that's the only time I hit the button today, personally.
I have to ask you this only because we're both Canadian. You're in Canada. In this particular case, I know we trade U.S. stocks, but you took the trade in? Did you take it in Canada? Did you take it off the TSX Open? Because when I look at the way that this ended up trading at 9:30, it basically broke out right away. And in Toronto specifically, and for anyone that hasn't traded the TSX or the Toronto Exchange, sometimes if you're taking an opening breakout trade and it's above your breakout price, your best entry might actually be that market on open order. I don't know that I'd ever do that in the New York for a swing trade or the NASDAQ, but I've seen it in Toronto where a lot of times that's a really good liquidity spot. But first answer that. But secondly, what are you doing with it? Because you got a good rally on it already today. So this is the open. I mean, there's pre-market action on it, but This is the open, and then you had a pretty clean rally, 36 into 37. The obvious level, you've got resistance at 37.5. So I'm going to make a guess that some profit taken out in front of that level, and are you holding through? Where would the stop be? Is the stop as simple as the 50 or the 200 on the daily, which sits in here, 35.25? Can you walk us through your plan of action now that you're in?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, for my entry, I'm very much one that I want to systematize as much as I can. I've actually started a podcast all about systematic trading. I do systematic or algorithmic day trading, and the swing trading I try to systematize as much as I can as well. So that means just sending out orders and letting them work pretty much off the bat. So Interactive Brokers has this cool feature where you can put out an order through Trade Ideas. You can just click on the chart and say, I want to buy it here. And if that gets triggered, I want to put my stop loss out here and then walk away. So that's what I did here with Trade Ideas. I basically just said, put in a buy limit above this prior high, this red candle's high right here, and then put my initial stop loss under that low. And that's it. That's all I need to do for the initial trade. And then as I come back to my desk at the end of the day, and I see a 3% move already, I did take about a third of it off the table just to lock some money away. Now I'm probably just going to leave the stop right under the kind of psychological number of 35. But the thing that really got me into this trade was this massive days to cover number of $35 or 35 days to cover. That's like a month and a half. It would take shorts to get out of the position based off current volumes if they had to. So now that I've paid myself a little bit on it, if I get stopped out, it will probably be a break even or really tiny loss. I really just want to let the trade play out. And a lot of what I'm doing with that is using the trade wave indicator that we have, which is just a couple moving averages kind of stacked on top of each other. So if in this case it'd be, I think, the 12 period moving average, we get a close below it, then it's time to go. But I really want to give that the time and the energy to take that trade. Now, I took the US version simply because that's where my money is, right? So instead of having to convert the money back to Canadian dollars in order to take the trade on the Canadian exchange, I pretty much do everything on the US exchange. It's, I know we're Canadian here, but I know most of the audience is US. And they have access to, without a doubt, the best market in the world, right? I'm long China and I'm long some Canada now, and I'm able to do that all through the US with plenty of liquidity and not worrying about where what's going to happen if something occurs, because I know it's a fair market and I know it's a super liquid market. So I just kind of do everything on the US markets right now.
Yeah, I was just being curious. I mean, I can tell you by default that I'm in CNQ with you, but that's because I've had that in my RRSP for quite some time, and it's on drip. So like that's one of those things that I don't actually buy the stock because it's just constantly the dividends going back into buying shares. Shout out to Steve Canyon in the chat, just gave a nice little nickname for you. Prognosticator. So he says, tell the
That's a good one.
prognosticator hello. So shout out to you, Steve Kane. That's a really good one. I can't believe. See, when I hear nicknames like that, like, man, I wish I'm not smart enough to come up with them. I like to steal them from other people. But Fabian, it's 100% true. I like to take really cool sayings and nicknames from other people. I'll pawn them off as my own, and then we'll have a few laughs about it. But I'm always really honest about it. If I hear something really cool, I tell people I'm going to steal that because that's an awesome joke. That's an awesome gag. I love the prognosticator in there. Can I ask you about maybe a little bit about Bitcoin and MSTR, maybe in particular? Because look, MicroStrategy. You were just talking about float and days to cover.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, obviously that days to cover is insane on CNQ. MSTR has a 15% short float. The days to cover is only a couple of days. It's 2 days to cover. However, it did just break out a resistance level today. You did just have a bounce, able to hold 60,000 over the weekend. We tried to hold 64 above. That didn't really happen on Bitcoin. But you are getting a bit of a break toward the high and the squeeze. And another thing that you've mentioned a lot about is buying stuff as they get or consolidate off of that high, because that's a good percentage place to buy it. So it fits a lot of the thesis. But that 2 days to cover, does that make it not a squeeze name for you, or is this something that's still on the radar?
I love this days to cover, and it's something that I've added more recently into my trading that we've had this forever at Trade Ideas, like 20 years. We've had this indicator. And I'm just using it more because you're right. Even though it's a 15% short float, because MSTR, especially now post-split, is very actively traded, 19.5 million shares today alone. It's only 2 days to cover now. So it means, again, for those who don't know, days to cover is just how many shares are borrowed out there divided by the average total volume. So if something had 1 million shares outstanding to be borrowed, but it did 1 million shares a day in action, that's not as big of a short squeeze potential as like what we mentioned on CNQ, where it has 35 days to cover. So it means that if every trade was a buy on CNQ, it'd take 35 days to get out of their position. However, when it comes to MicroStrategy, we know that with MicroStrategy, nobody cares about this company. I actually did I think a poll on my Twitter a while back. Nobody knows what these people do other than they hold a lot of Bitcoin. And I think that's the only thing. So when it comes to trading MicroStrategy, you're just trading Bitcoin. Now, full disclosure, I always say this, I do own some from a swing trading strategy and algorithm I have that bought it around 160 here. I sold out a big chunk of it this morning, but I still hold some. And I'm treating this just like Bitcoin. With Bitcoin, I have alerts out and orders out to say, get me in as we break new highs. I'm willing to take a shot there. I'm super worried because I know Bitcoin in particular has this tendency of just chopping around. We can go back to MicroStrategy. You can see long periods and periods of chop, right? We all remember Bitcoin when it breaks out doing these massive rallies that we all wish we were on. But the problem is if you're trying to trade it in these choppy reigns, you have a bad time. So for me, yes, I took some. I had a good little trade on it. I'm okay with trading around this core position of Bitcoin that I own. But for me to really get involved, I do want to see that all-time high breaks. I'm still in the camp that it's a matter of when, not if. I just don't want to take 5 tiny losses to finally take that one big win when I can just sit back and let alerts and let orders out in the market take care of that for me.
I'm with you on that. I'm not going to lie. That's exactly what they did with SMCI today, which was just take a bunch of hits and then make it back when the one works. I have 2 things to say about MSTR. The first is, how dare you mention the fact that you don't know what this company does? Michael, everybody knows that MicroStrategy Incorporated is an American company that provides business intelligence mobile software and cloud-based services. Funded in 1989 by Michael J. Saylor, yada, 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 and some guy can't read off of right now on Wikipedia. No, I had no idea either, but like nobody does.
Come on,
no,
you guys don't know that?
We talk about this. We talk about the 200-period moving average. I just want to point to, we can't look at this daily chart on MicroStrategy without noticing, and we said this a lot, the 200 SMA on this has been a gold buy level. I think, when were we last underneath it for any period of time? This is January of 2023. If you go past that, there's like 3 days underneath it here, and then it's just buy. And when you get since the breakout, you've had 2 chances recently to buy off the 200-period moving average. So I think when you mention a chop fest in there, and the days to cover, you don't like buying off the highs. Well, if you're really patient, if something is a chop fest, then allow it to chop everybody out whenever they're trying to buy the highs and wait for those support levels. The fact that this, now don't get me wrong, I'm not buying MSTR. I hold Bitcoin in my personal, in my TFSA through some of the ETFs. I do not buy MicroStrategy, but the 200 period has been absolutely gold there. I did want to point that one out. I wanted to ask you a little bit about, only a couple of minutes to go in here, Michael, about energy in general, because XLE's been making a break. And then if there's anything else that you wanted to mention in particular, I know like this, for myself, XLE's broken the trend line. It's gotten to the next point of resistance. I feel like you've had to close above the 50 and the 200 for people that are into things like the Golden Cross. It's been breaking out. I know this is something that you were mentioning as well. What are your thoughts on energy? And then if there's anything else that we didn't get to that you wanted to tell us about?
Yeah, energy, I think, is going to be the key going forward for a lot of a lot of markets. I see a little buy ticket from the trade wave indicator just came in. And yeah, this was the chart I brought this morning. And it was basically this downtrend line break that was very interesting to me that it did last week. And it did last week on a higher volume. And this is what we want to see in a bull market. We want to see money trickle down from the winners, such as the tech stocks and the AI play and even Ozempic and all that, and go into other names. And energy is just kind of a good, safe name where you're not going to get insane swings. I know there's some geopolitical news, but even if you look at the weekly chart, you can barely see it. I like to trade energy very much technically because I find that and commodities actually work very well technically. So energy is one that's very, very interesting to me. Now, the XLE is kind of a catch-all when it comes to energy. So I think it would behoove you to kind of go under the hood and just look at the different names. And I think that's what I'll leave people with is like, look at uranium, right? Nice little breakout here. We were talking about the 200-day moving average, now trying to reclaim the 200-day moving average. I don't see anything in here yet. Again, full disclosure, I own some uranium from about 25. But take a look at that kind of nuclear name, and then also take a look at things like natural gas, right? I've been in natural gas for a long time. I actually got stopped out of my trade today. Take a look at some of these other names, solar, anything that you can think of energy related, and try to find and try to figure out where that money's flowing into. Right now, it's pretty obvious that it's oil, but if energy continues to move, it might not always be. You can get broader rotation, then you get rotation within sectors. So it's not rare or uncommon to see in the energy sector, natural gas to be really big one day, and then USO or oil to be big following days, and then maybe solar and all of these different names around this overall theme. So, keep your head on the swivel. Keep scanning all of these different names and try to figure out one that would make sense if energy is going to continue to move the way it is.
I'm with you there. And speaking about commodities moving technically, you literally just had that chart up of UNG where you see it break that bottom, tick the 200, that's a 200 SMA, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Right? Ticks it, pulls back in, it's above your line. So if you stop that, now you trailed out of that one, if I'm being correct. And I say this all the time. I know we say this all the time. Oh, I stopped out of this trade just because you had a stop order that triggers you out. But it's, to me, if you stopped out in profit, then it's a trail out. I'm being a little bit nitpicky there, but
okay.
So went to your target price. Now, and I asked you this last time, and I know we're gonna get you out of here. It's almost 4:30, but bounce off that prior resistance, break back out to 200. Is that a new trend for an entry on UNG?
Yes, I'm still watching it, just like you mentioned on my chart here. My entry was because of this kind of rounded bottom. You see the buy ticket that TradeWave put in here. I was expecting kind of a short squeeze, or, a bear trap, whatever you call it. Got a great trade out of it. I got out of a bunch as it got to that declining 200-day moving average, trailed out of the rest today as it gapped down and broke the TradeWave cloud. But yes, if we can dig in here around 1550 or so and put in a nice little base and then break that 200-day, that to me is a separate second trade where I'll get right back in and I'll put my stop below whatever the swing low ends up being. That would kind of, if we're looking into the future and what that may look like, that might end up being a little bit of a reverse head and shoulders here as well. So I like this. I think eventually if gas is going to continue to move higher, then UNG is going to be moved up. It's a heavily shorted instrument right now, so it might get some involvement with that as well. But yeah, that's a lot of what ifs. I'm watching it, but I need to see it base, then I need to see it break out, and then it goes from there. But I think it's worth planning that out and doing that for the viewers too, because it teaches you how far we think ahead and how many if-then scenarios are already planned out for a trade I just got trailed out of today, right? I might not take it for another month, but I'm already thinking about what the next trade would look like.
You said it right there, Michael, because if your trade or your trade plan or your trade setup or what you take isn't a series of if-then statements, then what is it? It's nothing. It's just a gamble. It has to be a bunch of things that need to, or maybe one or two things that have to line up. If this happens, I do that. And that way you're just taking the action and not trying to guess. And like even when you do it like in the moment, it still ends up being that, even if you can't articulate. Sometimes you're going by, I see this in the tape. But that's just because you've done it for like 15, 20 years. And it's like, and then after the fact, I can explain it to you, but it's like in real time, this is what I saw in level 2, my entry here, this is where the buyer was, I stop out. So I love that. Good luck on the old Widowmaker if it does set up, because that's what natural gas gets called by most. Michael Noss, appreciate you. Can't wait to talk to you at the end of the week. You'll be back on Friday. Good luck with those swing trades. Great one on CNQ, and maybe we'll see if you get in some UNG.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Talk to you on Friday.
All right, take care. Michael Noss, our good friend as always. So right back in here. I know it's past 4:30, and we're going to get into, hey, look, we're not in any positions. Obviously, no, just joking. It'd be hilarious if you pop that up there. Is that usually at the bottom? I don't think it is. If you pop that up and I saw a position away from my desk, I'd be freaking out. But you know what time it is? It's roll call time. And before we get into roll call, I always thank the entire team and everybody and all that good stuff. But I want to point out, because I've seen Cash Money in the chat say several times in here, over and over, who is the Lorax? I answered the question in the chat. The Lorax is the one that speaks for the trees, everybody. And if you know Dr. Seuss and you grew up on Dr. Seuss like I did, then you should know that too. But if you don't, well then, they're great for kids. Dr. Seuss, I don't care what anybody says. I think, obviously, when things were written in the past, there's going to be questionable stuff out there, but the times are the times, and the stories are the stories, and they're absolutely wholesome for families. So I'm a big fan of them. My daughter has. We have all of them in our house. My daughter's read pretty much every single one of those. But shout out to the entire Trader TV live team, from Sean, from Brendan, to Adara, obviously to Sharif and Joseph doing a fantastic job. My main man over there on the ones and twos, and I'm pointing him out there. There's Fabian. I can't tell. I can't see if Andre is left for the day. I don't know if he's sitting over there. Shout out to him, and shout out to Ramin as well. Great job for everybody. But a big shout out and special thank you as always to Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the dang business. We'll give you my bang button. The bang's not working either. My stream deck's not working. I was gonna hit the button. There you go. Thank you very much there, Fabian. Wow, that light in that shot it's just like a little bit intense for that shot. That's a little bit ridiculous. But let's get into some roll call, everybody. You know what up, so let's get the names in there. Others Inc. in the chat. Christopher Holcomb. I do like that. You got all the emojis. Just Brad V. We got Elon. Jump up, Elon. We got Royal Dixon, Andrew Chow, Cash Money again, John Van Sowers, BGZ. We got, as I said Zed. I'm Canadian. Is what it is. Monty G, Dollar Bill, y'all. TX, Jet Fan, JETS, not Jets. Cash Money again. Raul Martinez, Derek Thompson, Nick Dubs, Volky. I promise you Nick, ask me about Datadog. We'll get to it tomorrow. I promise. I feel like we missed that one. That's my bad. J Mott, we got NYC Urbanista, Very So, Hey Davis, Michael Spandafora, G. Franco in the chat, Daryl Flinch in the chat, John Drawn, CompuCare team, Eli 7721, Adrian, Jersey Sean, we got Mr. Katina, and we got Jersey Sean. What else do we need? Little Jersey Shore action. Maybe, Halloween costume ideas. I just got one. Pretty petty for your thoughts there. Bright Awakening, Starburst, Code, S Ready, Vince Chapter, Bob S, Gap Filler in the chat, Code, Ori, K Fry. Thank you all so much. And I say it every single time. I have the honor of being able to host the aftermarket show for your guys and for everybody and their pleasure. Is the best part about it. We just started the week. We got a lot to get to. We've got Robotaxi later in the week. We've got bank earnings at the end of the week. We've got SMCI day 2 after squeezing today. There's so much to look at, so much to have fun with. And the best part, we get to do it right again, 8:30 in the morning. Why? Because we are Trader TV Live. And we'll see you in the morning. That's what we do. Bye, everybody. That shot.